Welcome, everybody, to Season 7, the UNL Poker Grand Championship. One last time, almost exactly 3 years to the date that we were in this studio for the first time. In fact, I was probably sitting like right there at the blue table, and we were streaming live on Poker News. We are back here on UNL Poker on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm Alec Rome, one of the people that got eliminated and is not playing in this tournament today. But I'm sitting next to future president and #1 seed coming into the Grand Championship today, Parker Wall. Parker, first off, this is not only a historic moment, as this is our last stream ever from Anderson Hall and for UNL Poker Club, but also we are playing for one of these beautiful Season 7 gold bracelets right in front of you. When you look at this, what do you think about when you look at this bracelet?
I think of all of the work you guys have put in. I mean, 7 long seasons, you guys have really dumped your time and your effort into it, and winning it would mean a lot because it's the representation of what you guys have built. So,
well, I appreciate the compliment, but I mean, I know that it's more than just sort of a signal of appreciation for what we've done, and I appreciate that. But I know that you want that because it is bragging rights. Mikhail, our dealer today, you'll see, is wearing his Season 6 bracelet, but you definitely are one of the people among the 9 that want to wear that on your wrist.
I mean, of course. I mean, poker is a lot about money. I mean, that's what people usually think about, but for me, it's a lot about glory, hard work, discipline, and then it finally you get to get paid off.
So are you going to need that hard work and discipline today? Take me through your game plan, because you love to talk at club, and you love to tell other people at club, by the way. Parker loves to criticize people's play, and that's why he shows up as Phil Hellmuth on occasion and dresses up like him, because you like to criticize other people's play. So tell me, what do you need to do today to bring home the W?
I mean, I just need to play good in spots, make sure I'm balancing out my ranges like I usually do. The berating goes on at club. Whether or not I do that intentionally or not is for you guys to figure out. But I don't mind having a target on my back sometimes.
I think you do have a target, especially putting up 190 points, being the regular season champion. And I'm seeing some gestures that are not being shown on camera right now. But any final words for the table, or who you might be looking out for as a potential threat today?
I mean, Rome always plays very erratic. Definitely have to watch how I'm playing against him. Mm-hmm. Lance is obviously someone to watch out for too. But all of the guys that have made it are more than deserving. It should be fun. Other than good luck, because you're not going to win, I don't really have anything else to say.
All right, that is a statement in itself. Parker Wall, thank you very much. And while Parker exits stage right, Lance will enter stage right. Lance Ammons in the number 9 spot. Cutting it close, but you got in. Good to see you, buddy. You were here for our first Grand Championship 3 years ago, just yesterday, playing in the first one, and you made 2 incredible folds that day. Tell me, are you trying to do the same thing today, or would you like to just hit a few more hands?
I would like to just, be good in spots where I kind of feel like I should be good in. Mm-hmm. But honestly, at the end of the day, it's about kind of, winning pots. So if I have to make those, tough laydowns to eventually in the end win, that I just got to do what I got to do.
Absolutely. Now, same question like I asked to Parker. When you look at this bracelet right in front of you, what does that mean to you, or what do you think?
Like kind of elaborate on what Parker said about kind of just the hard work that went into the bracelet is definitely a facet of when I see that, what it kind of feels in me. Mm-hmm. But like all in all, like you said at the beginning, I am one of the originals, so I feel like there's a little more pressure on me today to try to win this, not just for myself, but kind of for the other originals that couldn't be at this final table with me.
Yeah, including me. I wanted to be at this final table. Trust me, I didn't want to be in the host spot.
Thinking more about Jeff. But
you're thinking about Jeff. Okay, well, I guess. Thank you. All right, appreciate you. But I agree. I mean, we've had a lot of people come through this club, and a lot of great memories and things made. And this is our great last memory for the spring 2022 semester, and we get to see a lot of brand new people, including brand new first time finalists at this table. Talk to us about some of the new people at the table.
For sure, one of the names that stand out to me would be, and I kind of talked to him about this off camera, but it would be Matt because he's so new to club, and to make it this far, like in basically a little more than half the time as some of the other people at the table is incredible.
5 weeks. It only took him 5 weeks of play to get to the final table and have enough points. That is a huge statement to be made, and definitely somebody that I would say to look out for as well. Any final words before I throw it over and we get the official last stream shuffle up and deal?
I'm just ready to go. Good luck to all of my competitors out there. Can't wait to play, these next few hours with y'all.
And we will see if the next time we talk to you is a victory speech or a loser's interview. I hope it's a victory speech. Either way. Lance, appreciate you, buddy. Yep. And with that, folks, like I said, it's going to be a great time, great action today. Now, I'm not claiming that all these players are star players or that we play any form of GTO, but I hope you're entertained by our stream today. We put a lot of work and time into it here at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, the College of Journalism and Mass Communications, and this is kind of like our capstone in a way. So I hope you enjoy our capstone. I hope you have a good time. Make sure to put some stuff in the chat, and we'll try to respond to you on Twitch and on YouTube. And with all of that said, Mikhail at the table, and to our 9 players sitting there, good luck. Shuffle up and deal. And here's Geoff Exstrom with the call.
Hello, folks. Thank you so much for joining us once again. That was Alec Rome starting the pre-show, president of UNL Poker, and I am the vice president, and I am glad to be joining you on the call today. It is the Grand Championship, the accumulation of all the hard work and dedication these players, as well as us back in the studio here, have put together to form this little shindig we call the Grand Championship. And we have plenty of characters here today. As you see, one of our competitors, Will, coming in late. He actually had to take a test right before, so his mind is already off and running. And so are we. First hand just about underway. Mikhail, the Season 6 Grand Champion, is dealing today, as he will be also showing off that Season 6 bracelet for him as well. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Geoff Exstrom alongside Alec Rome soon here, so he'll be entering the back. Tabitha Lincoln is producing for us today. Very excited to get this thing going. As we already have the chat going, got some alumni, Jordan Jansen, as well as a couple of other competitors who came this season, and Harry Styles had definitely. But just so everybody knows, this is UNL Poker Club. We were formed in the spring of 2019, and this is our third, I should say, Grand Championship stream. In the spring of 2019, then did it a year later when we streamed 2 times each week for the Premier League, and then this is our final one here of the old regime of UNL Poker Club. As you can see on the table, they do have 3 chip denominations. We might move to another once we get further down in the league during today, but you see the yellow and black chips, that represents 5,000, and then you see the grays as well. Those are worth 1,000, and the purples are worth 20,000. Those are the largest chip denominations of today.
You've been to Eddie? Yes, I've been to 2.
You slam?
I listened to it.
Really?
Yes.
How is it? Oh, I guess you're English.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, good. You want it? No, do you want it?
Oh, no, it's going to be a teacher, huh? No,
what's the rule on eating?
In publishing.
Okay.
You can like snack and just kind of go away, but you can't prefer that on the table.
Okay.
Again, Geoff Exstrom with you here. Soon to be joined by Alec Rome. 9 players playing across 12 different weeks.
I think David would pick it. It was good for the call of Jeffrey. I think David. I say it was Tom McHale. I think it's a practice.
12 weeks of play have built up to today. And we will be crowning a Grand Champion in a matter of hours as we get everything fine-tuned for the broadcast today. Just about ready, set to go.
Well, did you go to that?
I did. That's how I got into protocol, actually.
Trying to see if I can hear
Just
it.
doing some last checks.
Fun fact, for the protocol, this is just the
Alongside
you know,
Tabitha
survive.
Alec Rome soon to be joining us in the booth as as well. Let's go through the field here so far today. And that shot right there, you have Noah Hadley.
How do you have a straight face? Like, you could not do it right. You just put that right in there.
Is our umpire of UNL Poker, Caden Ortmeyer. Those two.
This is
Be
done
seen
the
as
table
they
before.
are
Is it
along
just
your
you two? Is that what we
first
said?
couple
Just
of
done it
hours,
this stream?
depending on how things go.
Yeah, me.
Yep.
The 7 of the 9. Well, and Mikhail. Oh, no,
And let's get the
not
official
on the
signal,
screen.
Mikhail. You are good to shuffle up
Who was
and
the- what-
deal. Let's get it rolling.
Ready?
Lance will be under the gun to start things here on the very first hand.
Who, who's better than final table though?
Huh?
I know final
It
table.
was like, I have, Lance have.
Here in C quarter, Parker in C1, Wills in 2, Caden in 3, Roman in 4, Jacob S in 5, Matt in 6, Noah in 7, Lance in 8, and Logan in C9.
Alex was playing that way. Alex and Jeff was there.
Yeah.
The name we do not.
I remember that. 'Cause
Yeah, 'cause you have like a huge chip lead.
And we are officially
Final three was-
underway.
Jeff had a huge chip lead and blew it. I hope you can hear me, Jeff.
One final time, the Joker is the deuce of diamonds.
Yes.
Yep.
Final time as there is the signature hand, 5-3 for Lance. A very popular hand at UNL Poker.
Raise to 8,000.
What do you have, bro?
Not talking about that. Shoot.
Oh, now who's
First
up?
hand, I'll play it face up.
Now who wants to
First
be
hand.
quiet?
First time I'm in, I'll play it. As soon as the flop come, I'm like, I got top pair.
But there's 3 saves on the board.
I feel like top pair.
Oh, we gained a
Action on room.
shout out Walgreens to Red Nose Day. Sponsored by Kirkland as well.
Raise to 7K. Call. And additional. Action on roam. Raise to 25. Call. All right, 3-way. Action on roll. Raise to 65. Call. And additional call.
Hello, everybody. Alec Rome here, and again, apologies for some of the mishaps. You know, I basically came in at 6:30 last night and started setting up all of the equipment. It takes probably about 200 to 300 feet of cord combined, and lots of other different computer things to go right to get everything put together. So came in at 9:30 this morning, and as you can see, we're now just starting at 2:30 Central Time or 3:30 on the East Coast, or 12:30 on the West Coast. So yes, a lot of things go into this just to get the streaming tech up and right, and we want to make sure that we do it the right way. So I appreciate your patience. Alec Rum again, Geoff Exstrom, both of us in the booth today. pretty fun day, and I just got to say a big thank you to everybody who has helped make this club possible over the past few years. All the people that have come through, our partners, anybody that's ever sponsored us. We've had a lot of great sponsors, including for the first one, like I mentioned, 3 years ago, we had some great sponsors. And just to see what this looks like now is just really amazing. As Tabitha here, Tabitha Lincoln, our producer, on the button switches today. I want to thank everybody in the chat. We got 30 people viewing right now. Jarrett, good to see you. He said he's bluffing for sure. Devin Klein asking Geoff, who do you think will win? I don't know myself who's going to win. Like I said in the pre-show, folks, I really think that Matt is somebody who's been on such a great run and is a very smart player. You can't count Matt out. You cannot count Parker out. But I think anybody at this table has a fair puncher's chance, honestly. I really think so. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens as Geoff is out there getting the chip counts, making sure we are all good to go. There's Parker in C2. Parker, future president of the club, he will be taking over for us next semester in fall 2022. As Geoff comes back, gets us the official chip counts after hand number 1, and it was an affair. Again, I feel bad that we ended up missing that. Huge hand for Matt T, as Matt goes to 633,000 chips right off the bat. What did I say? Matt was going to be a force to be reckoned with. Parker and Rome finish at 295 at the end of the hand. And then just a loss of big blind for Will and Caden. Will at 399,000 and Caden at 398. And we're playing 1,000, 2,000 blinds, so we'll go through 30 minutes. And now with Will on the dealer button, I believe, Jeffrey, we're all good as Geoff puts his headset back on as we start a new hand of play.
It's not. I wish I would have known.
And here he joins us now. Geoff Exstrom, here we go, buddy. Now after, like I told the people at home, and I'm glad for people who are still sticking around, it is an eternity to get everything together and get everything done right. So it is a relief that we might finally be good now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how things go in a big project like this. And go back to that last hand, it was pretty sick. I knew Matt had Broadway for the straight, even on that board that had a flush, over Rome's 2-pair when he had ace-king. And I believe, based on what we saw on the hand, on the graphics before everything, the order was messed up, I believe Parker might have had ace-10 for another 2 pairs. So it was a pretty sick cooler. You could tell because of that bigger pot.
Absolutely. Now we will go ahead, Mikhail, go ahead and deal the next hand. Will on the dealer button. Slade, UNL Poker alumni, saying that his money's on. It's Mikhail, you can deal the next hand.
The 2 old Muppets up in the balcony.
That's what it is,
You're good to deal,
Mikhail, you're good to deal the next hand.
I
And again, it looks like once everything goes right, we play whack-a-mole. Mikhail, you're good to deal the next hand.
That would have been the
Mikhail, you are good to deal.
2-pair full house.
All right, well, connection's off.
If I was on Broadway, I'll walk out.
A guy who's not a
Now stable. You can deal, Mikhail, if you can hear us.
Perfect. It was nice meeting you guys.
I got lucky.
We good to go?
Here, so
Yes.
Immediately after the interview, it's like Matt's the one to watch. He's new to the game. He's quick.
Al goes back and checks.
People come back.
It's always an interesting time when we put together streams like this, especially with the setup we have, but that's how things go.
I would love to hear the commentating on that.
Dude, I was thinking about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would love to hear
Matt,
like
lead
a
after that big pot.
pot.
Broadway over 2 sets of 2 pairs.
The action killer, action starter.
As we get going again.
If the highlights are that
Just like, I saw the fucking issue. I was like, there's no way I'm phoning on this shit right now.
There we go. Now it looks like he can hear us, Jeffrey. As we go to table 1, and here we go. Now, finally, as it is Lance out of the gun.
Yeah, I'm gonna cry. Like, what did I do?
Oh, and it's nearly his favorite hand. Or actually, no, that's
Nearly
someone
close.
else. But
Really?
Lance will, of course, fold the 4 deuces. It goes over to Rome there, and Rome, again,
big slick.
could be looking down a big slick. Now, again, I'm not sure. We need to double-check that is not off the previous cards. He does
Probably wasn't the
Probably
correct
was
cards.
not the correct cards. Parker again with ace 10, but that's fine.
Definitely got through.
Does fold.
Yeah, that's 3K in
What
blind.
is it done if you had like?
Jacob folds, and it gets over to Will there in the striped shirt with pocket eights probably
Raised 8K.
raised to 8,000.
Easy raise, especially against the blinds.
I would have sat there for a second and went with it.
And it does go full. Caden deciding not to defend loose king 5 of hearts, which I'm a little surprised by.
Yeah, Caden's more of he's more of the looser players at this table, and so I'm surprised he didn't defend. I actually might have even defended with king 5 suited
Oh yeah, I
in
think
that spot as well.
Call me.
well, Jeff,
Will was raising for the dealer button. He can raise it pretty loose there, and king 5 is connected enough.
well, Jeff, I'm going to again let you take the next one as I make sure once again that everything's all good to go. But hey, we did get through a hand there. Was it a fold around? Yes, but it's okay. Yes, and Mikhail is, for the people in the chat, he does have a gold bracelet that we printed with the UNL Poker logo on it, and he is the champion from last season.
He doesn't rump a liar.
As we are underway in hand number 2, being under the gun,
Like what? Like what is
will
so
be
weird?
Rome as he wakes up with Big Slick again.
Everyone club, club.
And
Action on
this
room.
most certainly raise incoming.
Raised 10K.
Raise to 10,000 is the number.
Lance has cards now popping up.
I thought 800 was a lot. It is usually.
As we move over to Matt,
There's nothing new though.
looks like it folded all the way
People were playing tight. Beat that.
to Caden. As Caden folded is to Noah.
2 eights.
And Noah calls with ace 10. And so we are heads up on a 4 queen 8 board, 1 club. So Noah does have some back door, but this is a board I think Rome can continue on.
He's gonna hit a 7.
But he's going to check it.
He wishes the river. That's what it's, yeah, look.
And it checks through to induce a spades and change anything. I think Rome needs to bet out here on this turn.
Raised to 7K.
But Noah's going to do that
Ace king.
for him.
Ace king twice in a row. Or not twice in a row, but you had ace king twice.
I didn't wake up with it.
Your run good is gone. Your
Where
run
are
good is
we?
gone.
Oh yeah.
You got sucked out. He sucked out on you.
Yeah, dude, the fuck that. I'm
It
lost.
looks like Rome did win that next hand. But check through. Check through on the turn as well, and then there's a bet of 7K on the river. And Rome comes up with the ace high win.
Who cashed out the most?
Matt, early big lead in this grand championship, over 230,000 in front of second place in Will.
Oh,
I think he bought in for 40. He cashed out at 69.
Geoff Exstrom with you here. Alec Rome will join us shortly. Tap to Lincoln producing.
Some other state and some other locations.
Yeah, I think I made.
And this season, we have a 12-week season each semester, and the top 9 make the final table, and that was happened today. Parker Wall, 2-year veteran of UNL Poker, was the top player, top seed, nearly 200 points.
I could not walk
The
away from
clinch
that, to be
first.
honest. There's no way for me in this world to walk away from that.
And right now he leads us off with Jack 7 under the gun.
I can't walk away from that. Yeah, it's a shame you won't get any chips today.
So Logan and Parker fold onto Matt.
Raised to 7K.
Folds through all the way to Caden. Raises it to 7,000.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Is that your chip protector?
That's my chip protector. His name is Evan.
8-7 suited.
Okay, but it is
Noah makes the
That's not a real
fold.
person. They might be
Not
mad
anymore.
Where the hell is Okay, that's cool.
And on Lance,
Cool.
who makes the call and will defend. Heads up.
Ace king again, Ron? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Limp. That's already something. Check behind.
All right, Jeffrey, we might finally be all good after all that stuff. And I just want to thank everybody for their patience and appreciation for what we're doing again, College Poker
Raised
Club.
to 12K.
Bet by Caden for 12,000. And both are getting out of the way.
An obvious fold again. Pretty basic one, and again, you know, that's just the kind of the power of being you know, the initial raiser, especially from the cutoff. I mean, Caden with a pretty 8-7 suited hand. It's good bluffing candidate because he has cards that he can continue to bluff on the turn, and it just kills his range there. So it's an easy bet and takedown there for Caden against the blinds. As we deal out another hand as Mikhail shuffles.
I use it to roll dice. It goes like through the floor. Double up. I just close the hand in my car right now.
Little on the alarm, fine, but
It's a good one-time bit. I haven't seen Alex do it. Oh, he gave him back. I have him back in my place.
Where the titties at though?
And we will go get hand number 4 going. Logan will start us off under the gun, as he is with the starting stack. And blinds at 1 and 2,000.
Happy requested them. I pinted them.
As he wakes up with ace-5 suited. Certainly raising hand under the gun.
And then I still red.
And he will just call.
I do community limp.
max strength.
That's a full by
I'm on
man.
the button and I don't think I can raise.
Dylan has done that before. Spoken of the
Jacob
population.
lets it go, and so does Will, and it goes over to Caden.
Raise to
Caden
7.
lets it go, and we see a raise to 7 from Noah with a mysterious hand. Lance with Jack 4 and a dealer button. Obviously
Three-wit.
lets it go, and Rome will call out of the small. And of course Parker would not defend with that, and off to a flop. King 8.
Pretty bricky board unless Noah has a king underneath.
Check all around.
It does check around. Deuce of spades on the turn. I'm surprised Noah is not leading at this at any point. Rome will go ahead and come out and bet.
Raise 8K.
8,000.
Hey Logan, my sister said she consider your stats.
Jordan, Vegas trip was very good. I'm headed back out there with Tabitha this summer. Did win and lose some money along the way. Won 4K, and then of course, as you know, things go. Give it all back, and Jeffrey was the big winner on the trip without a doubt.
Yeah, I finished 5th at a 200 buy-in tournament at the Orleans. What, we had 230 people in that tournament?
Yeah, that was a big tournament. That was a good tournament.
Ran pretty well, had some good spots, and finished 5th for 1,600 buckos. So went pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, without a doubt, it went very well. And for somebody today, they will have things go well for them. And, you know, just they're playing for pride out there, Jeffrey, and winning that bracelet. As Parker and Lance mentioned in the interview, which I thought was a great compliment to us and everybody who's been in, the amount of hard work and dedication it takes just to get to that bracelet. And that's the signal of it. That bracelet is the symbol of somebody who's put in the dedication, probably shown up to club almost every week, if possible, to win that bracelet. It takes dedication to do all this, and we appreciate everybody's dedication to play. As it's Matt under the gun.
Raise to 7.
We see a raise to 7.
No respect.
Who's that from, Mikhail?
Jacob.
Y'all about to make these boys.
So Jacob raises, did Matt call?
It's limp.
Matt limped, and then we have a Jacob raise to 7.
We're probably raising the blind in 7.
And does fold.
Raise to 21.
From who?
Caden.
Caden here with 3s. Raising to 21,000.
Fold from Noah.
I find it interesting. Lance with the 7-4 in the 9 spot, letting it go. And it does fold around all the way.
Call.
I think we do see it. Matt folded and Jacob called. We are heads up. 4-8-5.
Check.
Pretty good flop for 3s.
Goes check over to Caden.
Jacob was at that 4.
And this is a tough spot for Jacob.
Caden
'Cause I
raise to 45.
I mean, like, can he continue?
It's a tough board because Caden's acting like he has an overpair here. 10s, jacks, queens. That's what he's realizing now. He doesn't even have a club. for backdoor flush. If he has a jack of clubs, I can see a call, and yeah, he's gonna fold.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take it down there, and Jeffrey, we are playing 200 big blind, Steve, so at least for right now, a lot of them can afford to be patient in these first few levels. But yeah, Caden taking down the pot again, just continuing to show aggression. It seems like he came in here with a game plan to be aggressive and bet when he needed to. It was a smart play without a doubt, and he's rolling.
Yeah, Caden
437,000.
attends UNL, but comes here to Lincoln to partake in UNL Poker Club. He's studying aviation, wants to become a pilot and drive commercial airlines. He is a sophomore and is from California in the San Diego area.
Very nice.
Talking about how you want to be a
And he said the
pilot,
biggest
baby.
key for him winning the tournament today is to be an unpredictable degenerate, as you put it. And you know what? That's not much more from what he tries to do at regular nights, and we love it. And we absolutely love it. Sometimes we don't, but that's what makes UNL Poker great.
I mean, I don't like it when I lose a pot to him,
Yeah.
but I understand. I get it. Hand 6.
As Jacob wakes up with a nice set of suited connectors under the gun.
And he'll call out of the gun. Again, I don't love this. You shouldn't just be raising that. That is a candidate to just raise.
Yeah, I'd probably raise in that spot.
And we'll let go of the ace deuce smartly enough. But yeah, you just need to be raising. Caden lets go. So does Noah. Lance.
Lance got big slides.
Lance will be choosing to raise this up. Just depends on the sizing.
Raise to 8K.
We'll make it a standard open.
No, I think Rome will be inclined to call.
Oh, well, with the king-queen, again, in the cutoff, it's tough because you're letting in people behind you. Now, they joked about playing 8-3, and Parker will not partake in the joke. And ace-10 here from Matt as well.
4-way.
And we call around, and we're going forward-way to a flop.
Interesting hand here, Alec. A lot of spicy flops here.
Absolutely. Board 5-10-7.
Action on Matt.
Action's on Matt.
Raise to 10K.
Matt comes out with top pair, betting 10,000, and again, this is going to be a tough spot. Lance is if Jacob calls, Lance, I think, can easily find a fold here.
Yeah, because I mean, I think I call one street with Jacob. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight, you already have middle pair.
Yeah, this isn't really a terrible board for what you did, but again, you just put yourself in a really bad situation when you do raise this under the gun. You let more people in, and I even think Lance could have raised it more. Mikhail, what happened on that street?
Okay, what happened there?
Everyone called.
Everybody called.
Okay, make sure you announce that to us so we can hear.
Everybody called surprisingly, which, I mean, I guess I understand for Lance. Rome, of course, calls way too wide and hits his top pair like he always does. It is on Matt.
And I can't blame him. He's probably thinking the same thing. I mean, he got it.
A ridiculous hit. Matt will check. Now Jacob again, he's got
Lance
third pair.
raise 45.
Lance comes out now and bets 45,000.
It's a big bet.
This is a big bet, and this is an absolutely wrong time
Yeah.
to do it, unfortunately. And I think he did call. No, not yet. I saw chips out there. Of course,
Rome
makes
calls.
the call now. And Matt in a tough spot with second pair top kicker.
Problem is, Rome doesn't. He's not going to be making a call of nothing, and Lance leaning out.
And it's
Not even club in his hand
it's
either.
not great with having that club in his hand because you're blocking
Yeah.
what would be, you know, flush draws that your opponent would have and call with. So this is not an amazing spot. And the same, I mean, Rome has top pairs, so that club necessarily
Yeah.
doesn't matter. But this ace of clubs here for Matt is pretty difficult. But
Well, he's
he
gonna
is
make a call.
reaching for chips, and he's
Matt
going to
calls.
make the call. I don't
Fold
think
from
he's a
Jacob.
believer in one of these two. But my thing is, Jeff, when you're a multi-way pot going to the river, if one of them isn't true, of course the other one probably is. River, 6 of clubs.
Action on Matt. Check from Matt.
Matt checks. check mark. Now it depends on if Lance is going to bet, and I don't know. I mean, you
Unless
have
he wants
you
to
have
represent the flush, but
you have showdown value here, but are you? I mean, I guess it does make sense, but then Rome with the queen of clubs as well and just top pair. I don't think he's ever folding here.
no. It had to be pot sized if you want Rome to consider fold, but I don't think Rome
I don't
folds
think
anyway.
Rome folds anyway. This is pot of 208,000. This is a 100 big blind pot right now.
I think three-way, ace high, I think you need to check. Yep.
He does check.
Good decision.
And he will check it down, and Rome will take the pot.
208,000 is the pot. Rome adds 145K to his stack.
A huge hand for Rome.
Banks the top pair on the turn. And he moves into second place with 13% of the chip count.
That's really, Jack 9 really? I think.
Watch it on frame, man. It's on the frame.
Hand number 7, again, you're watching the UNL Poker Club Grand Championship. Just so everyone knows the chip denominations.
Not that.
The grays are worth 1,000, yellows are 5,000, and the purples are 20,000. Blinds start at 1,000, 2,000, and will go up every 30 minutes for the first couple of levels. Then we will adjust accordingly. We will play to a champion today. 9 started, 1 champion will be crowned of Season 7 of UNL Poker Club. Geoff Exstrom alongside Alec Rome and Tabitha Lincoln back here in the studio. A couple of big hands here, and we're only on hand 7.
It is coming to this side.
And we are underway as will start us off under the gun. He'll wake up with a couple of Broadways unsuited.
Still 2K?
Yep.
With aces, Jack, 10 of spades, I guess.
Raise to 10K.
Who's big
I'm
blind?
never going to
Mikhail?
forget that Jack, 10 of spades that you pushed me on, dude.
Mikhail, who's big blind?
Jacob is big blind.
Oh, did Will not act yet?
Will call blind.
Okay.
Raise to 20K from Matt.
Okay, what did
It's on 2K, then to 10K.
Lance do?
Jacob calls. Will folds. Action on Rome. Rome calls.
What did Lance do? Did Lance fold?
Lance folded.
Lance originally
And-
Rome originally called.
Call.
Matt raised to what?
Okay.
What did Matt raise to originally?
Matt
Mikhail?
raised originally to
You thought
10.
huh?
Okay. And then, what did Jacob do?
Jacob called.
Okay. And Will folded.
That's me.
Did Rome call?
Rome called.
Okay. And Logan called?
Logan called.
Okay.
Everybody
All right. Now, what was
And
the
then they
action?
both-
I was thinking, I was like, oh god. I was like, oh no.
What was the action, Mikhail, for this? Now I'm caught up.
Matt checked.
Okay.
Jacob raised to 45.
Okay. Thank you. So Rome with top pair now has an interesting decision. 45,000 is the bet on a Queen 9-9 board.
What do you think of my call protector?
Speaking of which, hold on.
Oh, bing.
Mystery hand for Logan. So we're sweat with him.
The Jack of spades just because.
Rome calls. Logan folds.
Now I'm Matt with 2 overs. Doesn't have a spade though. Gotta think he's backdoor straight. And yes, Jordan, Lance will be graduating. I'm not too sure on Rome.
2 ways.
Actually, Lance will be around another semester, so we'll see if he returns. And the Third is the king. Matt would have banked
Action on Jacob.
one of his outs there. Now a little more uncomfortable for threes for Jacob.
Raised to 62.
Jacob comes out swinging.
And Rome folds.
And Rome will fold his second pair. And a big pot for Jacob with the under pair there. At 77K to a stack. Nearly a 200K pot again.
Oh, that's cold.
Matt still with a big chip lead.
Cold shoulder.
Over 120,000 in front
Ask him a question.
as we reach hand 8. As laid there in the chat. Yes, everything you do at the table conveys information. Whether that's eating a sandwich, going on your phone, whatever it is. As the great Daniel Negreanu says.
Don't eat a sandwich, guys. Don't eat a sandwich.
As
That's
we
what Chef's
start
saying.
hand number 8, Caden will be under the
Don't eat a
gun.
sandwich.
Who's eating a sandwich?
It looks like Caden called blind. 10-4 off, so not great.
You know, I don't know why, but I have a deep craving for some turkey on rye.
Noah's gonna raise with King 5 suited here.
Raised to 7 by Noah.
Lance and Rome will make the folds. Parker and Logan will do the same. Over to Matt. Chip leader, 8-6 off. That's going nowhere. Jacob S is gonna fold as well. Will do so. Back to Caden, who called blind, and I don't know if he's going to like what he wakes up with. But he may decide it's worth it anyway. He will. Heads up. Going to a flop. Not the greatest hands going at it. But instead it's trips for Noah, and pair for Caden. So with as much as this hand wasn't looking great, it now could be interesting.
Raised to 12.
It definitely could be interesting now, and Caden will lead out in 2 trips.
Noah's loving that.
He's loving it.
He's
but
licking his lips. Wait.
Do I love a raise here? I'm not sure.
Raised to 35.
Yeah, I don't know if I love that raise there.
You're so. I mean, I understand with the hearts out there, it's a straighty board. The 4 isn't amazing, but you know, if your opponent is bluffing, you got to let him take another card.
And
to
with
potentially bluff.
And how aggressive Caden can be. Just let him hang himself there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is not a great time to raise.
If another heart comes on the turn, maybe raise and see where you're at, but
I had 2 cards.
He's thinking about it. I mean, you know, there's a potential you wonder. I mean, here's the great thing, though. Here's what I will say in favor of this play, is that there are a lot of combo draws. 7-6 of hearts, 8-7 of hearts, you know, even just some offsuit 7-6 or things that don't connect with that make sense, and including some, you know, just cards that miss. But he flips over the 4 and folds it and makes a fantastic fold with the pair. And Noah shows the winning hand. Nicely done, Caden, to stay patient right off the bat.
I'll say good fold and look down at a pure.
it's a good fold by Caden.
9 high? Yeah, good fold. Telling you good fold, though, you know?
Never know. Never gonna know.
I think my 9 high was good.
9-5.
9 was coming.
9-5. Oh, if I get a bluff, I'm gonna tell you.
9 players playing
It's stopping on
for the
me.
Season 7 Grand Champion.
That's right. You know, there's that bit of air of excitement, and it's like now that we've finally kind of settled in and we've got some hands in and tech is generally working again, you know, I say generally, but it feels good, and you know that this is an exciting day. We got some people watching and reviewing the hands in one of the other rooms. Which is fun, you know, for a lot of these guys that might not get this opportunity, to be able to watch and review their play is really special.
That was a blind call by Noah, correct?
Yes.
You're giving me one hand in too.
Blind calling has been a little theme here, I guess.
Yes, this club sometimes doesn't always remind themselves that we're playing a tournament, and we're not just playing any sort of cash game style or ring style. As it gets over to Parker, who, by the way, has not played a pot very much, but this is a candidate to play a pot, and I imagine to open it with a limp under the gun.
That was a blind.
Oh, it's a blind limp, yes, because they wanted, again, Rome, who has been a multi-semester veteran with us, asking me whether or not he can straddle, and he knows that we're playing a tournament. Parker does make it 8,000. But he knows we're playing a tournament, and so the
Raise the 20.
ooh, now we see a raise to 20, not for Matt. Wasn't for Matt, it was for Jacob. So Matt folded, and I think Jacob was the one that made it to 20. It makes sense because he has ace-jack. I was going to say, I don't think Matt is there. Now, Will with a callable hand, but again, you're in the small blind. This is not a great spot to be playing 8-7 of clubs. I'd say I think it's a fine call candidate, but you're in a tough spot, and he does let the pretty hand go, and it does fold back to Parker.
And knowing Jacob heads up, I think Parker likes this matchup.
Even though he's out of position, I think you have to give somebody credit. Jacob is a not bad player, and you have to give somebody some credit potentially, but he's going to let it go. I think King Queen is just a little too tough. It's probably best as a 4-bet, if anything, but I think that's a fair play. And Jacob continuing to stay in the second spot with 450,000 in chips. As we keep it rolling, I imagine here in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll up the blind levels to 2-4.
You're supposed to go on that. What do you have? I'll tell you.
I don't know if I can trust that. You've lied to my face before.
The trust has been broken.
I had 7-8 of clubs.
As we do take a look, by the way, we can show some stats. In the meantime, Rome up 118,000, the big winner after those first hands and winning that 200,000 chip pot by floating King Queen on the flop. As I went out and told everybody my thoughts on that call. Of course, Rome knows that I don't like that call.
See? I didn't say I would tell
anyway.
you. I didn't say I would tell you. Yes, you did. I said I'd tell you what to do.
Some of those stats don't correlate since we did have to adjust starting stacks.
Oh yeah, start the beef. Start the beef.
Are you lying or are you
It's Lance.
Oh, I'm hearing some beef being started at the table potentially. That's what Lance and Lance said, start the beef.
Yeah, put the 2 in and then
I expect a raise under the gun here from Lance.
Okay, I respect that at least.
Yeah, I got it.
Raise to 7 from Lance.
It's raised to 7,000, and we will see a call here from Logan with ace-8 of clubs, a very good call.
I'll get him.
Oh, Matt, come on now, Matt.
5-3, gotta make a call.
5-3.
Gotta make it.
And again, to anybody who's new watching this channel, 5-3 is our club's favorite and signature hand. We do see a call from Jacob with the Queen 8 of hearts. I think that's a little loose, personally. And 7 deuce doesn't count for anything. And Noah, okay, well,
3-bet
hold on,
incoming.
we got a conversation.
Raise
All the
to
queens are gone.
45.
But this is a huge raise to 45,000. I think this is a good size. This is going to get the table cleaned out. Lance is for sure not calling.
45? Holy moly.
Because that hit Lance's hand is just too bad.
On his bottom. This is a 3.
Not this hand. No.
It's like super standard.
I mean, maybe for Logan because, here's the thing is that they do have position on Noah if they call. It's about the only thing, but that raise is just too big. You're not getting good odds to call your hand here. You could be easily dominated. I think this should go full, but you never know with this club.
Yep, Logan.
No, I know.
I don't expect Jacob. Yep.
Yep, all the way around. And Noah, 23 or 4,000 uncontested, just like that. As there's the chip counts. Once again.
Parker, number 1 seed, the big loser right now, had that big opening hand where he did have 2 pair.
Let's see if I'm gonna do the UTG 2K.
And was bested by Matt's Broadway straight, and that's the reason why Matt's in the lead so far in this Grand Championship as we enter hand 11 through 10 hands. Here of UNL Season 7 Grand Championship. Big thanks to Mikhail, our dealer and Season 6 champion.
It'll be.
I will give you a big blind.
25,000 chips.
Hold on, I can find him. It's a number.
That's the market these days.
Yep, Mikhail, not necessarily getting relegated to dealer. The dealer spot in the Grand Championship is an honorable position, in my opinion.
Because they do get to hear us and everything that's happening.
Yes,
so
they get to hear what's going on and who has what hands. And You know, will Rome make a bad call under the gun here? Let's find out.
Oh,
A couple people's hands missing.
Every hand is enough preflop.
And he will call.
Raised 8.
Oh, you know, he raises to 8. And we have a mysterious hand. It does fold.
Either hand, all the chips there.
Fold all the way over to
Alec, can I go eat?
Will. You can tell Parker that he can eat. Just stand up from the table, please, if you're not in the hand.
Just started.
Yeah, it's been like.
I'm going to go in there anyway, so. Because I'm going to take more content. Jeff, we need content.
Anybody want gum?
I got 3 minutes here.
I'll take the blue.
Lance might decide to defend with King Deuce.
Lance calls.
And we're heads up. We'll sweat with Lance. Here
Lance
against
checks.
under the gun raise against Rome, and pretty uncoordinated. And it checks through. Again, doesn't really change much.
Check behind.
And it'll just check to the river. That's a 9. So King High could be very good here.
Raise 12.
I don't think I can blame Lance if he wants to make a call here. Checked all the way down. Rome could have hit a random 4-3, but I think King High has plenty of value here. Lance an original. Started with us all the way back in the spring of 2019 during Season 1. And our last hope for an original to claim a championship this year. As he continues to decide whether he wants to call this 12,000 river bet from Rome, who raised under the gun to 8, then checked all the way to the river before Rome bet out.
No, I get.
How loose can Rome be is Lance questions. I think he's going to make the call.
You got Rome.
Yep, he
You
calls.
got it.
I have King High.
Yeah, you got it.
And King High does win it.
King High wins it.
What were those cards, Mikhail? I need to enter them.
Yes. King 2 of hearts.
No, Rome's.
Rome didn't show.
Well,
Yeah, you're fine.
all right. Lance wins that pot. Good call. King High.
Yeah, I was feeling.
He's still under by 58,000, so trying to make that up.
He's right there.
Oh, he's not back.
As we see the aggressive frequency early on, Noah is right up top with 44%. Parker hasn't played many pots, that's why he's down at the bottom. But Rome, as always, Rome and Lance, one of the more aggressive players at UNL Poker, is 2 and 3.
The fact that I was thinking about it.
We'll drop up though for Matt to Will.
Right now, it is kind of like it.
As we get another hand, Parker will be under the gun. Regular season champ wakes up with King 7.
Don't come in here talking about that.
What y'all talking about?
Talking shit.
What did Parker have in every hand tonight?
I mean, you know the first time now.
You'll find out tomorrow. When you look at the screen.
7-4, 7-5, 7.
Man, that's
Ace Jack for Matt, this is raising coming.
7.
King, queen,
Raise 8.
10 of the queen.
That's 7 or 8, I'm sorry.
8.
And
As he
another
puts
call
it
with
in.
3s. But Will wakes up with Kings. Second big pocket pair we've seen early on. Another 3-bet.
I like it.
Raise
I
at 25.
like it.
Like,
Haven't even seen my hand, but I
And
like
3
it.
bets.
I like the play.
But Caden and Noah both getting out of the way.
bump his fist.
I like it.
And Lance will too.
Big plays.
Lance folds.
Big brain play.
Alright, call it that.
Bro messing around before he makes the fold. Back over to Jacob. Or Matt, excuse me, with Ace Jack.
Nah, none of the
Look at the Irish.
None of the talking about that. If I could stage, I would have called that. Like,
Will usually doesn't 3-bet light, and I wonder if that's going through
yeah, I'd be like, 3-bet that
Matt's head. But he's gonna make the call. And Jacob may feel like he has the odds to set mine, and he does. We will go 3 ways. Big hand. 78,000 in the pot already. As we go to a flop. Ace Jack versus Kings versus 3s. And an ace shows up on the flop. And Matt takes the lead. And he'll have the action.
Action on you, Matt.
Bad flop if you're Will, but you may feel inclined to continue betting.
I can play his deck, right?
What's it
You're the president.
This is what we're to the final table, by the way.
GTO stocks ass.
I love how we literally have like 50. This is a pretty decent pot, and I'm just like inserting myself.
I think Will needs to try and represent. Yeah.
Raised to 45 from Will.
He's going to make it a biggie. 45,000. I would imagine Matt's going to follow behind.
Is that what you guys are doing right now?
Has anybody got
That's how I would have felt if I would have called him in wrong there.
Like, Alex,
if he
who's
just had
going
the
to
3,
My sister texted says, I didn't know you were actually good, but I think they gave me at least one compliment at some point tonight, so.
I hope.
You hope.
I hope. With my hands, they better.
Taking another look. Debating through if he's up against a higher ace here. Ace king, ace queen. Too good of a flop, I think, not to call, if not raise, and see where he's at.
Yeah, not raise, but, yeah, not everyone's perfect, I guess. You want gum, by the way?
No, I don't like him.
You don't like gum? Wow. That's not
Call from Matt.
right there.
Jacob, of course, gets out of the way. We are heads up.
I was
Will
working yesterday, starting like outside.
behind by a lot.
Oh, yeah.
I thought.
Doesn't change on the turn.
It didn't. We just played in the rain.
Don't you have poor eyesight?
Check from Matt.
You're just like trying to.
I had 2 calls get appealed over last night because of just positioning. I was doing the right thing. Yeah, but we were out there.
And it does check
and it
through.
was 40 degrees, raining
to a
on our
river.
faces, directly in the
That is the
room.
4. Backdoor
And I
flush
just-
does
I
get
bought
there.
them just 'cause the
Both
doing
have a
those
club in their
things
hand.
Raised to 40 from Matt.
A 40K bet.
For real, they delayed it 2 hours.
40K,
So my
it's
day
about
was a lot
160,
shorter,
so
and I
only
got taken
a
to the
fourth of the
It
pot.
was really cold and miserable the entire way through. The second game I worked, the first
It's hard
inning
seeing
was
Matt
55
doing
minutes
this
of the hour 20. It was
with anything but an
9-year-olds
ace.
that could not get an out. The second one expired halfway through its time, and that was another 32 minutes. It was so bad.
A little bit of a blocker bet time at fourth of the pot. And Will, and it's ace or nothing here.
Yeah, I would agree, Jeff. I mean, what you're just saying, looking at the action here, I mean, Will with the 3-bet and check calling flop and turn. Will with a smart check on the turn, knowing that the flop calling range is going to contain some weaker aces. And Matt leading out on this river, I mean, he's really just hoping for a crying call, basically, from Will. And I think he picked a good sizing, 40 into 160, to get that crying call.
Yep.
Exhausted. Come on.
Painful for Will, as you can tell there. He's in conflict right now.
I never see a trick.
I'll go back on home.
Will has been
I'll go back on home.
very consistent this season
Oh, okay.
as one of the newcomers.
I have seen you like.
Showed up right away and played well
Like, I've seen you,
on his way to clinching a spot
I didn't even know he worked there.
in this Grand Championship. Finance major, also a sophomore. He is from the Omaha area.
I'll get my employee discount, though. I was like, fuck yeah, that's about
you still work at the hotel.
He just joined this semester, so, or last semester, excuse me. So only his second season with us.
Yeah. Gotta make that new
And really fairly newish to poker. Back in the pandemic, during the first week of COVID, he discovered poker on YouTube and started playing with friends, and now that's brought him here, you know, poker club, and now it's seating at the final
Hey,
table.
just like people are discovering us on YouTube right now. you know, we're discovering they're discovering poker on YouTube, and a lot of people are. You know that the YouTube content out there is big into people's journeys into poker, especially for this generation.
I know what both of them.
And he makes a
Good
great
fold.
laydown.
It's a
A
good
smart
fold.
laydown, took his time. And made the right fold there, saved himself
No, I
another 40K.
actually-
Knew it was a crying call. I guess, especially you just got to wonder about Matt's tendencies there and how the hand played out. I think it's an absolutely fine fold.
Yeah, and it's so hard sitting there with such a pretty hand in kings. And you can just tell the discipline and knowledge that Will has to let that go, because there's a lot of players that won't. They usually make that call.
Yep, totally agree.
Easy fold there.
And Matt continues to build his lead. He's up to 656,000,
That yellow chip is past the line, so that's a blind raise.
which is by far ahead of anybody. Next up behind that is Jacob with 418K. So
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I'll grab it.
he's over 230K clear of second place at the moment, but we're only 12 hands in of this season.
How dare you?
Damn.
7 Grand Championship, Geoff Exstrom alongside Alec Rome and Tabitha Lincoln. As we get underway with another hand, Logan will start us off under the gun. As he wakes up with King 8 offsuit. As actually he called blindly, I believe.
I know when Bill does it, it does. I know when Bill puts 2K in, it does.
What does?
The Jacob call, Mikhail.
Yes. Will raise 8K.
An 8,000 raise by Will as he wakes up with the suited ace, ace 9.
Even in cutoff position, if I
As
roll
both
my
Caden
raise
and Noah
is
make
wider,
the
but not
folds.
that wide.
Over to Lance with 5-3, baby.
5-3, baby. You cannot fold this on stream. Do not fold this on stream.
And Lance knows it. I think
Lance
he's going to
knows
make
that
the
he's
call.
on the other button in his position. You can't fold 5-3.
No, that's wow.
Absolutely not. He might 3-bet this.
No,
They might get a fold.
Probably a friend.
Jacob isn't calling. Logan isn't calling. The only person that would call is probably Will, but he doesn't even love it out of position.
Raise a 22 from Lance.
And there's a 3-bet.
You betcha, baby.
Would love to see it.
We'd love to see it. Rome with Queen 10 and should never be calling.
Should not
here
be
out of
calling here.
position with Queen 10 offsuit.
Especially with 3 other people behind him.
But you know, Rome doesn't listen to that. He listens to his heart. He's just a degenerate, and he's reaching for chips, and then he goes back. Scratches his nose.
Yet again, we can't say much when Lance is 3-betting with 5-3.
That's also true.
call.
Rome will call, and it gets around to Parker. And we should see the rest of the field probably leave, but what is Parker trying to do here? Wow. Yeah. What an angle. What an angle.
Didn't think so.
The mind games. It's all about the mind games.
Just shifts it right to the line.
I don't think Jacob would call, yep. Interesting decision, though, for Will. He's getting some odds. He has a suited ace.
I'm not in the hand.
Yeah.
And he's not completely out of position. He's middle position with Rome calling. So I think I'd call in the spot, and he does. We'll go 3-way to the flop. Pretty
Emphatically put down by Mikhail. It's 3 deuce jack, and it's pretty good for Lance here. Now, the only person that can really float here is Will with the ace 9 of spades, because it is pretty, besides the jack, there's not much else that's going to be hitting a razor's range here. So, definitely conversation, but I think Lance, because of the situation, is absolutely reaching for chips. It just depends on what the size is in the 72.
Raise a 20 from Lance.
It's going to be about a 20.
I don't know how much equity Rome has in calling here. Backdoor straight, has one over, but he has a,
Normally I drive it like right at the rush hour out here.
doesn't have a club. He's gonna call.
It's really cloudy and dark.
Now to Will, who does have backdoor flush, is he's gonna get out of the way.
There was a guy.
Lance has the lead going to the turn, and he's gonna improve. 2 pair.
Like on the road.
Flush gets there, but that doesn't impact anybody.
Going fast, and then he would slow down.
And Rome's gonna donk dunk out here.
And this is
Exactly.
just literally
He could not make
the
up his
worst
mind.
possible time to dunk into Lance.
Really, really bad.
And Lance is,
28.
is just playing the poker face. You know, he's earning his Oscar. He's smooth calls. I would expect him to take a little more
Call.
time to think about that.
Well,
But
Rome
the
does
club-
have an out.
He does have a club out.
I usually like stroll around.
And he does not get there, but improves. That's a great card for Lance.
Brilliant card for Lance here because I think he's not only. I think Lance should definitely be thinking about raising this river potentially to get some value from a worse hand. And it's interesting to see what Rome is going to do now because he was maybe representing a jack or a flush, but now this river comes out. He had an option to check, and I think I'm okay with the call here from Lance, not knowing the
Raise to
situation.
50. Call from
Yep,
Lance.
he just calls it off. I
Snap call.
understand.
Big pot for Lance. He takes it down with 5-3, the best hand ever.
The original, the last remaining original.
Which one you wanted in, Jack? Which one you wanted in?
Switch to all the cameras.
And Lance wins a 268K pot and moves into second place.
5-3 offsuit, baby. You gotta love it. Got to love it.
I would have insta-folded. I can't do anything. I said, obviously.
So we have a cheering section from Lance with Slade. Slade, we miss you, buddy.
Yep.
Hope you're doing well. I haven't spoken for a while, but
was passing out over here when you was counting that
we
out.
hope you're doing well, whatever
Oh,
the path has taken you. I'm glad you're joining us on this Sunday, May 1st. It's May Day.
Lance, did you drive in today? I know you're. I don't know.
That's right, it is May Day. You know, and May is a great time not only for Grand Championship, there's so many events that happen in May, Jeffrey. I mean, you got the Kentucky Derby coming up, we got playoffs, and this is just a great way to start it all off, is with the Grand Championship. I think there's no better way to start May
definitely not just gonna leave it open.
there on there. And it's funny, my mom also texted me that it's weird to see Lance and Rome on the same table because that's the name of my father combined, Lance, Rome. I would agree, that is interesting. As we see another hand, it is Matt.
Action on you, Matt.
Sunroof open like a madman on the highway.
Under the gun.
That's strong. That's
Limp.
loud.
Again, another call. I don't love it.
Order my way to top 4, baby. Open my.
We see a fold over there.
Just doesn't play a hand.
Genoa,
His VPIP is 0%.
Raised 8.
who will make the open.
With 9-4 suited.
Lance call.
Lance will call.
What do you have right now,
Rome
Lance?
will call again, way too wide in the
Rome
middle.
calls.
And it gets over to Parker.
Wait. You gonna think I'm
He
playing?
was suited.
When
Parker
you
with 3
ask
bet
that, I
there.
literally
Logan in the
almost
big
said what I
blind
got.
with an offsuit ace. I mean,
Logan
especially
calls.
multi-way, you might as well take the shot with it.
That was so smooth. Like you asked,
I
I
could
literally
see a
was
call
about to
from
tell you
that
what I
here.
had.
Got the
Yeah, with
odds.
so many people in it,
Yep.
it's 2 straight cards. You might as well now.
Call.
All
right. 5
You
ways to a
almost got
flop of
You did.
pot of 41,000.
In the razor was Noah, who has 9-4
I don't
suited.
even know you.
Now that red joker, folks, because of the way it is, the red joker, as you can see, is reading against the deuce of diamonds. The deuce of diamonds in our one deck here has not been showing up. So the red joker is the deuce of diamonds.
Right now, that's the deuce of diamonds, which means everyone's hands include.
You know what's crazy? One of the hands I actually
Raised
got today
18.
was
Looks like
6
we
deuces.
got it over to Noah. Yes, Noah will bet 18, and Jeffrey, this might actually get through.
Yeah, no one really has much.
Yes,
It
it
does
does.
get
It
full.
does get all the way through.
You know what you did.
All the way through, and Noah with the 9-4 of hearts takes down the small pot. And those small pots count, Jeff. I mean, that was 40,000 right there. That's, 10, 20 big blinds. I think it is time. We've given them a little bit of leeway, but I think it is time to raise the blinds, Jeffrey.
It is officially Mikhail. Please raise the blinds to 2,000, 4,000.
Blinds are raising 2,000, 4,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Just in time.
Let's take a look at some statistics here. The PFR, Noah going to be the most active pre-flop, raising 28% of the time. And the VPIP, are we shocked that Rome is voluntarily putting 57% of the time chips in pot? Absolutely not. Nobody is. What is also a little bit interesting, of course, on the other side of the token, Parker playing a little nitty tonight. Not seeing a lot of hands, but 7%, including that fold of king queen offsuit to a 3-bet earlier. As we head on to the next hand.
Well, I wonder if Parker's taking a strategy here where he's going to wait out the field and let some of these volatile players knock each other out.
I absolutely think it's not a bad idea, honestly. I
my left kidney to play.
think it's absolutely fair.
Well, no. See, now this
Looks like,
I know I took
is that a limp from Jacob?
really just taking extra loads and applying it straight into
I
these
think it
games.
was.
Was that a limp by Jacob, Mikhail?
Yes.
Okay.
And we do see a call from Lance, so it goes limp Jacob, folds around to Lance. Sorry.
For the one time, come
Raise
on.
the 20.
That's a call. No, he said that's a call.
Fold.
Binding.
Lance
Just
folds.
called with it.
No, Lance called. And then it did get around. Did Rome just call, Mikhail?
Where'd that green come from?
Rome called. Parker raised a 20.
Makes more sense now. Thank you very much. Logan let it go. And we're back around to Jacob. Matt let it go.
3 ways.
3 ways. Who folded?
Who folded, Mikhail?
Yep.
Lance.
Lance folded and the other 2 called. And that is the flop. 5-4-3. This is a brilliant flop here for Jacob.
Some would say numerical
This is
value.
an interesting spot now.
Checking
Jacob
Jacob.
checks.
I like this end of the table. That
Check
end
the
over
room.
there is
They're really boring, yeah.
that's the serious side of this.
In a pot that doesn't really, a flop that does not benefit his range, I expect Parker to be doing some checking here.
There's not
Things
much.
are too connected. I think
Check
betting
them,
here.
Park.
Yep, it is a check around. Makes
Only
complete
thing he's
sense.
getting to fold, and well,
This
big-
is really. Oh, and it's 2 pair.
Yep.
It's 2 pair. So Jacob with 2 pair in the flush draw and Parker hitting top pair. This is a brilliant position here now for Jacob,
Raised to 35 from Jacob.
and he will bet 35,000. He's absolutely getting a call here. Now we don't know what Rome has, but it is
Yep, not enough, clearly.
elementary.
Now, interesting spot here for Parker. I think he just gets a smooth call.
Parker calls.
Interesting river coming up here.
It absolutely
Like a
is.
diamond saves Parker. And it
Diamond
is.
does roll off.
And it's an ace to boot, which is not a great card for Jacob. I think it would work out better if it just ran out a blank on the river.
Oh yeah, I mean he would have loved to roll up blank because he already has a huge value hand.
See how much he's gonna bet.
Raised to 80.
80 into 140. It's a big bet. It's 60%. It's middling still.
The problem is here for Parker, he's basically has a bluff catcher.
Yeah, and the fact is, including too, that it's an ace. I mean, if we're looking at something like a 10 of diamonds, it's a little bit more favorable for Jacob to get a call here. But the fact that it's an ace now, Parker is losing to a lot of ace-x combos. Maybe even ace-6 as well, ace-6 suited of something else.
The only thing that he's beating is, a 6.
But I don't know if he's a believer, Jeffrey. He's got the chips right out in front of him. They're not across the money line yet. But he might not be a believer.
My sizing was like my play was not good. Having the joker right.
He's going to trust his gut and
it's
throw
wrong.
the chips out. Gut is wrong, my friend. Gut is wrong. Jacob,
300K.
a huge pot, 300,000, and with that, Jacob now at 581,000 in chips. Well done from Jacob to get a good amount, and Parker didn't believe it.
It was the limp. What do you limp call?
Nailed the turn and just rammed the river.
All right, now Will, you got a limp 8 spades there. We don't want to move there. We just make it.
Second blind level here at the UNL Grand Championship season, number 7. Blind level number 2 at 2 and 4K. Each player started with 400,000 in chips, and we will play down to a winner, no matter how long it takes. Right now, all 9 competitors are still active, with Will waking up with a 1-suited gapper to open things up.
Action on Will. Raised to 12.
Caden. Raised 12 with Jack 10. No call with mystery cards. I think you can see Rome calling here.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. I was
Rome
going to
calls.
like, now I can make us both the victim.
Logan calls.
Jeez.
I would say it's pretty accurate.
Can we get some folds before me? So I
I have the same hand as Logan here.
a choice? Oh.
Now to Jacob to close the action. He has ace-jack. You can see a 3-bet.
You like, call me then.
Raise to 30.
And he does.
Call me then.
3-bet to 30K. Back on Caden. Who raised with a mediocre hand to Jack 10 off suit. Don't expect him to call. Yep, he's going to fold. We don't know Noah's hand, however.
I'm here for a good.
Wait, no, don't
He's going to
say
make a call.
Send the fly.
Call.
Send the kid flying.
And Rome's going to make the call as well.
Shocker.
Yep, I don't expect Logan to stick around
Yeah,
here.
it's a brutally bad hand, a multi-way.
And here we go. We are 3 ways in a pot that's already grown to 116,000.
3 ways.
Jacob ace-jack, 9-7 suited for Rome. And trip 7s for Rome.
No.
And a board that's pretty, doesn't hit much, but he takes a massive lead.
Swear to God,
You have got to be kidding me, Jeffrey. Now the question is, we don't know what Noah has, and there are some maybe 8-7s or something like that, or ace-7 potentially of like clubs. We know it can't be ace-7 of hearts, but I mean Rome should expect to be way out in front here.
Jacob does check.
And Noah.
We don't know what Noah has.
Again, it could be better,
Spades.
but it's not better from what we can tell. It's probably not.
Oh, you did not put it up.
Raise to
So I was like,
35.
we literally just finished talking
Rome's
about
loving it.
And Rome can get a lot of credit now. That's the benefit to the way that he plays. He plays loose and splashy, but he could potentially get some credit here. But at the same
Shouldn't
time,
raise. Can't raise here.
yeah, I think you're just crushing it too much. I mean, I don't think a raise is terrible, but I think just, again, with not much being out there, you're only looking at overpairs of there.
35.
Looks like he is going for the raise.
Raise to 70.
Just min-clicking it. 70.
I would call that.
Go, boys.
Ah, goes full. He said no. I said that I have to let this one go.
He does. Rome takes it down with trip 7s. Yeah, I don't love the play.
I thought you reaching for Kim. I was like,
How aggressive Noah's been early on and what he can be. Again, as much as GTO can become a factor, this club is all about who you're specifically playing against.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to play the player in the seat, not necessarily the cards. And I think, like I said, I think got a huge benefit there without a doubt. For hitting that, and he's going to get benefit and get more value, but it just was not a spot, unfortunately, where his opponent had anything to call with.
And right now, as you take a look at the chip stacks, Parker right now, the one in danger, as he only has 146,000.
give my man a chance.
As we get underway again with Caden under the gun.
Now's when I stop bluffing.
That's what somebody would bluff would say.
He did full aces, I will say that.
9s for Noah.
As he raises another.
Raised 8.
And again, here's somebody as well that has the highest PFR for pre-flop raise of anybody at the table, and it is potentially going to get some credit. Now Rome can't play that wide. If it gets over to Parker with the forbidden hand, he will let it go. And we see Matt make the call. Logan lets his go. And we're sweating with that. Oh no, it does show up this time now. Goes full.
Oh no!
Over to Caden.
What I always say is, if you don't know what you're going to do next, your enemies can predict you either.
I think it does just end up folding from Caden, and it goes check here to Matt, who now has top pair.
Opponents won't know what's going on.
Raise to 12.
12,000.
It's a scary board.
As Rome comes back and joins us. And we do see a call.
No, don't fix the glass.
Turn card, another 3. Again, this is that's a decent turn card for both players. Matt feels really good, but actually, really with bluffs, Noah feels pretty good about that 3 rolling off. I would say, like, because you have a pretty strong candidate to. Goes check over to Matt.
15.
Good call. Not good
Check,
call.
check to
You
the
should have
river.
folded.
Goes check, check to the river. And then a 15 and a call. What was the river, Mikhail? Ah, there it came up. Yep, the queen. And check. Bet a 15.
That second queen was pretty surreal. That was not nice. You had me before that queen? No, but I'm just saying, I'm like, now that I'm like,
Matt
okay, probably doesn't have a
extending his lead now to 683,000. Mikhail Noah called there, correct?
Correct.
You could go a little bigger.
That's
then.
what I thought. Understandable again. It's like queens and threes. Like you could have a bluff there, and it is a bit of an under bluffs board, I will say. But
How much can we get?
again, 2,000, 4,000 each player start with 400,000 in chips. So we're playing to a winner here tonight from the journalism school at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Alec Rome, Geoff Exstrom, heading onward. And 18. Look at that. We're getting along after a little bit of a slow start. We're able to get about 20 hands done this hour.
That's crazy because I folded
And we thank everybody for sticking around with us. We'll be here for a while. And sort of your lead in to what I'm sure will be an interesting Hustler Casino lineup tonight. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching that. Mr. Beast, Phil Hellmuth, Tom Dwan, a huge lineup as it's on Noah under the gun. And he will finally let one go. Answer the Jack 5.
Might be good enough for Rome.
It might be. I was just
And
going to
it
mention.
is.
Raise to 10.
It's good enough that he wants to raise.
And Parker absolutely has a call candidate.
Fortunately, he doesn't want hearts to come home.
And Logan in the hijack with ace 10 off, I actually maybe like more of a 3-bet there because, you know, your hand is great, but, you know, who will really like a 3-bet is Jacob.
Jacob raised to 35.
35,000. He will absolutely like the 3-bet. Will with a lot of hearts gone here, by the way, Jeff, that everybody's looking for. I'm sure Caden folds back over to Rome.
Describing club, respect.
And Rome does not want to go away. And so now here's a good question again, Jeff. Will Parker stay around?
It's a tough question because you kind of don't see Rome here as a big threat. Him just flatting. You like suited connectors.
And you know, but you do
You
know
gotta
that.
know that one or two are going to be weak here, and
Right. So it's like you do have odds to call, and you know the 2 people behind you are probably also weak.
Mark this time on the screen.
And now it's just Matt with the 6-3 of diamonds. I mean, he's been given a lot of opportunity here with, and you know, really when we look at the board, he's got 22%, which is actually tied for second, including with ace queen off.
if anything, I would have wanted Parker to shove.
Maybe, you know, but
Just to
again,
get everyone out.
right, but against a Razor and Jacob, I mean, that's a pretty dangerous play. 10-4-10
Trip
and
10s for
Logan, luckily hitting the trip 10s and should absolutely play in flow to the initial Razor here.
But Rome's
Rome will not be playing in flow, and
Raise
he'll
to 30
bet
from
with the 4.
And he is just crushed.
Again, crushed. I mean, he's been crushed, and he's been the crusher so far today. And, you know, now it's time for we haven't seen Logan play a lot of hands. This is a time for him to, I was going to mention that he just flat
Raise
called
to
this,
110.
but he makes it 110.
Again, I don't like some of these raises on these paired boards.
Because it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, you're basically hoping that he's calling with a middling pocket pair, but you know he doesn't have jacks. He probably would have, I mean, he did open the hand, but he opened then called, right? So you're just hoping to get...
Yeah, and he gets all folds.
He does get it full, and it runs out.
Maybe a queen there on the ends. Yep. So again, if he just flats, Rome might continue to bet, and if he banks that queen on the river, Rome is going to think he's good when he's not.
Yeah.
So again, I think some of these guys, maybe inexperienced or just how aggressive they are, they need to focus up a little bit on trapping and exploiting people.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the stats here, Rome with the VPIP of 61%. He's obviously going to be betting a lot. Yeah, you just don't need to be doing that. I think you could benefit, especially against the player. When we're talking about player tendencies, if you just needed flag call there, you have him crushed. What is he going to have there that you're going to get value from on the flop? And then, of course, continue to get value on multiple streets from. Don't know.
Because again, you usually don't have an overpair there when he just flats on a 3-bet.
Right.
Again, his hands there could be very limited. And the only thing he may be calling you with is an overpair or maybe another 10.
Yeah, that's about it.
As we get underway with Lance under the gun. The original.
Night jazz. I'll take that right now.
Has above average stack, 477k, but he has 10 deuce. Doyle suited.
As Alec and Jeff is scared, but
Oh, he's gonna get a little.
He's getting a little
dicey. Oh, okay, all right.
He thought about it. He definitely.
That's a
did.
Rome raising hand.
And Rome peels something here, and he's thinking, might as well just go back to the hammer again.
Call.
Just makes the call. Parker for
Raise
folding
to 16.
the forbidden hand, and I like this raise here from Logan. It's a hand that's gonna, you have to raise with these types of hands to have some board coverage, and 5-4 hearts is a great one. Now, how much do I love a call here from Matt with a pretty weak ace?
Yeah, and then
it's
you got
bad,
big slick behind him.
and then of course this happens as well, and you'll never be calling.
They said no.
Oh,
wow.
Jacob just flatting with the ace king again. Also, do not like that. I think maybe he's flatting. If I could justify the play, maybe he's flatting because the table has been so aggressive that he wants to be sneaky. But you do not want to get ace king multi-way. It's much better heads up. And he will be getting ace king multi-way because you're going to include a lot of people. Noah's calling. You know, roaming folding for 12K, and now you're 6-way with ace king, and you're again look at. I mean, it's an even horse race pretty much. You know, ace king the leader by 3%.
Ace king needs to raise.
Wow,
And there's a set. And there's a set 3.
It's a set.
Wow. Wow.
It's a straight, folks. Set for straight. This is going to be insane. Caden, it's on Caden. It checks.
Now with a set.
This is ridiculous.
This is absurd. This could get in.
This could get really bloody. We might see our first elimination.
Raise to 35.
It's Rome will fold.
Now Logan with the straight.
And now, is this the time? So now here's the situation. Is this the time where you just... He's going
He's
to
gonna
raise
raise
it.
it.
I think it makes sense here
Yep,
now. He's picked the finally
It's a better board to do it.
Matt's going to let it go. Jacob can easily get out of the way. To a bet and a raise, you're never good with ace king.
All right.
And now, Caden's going to get out of the way.
100.
I was going to go for 35 anyway. That's when I know what he's bet.
This is big. What can Noah respond with here?
Kind of giving that smirk.
Chip Sachs is still pretty big, but
That is a hand.
What are your cards right now?
Do you have the Joker, bro?
I'll tell you what I fold if you have what you have. It can be.
Oh,
Just makes the flat. I don't think this is terrible. Although I think I would probably prefer an all-in here. But I mean, I don't know. And the queen on the turn won't do
doesn't
anything.
change much.
It checks over to Logan. He's counted out to. He's at 125. 125 into 300. It's going to leave him with 284 behind. And for Noah, this is pretty much a situation. I think it's now time to go all in.
Pot is already 421k.
Because if you're just calling here, you're calling a river bet with 100,000. He's just double checking. Again, he does have the joker underneath, so he needs to remember that this is a set of deuces. Yep. I think he's going to count out and realize that his best move is all in here.
Yep. It's either fold or all in. I don't see him folding. I wouldn't be able to fold.
And after this hand, we will take a break, folks, because we hit the top of the hour. just on the turn. We still have a river to play here, and again, it doesn't mean that he's out of this tournament yet. I mean, there's multiple outs potential on the river.
Logan was the original raiser pre-flop.
Do you have me beat, Logan? Do you have me beat?
It's just hard for Noah.
I wanted to pull up the outs.
Hands like this, I separate the boys from
It's
the
going to
men.
be 3 6s, 3 3s, 3 queens, and of course the last deuce. It's 10 outs, 23% represented by the board there. He's actually thinking deep about this. He doesn't know. I mean, I'm sure he's pretty aware that this is a set of deuces. You know, I don't think that that's.
He's not flatting
But
110 with only
wondering
deuce.
if Logan is just continuing to be aggressive, like, am I good here? Like, am I just running into it? But I mean, aces and kings can do this too.
Yeah, the only thing I see Noah reasonable for making an all-in here is that he's thinking he has an overpair. Because that would be the line that makes sense.
Logan was the pre-flop
Yeah.
raiser in all of this, you know, when things started. So it makes sense for him to have aces, in which case you can never fold there. I just don't think this is a fold. Even if he makes the right play here, I think most of the time you just should not be folding bottom set here, especially on the turn.
And you got, even if you're beat here, the high, like if he banks the queen, which I don't know if he's considering he has queens, you still have a lot of outs for a full house.
He's just wondering what he's beating.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I don't think he knows. He doesn't know what Logan has. He has no idea.
I think he just doesn't want to get eliminated. I think that's what he's worried about. But I mean, the real play is he has deuces. He has a set of deuces. This is an all-in.
Unless he, unless he thinks he's up against a higher set.
That's about it. I mean, I just like, you know, I guess you could pick out aces or kings, but even then, like, you know, what if Logan did hit ace queen here on the turn and did raise ace queen, bluff the flop, hit the turn, makes sense as well.
Yep, and you could hear him. He says he doesn't want to go out this early. That's what's going through his mind.
This is just a message to Mikhail, but don't deal the card until we tell you to if this does go on.
Did you hear that, Mikhail, to confirm? There's the all-in. There's the
All-in and a call.
Hold on.
Hold the action.
Hold the phone.
Hold the action. Do not deal the card. Do not deal the card.
There's the all-in.
Put the 2 hands on the 2 top corners there. Yep, thank you. Yes, again, that joker representing the deuce of diamonds. It's a set versus a straight. 10 outs, a 6-3 queen, or the last remaining deuce is all that's left for Noah to stay in the Grand Championship for Season 7.
Yeah, for sure. He hasn't got yet.
The river card. Deal it. It's a 6! It's a 6! Full house against straight. Unbelievable! And Noah takes the lead in the Grand Championship. A brutal river. Oh my.
Sick.
Absolutely sickening. It was sick on the flop, sick on the turn, and now the river spelling doom for Logan. He's not out of the tournament. He still has plenty of chips. But we're going to go to break as they count it out. Noah
We're gonna go to break.
in the big lead with over 21% of chips in play when the UNL Poker Grand Championship for Season 7 returns in a few minutes.
160 plus this.
160. What are you guessing about that?
We are back, folks. UNL Poker Club Grand Championship. Alec Rome here as we maybe get off of the screen there, and we finish up some verifying counts. What an insane hand to finish things off. That was absolutely ridiculous.
Let's do a wash. Time there.
As we check everything. Set versus straight. All in by the turn. Noah versus Logan. And Noah now at 760,000 in chips. And Logan, being blocked currently by Jeffrey counting up the chips, is in trouble. Now down to probably around 177 as we get the verified counts for you. Alec Rome, Geoff Exstrom, Tabitha Lincoln, Lance coming back here to check out the master screens here. One last time here at UNL Poker. Stream for the Grand Championship. And remember, folks, we got that gold bracelet sitting over there, as you saw during the pre-show. That is what we're playing for, and Mikhail wearing that gold bracelet on his wrist right now.
Are you afraid that I had like? Did you put me on the
As we wait for everybody to get set, Lance going, get on back in your seat. Good luck in the second hour.
Sixes, over pair, maybe two pair. Like I'm like, I did not put you on the straight. I did not.
Once he gets the,
You wanted him to have a straight over sixes.
as Geoff gets the last verified chip counts, everybody starts shuffling back into their seats after the break. Noah now, look at all those purples. The black chips, folks, are worth 1,000. The yellows worth 5,000, and the purple chips worth 20,000 apiece. And I imagine we'll get the green 100,000 chips out
Button.
in a little while.
Button correct.
And the button is correct, and we will briefly get the correct chip stacks in, and then I will give you the signal, Mikhail, when we're ready. So, checking things, Parker is at 111,000, Rome at 273.
Is it big blind change? 3-6?
No, you can leave it at 2-4 for another
2-4.
5-10 minutes.
Still 2-4.
Matt T is
For another
gonna be
10 minutes.
How much are you at?
622.
I love to.
I have no idea.
We got Will at
I walked by there.
289.
I've already had mine, so.
Matt, what?
Yeah, 477.
Matt's
I'm starting close to that.
Action
Noah's
on
correct.
roll.
Lance correct. Caden. Will. Can you hold the action real quick? Caden and Will. 383 and Will's good. Hold the action, Mikhail.
Hold.
There we go. We just want to make sure we got things up. Can you give us the action to this point?
Rome raised to 16 and fold up to Jacob. Jacob calls.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Fold from Wilt.
And now we're back. We'll show you the updated scoreboards in just a second. Lance will call out of the big blind with the Queen 9 offsuit, and Rome raising with the King Queen. Jacob with 4s as well.
Check from Lance.
As we see a check in the dark from Lance to a flop. That does come Queen high, Queen Deuce 8.
Check.
I was like,
It checks around. 7 on the turn. And Lance now think he probably has the best
Raise
hand.
20.
Comes out, bets 20,000.
Call.
Rome making the smooth call.
Yeah, just bad luck for Lance. He's running into a higher kicker.
And folding, and we see an ace of hearts in the row, not the 7 of diamonds.
Raise to 35.
Lance bets 35, and he's just going to be end up being a value owned here. I mean, it could be a favorable river, but again, Rome never folding there. And Rome with King Queen picking up a hot another, and it's a decent sized pot as well, 160,000 total. Lance down to 406. There's the pre-flop raising. Noah still widely the pre-flop raising leader.
fucking V to that. It's gotta be like 6. Like, it's gotta be.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently,
Not me?
That's what my dad
That's what I
said.
thought.
I had the highest aggression factor.
Wow. Not me? Wow.
You know, that's.
There's the stats again one more time. Verified Noah is at 758,000. Way in lead. Parker somehow. I think he's just, not been playing hands, lost a few pots. Parker, the season leader, 190,000 now down to just, or 190 points rather, now down to just 111,000.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up a lot of hands, and when he has, he's run into some things that are just much better than his. So I don't know if it's not because he's playing well. Speaking of hands, he picks up jacks under the gun.
He does pick up a hand here with jacks under the gun.
I'm all good.
And he's on about 25 or 30 big blinds here.
Raise the 10.
Yeah, I don't think, not time to rip it just yet, but if he has a flop that's favorable and someone donks into him, I think you could see an all in.
Caden with the sevens. This is going to be another interesting hand. And Noah
most
with
certainly
a very
will.
playable king 10 offsuit, and he is going to raise this
Raise
and
to
get
30?
into trouble.
And I think this is the opportunity Parker's waiting for. I think he'll decide to rip it.
That looks like it.
Oh my!
Oh,
God.
wow.
What in the world
Wow.
is going on here? We might see Parker get eliminated.
By Rome of who's. Yep, I think Parker's roaming. Yep, and there it is.
What?
He's going to run into
Give me that.
aces.
Did Rome just raise to what?
Raised to 60, re-raised.
All in.
All in from Parker. It's going to probably fold the Caden.
111?
111, that's what he said.
111 from Parker, total.
Go over to Caden now. Caden again, it's an all-in pot. 4-bet all-in. Sevens, you just, I understand you might want to go multi-way with it, but sevens generally are just not going to be quite good enough. I think he can make the laydown here, but he's obviously going into the tank on this one. I don't blame him. You never know what these two might be getting into. And again, Parker snap shoved. It might be interesting, and he's reaching for chips.
Well, it's not going to turn out well for him because I think Rome's going to re-raise.
And
wants
this
to
is
put Kane
crazy.
all in.
And Noah, of course, making the mistake by raising the king 10 offsuit on the dealer button. I wonder if he wondered, maybe he thought something was. But I mean, he does plays like this every once in a while. On the dealer button, it's not a bad combo to do that with. You're blocking some better hands, but he just ran into trucks. But will Caden cost himself some more? He will call.
Yep, and I think Rome is going to come in with the.
We're not flipping cards over. We are not flipping cards over.
Reshove.
Yep, and there's a reshove, and Caden I think is going to get out of the way pretty quickly.
So there's an all in from Rome, and now back to Caden.
No way you can make the call here.
Yeah, you just cannot do this.
It's a big mistake if he does.
He has to trust himself. The sevens are not good when it goes 4-bet, 5-bet shove, call, 6-bet shove. You are literally never good with sevens here. Sorry, as much as these players play aggressive, and as much as players can't bluff, this is not 2012.
And and I think what he's contemplating too, he does have both of them covered, so it would be a double elim if he does hit.
And he's tempted by this because he does this stuff, Jeffrey.
Should make the fold here. Sevens are not a good enough.
We have
to make this call.
Caden at 272.
250, that's what you had to put in now.
Oh, 250 to call. Got it. Okay.
Caden deep in there.
261 call.
He'd be practically donating chips to Rome.
Yeah, he would absolutely be donating chips to Rome in this scenario.
So 260 to call for you.
Yeah, I think Caden's gonna. Yep, good fold.
Well done, and the hands are going to be
Parker's
ripped
not
over.
gonna be happy.
Parker will not be happy.
Okay.
He said Jack.
As he gets up.
As he gets up, aces versus jacks. Parker
No suits are live either.
in trouble, needing a red jack to come up on this flop, or somehow to go out 4 to a straight.
I was never gonna let him hit in there.
Yeah, no.
Hold the deal.
Fuck.
Wow.
Jacks versus aces. Parker could be the first eliminated. Here is the flop. Again, the spades aren't live. This is a horrible flop for Parker.
Just need a jack and a jack on it.
Parker not loving himself. Don't deal the card yet, because we got to get the flop out there. There's 2 9s. There's the black 9s and a what?
2 9s and a 5.
What suit for the 5?
Spade.
Thank you very much.
It's time to beat, bro. Fuck.
stand up. I'm just hurt.
No, you need. Ready for the next card?
Yeah, you squeeze out. They just
Yep.
squeeze out a little bit.
Yep, turret card. 8 of diamonds.
Right.
2 red jacks for Parker. That is all that's left. A river card.
Pocket 7. Pocket 7? Yeah.
Last card?
Last card. Has to be a red jack. It's a king. It's not the type of face you want to see, and Parker is eliminated. Parker eliminated as he quickly gets off the set. And it's probably, yes, he comes literally right back here immediately. And Rome winning another huge pot. Parker the first eliminated, and he's sitting down taking the spot of Geoff. Parker, just take me through what happened there.
I mean, it's a pretty simple play there. I raised. I still have 27 bigs, so it's still a pretty simple open. And then, yeah, and then once Noah jams and then Rome calls, or Noah didn't jam, but he re-raised. It's a pretty obvious jam there. So I'm not too mad about how I got it in. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just ended up happening that way. Also, if you're curious, I don't know if he showed you, Caden had 7s there, and he made a huge mistake by calling. I mean, goes 4 bet and 5 bet. It's just too risky, and especially with the action still open. But that was interesting. Rome will be on the small, and Logan will be the big. It's going to...
Alec?
Yeah, the dealer button still shows on Lance.
So move to Rome, dead, big blind?
Was Rome small blind last time?
Rome was small blind last one? Yes.
Okay.
No, he was not.
He was not. I'm seeing Lance as the dealer button, and Rome is the small.
I was under the gun last time.
Okay, so
Yep.
Rome is small blind.
It is correct, and Logan will be the big.
Big blind dead?
Yeah, I don't really get.
No, big blind's Logan. It's good.
Big blind Logan.
Yeah, I don't really get a call with 7s there.
Yeah, the 7th. It's just you're just wasting chips there.
Yeah, I don't think I mind it. Calling the 10K with it, just maybe try and set mine. There's probably enough guys that are coming in that you can hit a cooler or something. But once Noah raises and I jam, it's a pretty simple fold.
Well, I mean, overall, besides that, I mean, I know it's obviously disappointing to get out first, but what are your thoughts and feelings about what's happened so far, and who you think might win?
Man, it's tough. A lot of people are playing really good right now. Well, I don't know how they've been playing because I obviously haven't been seeing, but.
Well, now you get to, and Caden won't raise a 7 deuce, but I mean, the play's been interesting. I think people have been probably playing their raises if they have value hands a little too much. They're raising too much on flops, I would say, without a doubt, as it does get over Lance.
I think Matt's playing pretty well. Jacob, I think, is also playing pretty well. I don't know. I was talking with some of the guys that were watching the stream, and apparently Caden and Rome have made some very questionable plays. But that's not really shocking from Rome pre-flop. He makes a lot of questionable calls and limps. So, yeah.
Yeah, understandable. And this is a
Raise
flop
15?
set. It's going to be a bet of 15,000 from Jacob. And,
I think this is a pretty simple fold for Logan.
Yeah, he might be.
He might call the flop.
Nope.
Oh.
Let's go. Jacob, unfortunately, with the top set, and I understand why you have to bet there, but takes it down. Jacob sitting at 500,000 about. And Parker, this time for you, you'll be able to see some stats that I put up here on the screen. So there's the stacks, but VPIP, I think you're going to be interested in this. Rome, 63% of the time,
doesn't surprise
voluntary
me at all.
putting in pot through 23 hands, or 22 hands. Will, now down 18%. Of course, you were the lowest on total pool pretty much in the PFR column.
I wasn't picking up very many hands.
Nah, I think it's fair, and Noah was picking up a lot more hands. Overall, I haven't seen anything crazy. In terms of a few interesting opens, I would say. I'm sure Geoff would agree. But no, I mean, and that's how it goes sometimes. It's happened to all of us. It's happened to the best. They come in, can't pick up hands. You lose the 1 or 2 pots that are critical, and it just doesn't work out for you. And that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I ran well all year.
Yeah, 190 points. You played an immaculate year, without a doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, it happens. It's just some run bad. It's just some variance, and
Such a strong win.
that's how it goes. It's poker.
How it goes, I'm sure you will be providing your commentary skills, maybe for a little bit, as I might go to the break desk for the second hour. Some crazy hands that we'll have to talk about, and it's Will.
Fours here. Actually fold, but
That'll raise to 10.
find to open it. Probably fold. Actually, what spot's he in?
Will's under the gun +1.
Yeah.
10.
Rome. You know he can't fold the 5-3.
Fold. Oh,
no.
did he
Lance,
raise?
Yeah, Lance won a huge pot with that early.
Oh,
Call.
okay,
Three-way.
I see. Here's why this confuses. What's this Queen 7 of clubs?
I don't know, but they're suited hands. Flop, it goes very quickly, and it comes 6-5 ace, 5-3 with the pair.
Just 5-3, just out flopping everyone with bottom pair.
Yep, pretty much. 52%. Looks like Logan was actually out of this pot.
Okay, that's a little bit worse.
Raise to 13.
Now, Will come out at bet 13,000, which is,
Interesting.
I mean, I think he's just trying to get protection,
Cool.
and sort of range betting. I think it makes sense, but Rome's not going anywhere. But I guess it makes sense because it's an ace-high board. You want to be betting most of your ace-high boards, especially raising early.
Well, Rome 3-bet though, so he's gonna have all the better aces in his range.
Now, Rome just called.
Oh, Rome
for
just
the
called.
limit.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought I saw a raise. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Now, slowing down on the turn, and Rome, of course,
Is just gonna bluff
just not
here.
going to slow down. He's kind of value betting, basically.
Is it a value bet though? Because what are you getting?
I understand, but Parker, you know the way he plays, I think it looks basically like a value bet there. Because, you have somebody that just checked with a much better range to you, and Rome is just like, nope, I must have the best hand. That's, I don't know. I wouldn't call it a bluff. I feel like it's like a weird middling hand value. I don't know what to call it, Parker.
Don't know if I'd agree with that. There's definitely aces that Will should be have that.
No, I'm saying
should be
it's
checking
not.
back.
It's not good. I'm not saying that it's a good value bet, or
Okay,
you think you
okay.
should think that's value.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that that's probably what he was going with.
I'm
But
guessing
I don't
that's
know.
better, that's better.
You're asking me a commentary. Look, I've done a lot of commentating over my 7 years of being in sports broadcasting, and I can't explain everything. And Rome is a character that I certainly cannot explain everything that he does. He just does it, and he just doesn't care.
He's gonna ruin
As we go on to
everything
hand
right now.
24.
Phone commentating.
He's gonna outlike to hear them.
I'll have to watch the whole stream muted now. This stream is just to the turn.
Action on you, Will.
Will.
Huh? No, like when this comes out tomorrow, I'll be watching it like
Let's
muted.
go.
I want to hear Parker.
What did he say about me? See you later.
Oh, go out and ask him.
See you later or something. Okay. That's fine.
I mean, the first seed being out, the first is definitely a good thing to the rest of the table. Dangerous player is out of play, as Logan will just call. And
It's funny because we just played a cash game and I used up all of my run good on it.
Yeah.
he did use up all his run
I
good.
used up all of it.
And we do see what I would say is the first limp pot of the entire tournament. And it comes 10, 7, 8. And an open ender here, and
Jacob's
top
loving
kicker.
life here.
And Logan is not feeling too bad. He can hit a 9 and have some spades.
You can hit a 9. Yeah.
It does check around. Turn card. Is that Jack?
The jack.
So top pair for Logan, and the open ender coming home for Jacob. Matt is just hanging out, and he's going to hang out and bet because
Raise to 12.
this is a terrible time to do it. He's just trying to get a bluff through, but this is not going to work.
Oh, it's Matt that's raising.
Re-raise to 30.
Here.
Yep,
Okay.
Matt is just trying it with 6 high.
Okay, well the good news for Matt is that this is now a really
No,
easy
that's
fold.
Carlo.
And this is why you pick
It's
these bad
actually
hands.
unfortunate for Jacob because he was probably getting a call from Logan potentially, but because that happened, that's what happened. Now, does Matt think that he can? I think he's just Hollywoodding a little
he's
bit
done.
here.
Yeah,
he's done with the hand. Yep, he's done with the hand.
And that's why you pick those hands to do that with. I mean, It's a really bad hand.
Call those zero equity bluffs.
Exactly, that is.
Those poker degenerates, poker pros out there love their zero equity bluffs.
You get a call, you can just fold. I mean, it's pretty easy.
Again, as you saw on the screen there, Rome and Noah, top of the board in aggression. And Mikhail, it's time to raise the blinds. It's 4:30. Make it 3-6.
Alrighty, blinds are 3-6 now.
8 people remaining. Only one wins the UNL Poker Grand Championship gold bracelet for Season 7. Our 25th hand coming up with Caden under the gun.
Any early predictions, Alec?
I mean, I don't know. It's been so all over the place. I mean, Noah with a pretty good spot. You know, things go one way, and, you know, Logan could handle the chips, and I would say Logan is a good favorite. But, you know, I think the field is still a little too wide open to pick anybody right now. I think I need to see a little bit more. We've only been through 25 hands. I definitely want to see some more from everybody and some more interesting spots. There's been a few coolers, and they play out as they do, but nothing where I think we've been able to really see the real skill, not necessarily skill, but just, you know, the acumen, the grit in these tough moments.
Call.
No one who?
Noah and Lance has tapped this prediction. I don't think that's a terrible prediction.
Raised 18.
Yeah, I like Matt. I think Matt might bring this home if he can keep running well.
Logan with another hand.
Logan calls.
Oh, I like a 3-bet there.
Yeah, I think I do as well. We also see a complete here from Jacob with ace-8 of hearts. It's a fair complete, and Will out of the way. And Caden back under the gun.
Call.
Of course, buying his position pre-flop with the mystery hand.
Super easy call for Noah. Just trying to hit a set.
Does come ace-high, ace-deuce, 10.
Very good flop for King Jack suited.
King Jack suited with the royal draw and a you know, top pair middle kicker.
Will we see a royal here, Alec? Gosh, that would be
I don't
so
know.
35.
We will see a bet from Caden for 35,000, and Noah will be getting out of the way.
Very easy spot for Noah just to fold here now.
I don't know. Maybe we see a roll. Let's be the
That should be so fun.
a poker club first in club. We have not seen it literally, physically in person, and Logan deserves the run good.
35.
Now back over to Jacob with the ace-8,
Call.
and he will make the call.
Scary,
We are
scary
multi-way.
here for ace.
Yeah, it's
for
not.
ace-8
You're not
here.
comfortable even when, you know, another card comes off. It's the king of clubs.
Interesting.
Check.
Interesting, and yeah, Jacob doesn't like that card. That's not great.
And what's
Caden-
sad here is that if the queen of spades does come on the river, depending on what Caden has, it'll probably just get folded.
Caden at 219,000, 183 in the middle. I think he's trying to figure out how he's getting to the river, depending on what he has. Not sure if he's going to be betting here or not.
I think he could have. I think he has some more sort of.
I think I would be,
ace.
yeah, I lean that he's probably betting here because I don't really see a lot of give-ups from Caden most of the time with his value. Landito, Noah winning right now with this over 700,000 in chips. Yeah, that's a good note. 3.6 million in
All in.
play.
All in
Logan.
from Logan.
So it goes
Wow.
check, all in.
I actually don't mind this at all.
And Logan,
What are you
again,
gonna do with ace-8 here?
Logan for just 96,000, and that it makes complete sense. He has a pair. He has the nut flush draw, the royal draw. It makes complete sense. Jacob is going to have to get out of the way.
I really like a fold from Jacob
86?
here. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. to call.
86K.
So they have Logan at 86K. We have him at 96, and of course we correct the stacks every hour. Hey, what's up? Old alumni Derek in to watch. There, they got the room over there. You can go chill out in that room if you got some time. Good to see you. Derek giving the stream a big thumbs up. That's the initial review. That's what we love to see. Jacob is unnecessarily tanking here. Now I understand you have top pair, but
This is a pretty simple.
this is a pretty simple fold. What you're just praying that you're good, and you still have somebody
I
behind.
mean, what are you beating here? I mean,
And then
I guess
you know
a flush draw,
Caden could be
but
committed. you know, I just don't see a. He does make the call, and I don't like it at all. But now it's over to Caden.
Oh boy.
And Caden can still reopen the
He
action.
doesn't know what to do with like ace nine. This is why you don't lead these random pots. Your top pair just becomes a middling hand by the turn when you're leading in like this.
There's a legitimate chance that Jacob called with a worse hand than Caden does, and Caden will fold
there's
the
a
best,
chance.
best hand.
There's a chance Caden has like ace nine here. I really could see him having ace nine.
I don't think he's waiting this long to call with ace 10. Maybe ace jack, but even then, like, I don't think that's true.
Maybe queen nine of spades. I could see him having queen nine of spades. Maybe.
We could see our second elimination of the Grand Championship for season 7.
I want to see that queen of spades so bad.
I said if you did hit it and you come back next season, you get 10 points. I'll allow it if I see it, because I really didn't think I was going to see it, and we might see it. Now we might see Caden call or raise. All in.
Behind, but
Live to fight another day, Caden.
no, but I'm not.
Oh, I don't like the table talk from Rome there.
I want to hear what he's saying here. He does say he'll fold, and we're going to flip the hands over.
Jacob has the winner.
He definitely had a better hand.
Yeah, he definitely.
He had ace 9. We had it exactly right. There was no way. It just made more sense that. I mean, I think the situation here.
Like I said, ace 9.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, but when you're in a middling spot, it's tough to call.
I figured one of you had a
Absolutely, putting the hands out. Logan with a ton of outs, 39%. Any spade, a king, a jack, also a queen.
Yep.
I don't have the outs up there, but trust me, there are a lot of them. Logan's standing up, and he needs this to come through. The queen of spades is what we all want to see.
Come on, queen of spades.
Mikhail, deal the river card.
Manifest that shit.
3 of clubs, that's not it. An unfortunate ending for Logan, who ended up having a straight get run into a rivered full house. For Logan, the night is over, and the championship journey is over in 7th place.
You gotta call him, man. I better call him.
I'll try.
Because he knew you was gonna fold.
Unfortunate, you have the royal draw, you have the absolute world, 39% against top pair. And Jacob, despite the tough spot, got a better hand to fold with the call and held out. I mean, is it necessarily the best play overarchingly? No, but the result is still the result. Jacob winning the pot now at 742,000 and in the official lead of the 7th Grand Championship here of UNL Poker.
Wow.
I almost bet 80 before he stopped.
If you didn't check and you bet, I would have folded. Because I know like, my AC probably beat.
And I think we'll have Logan come in and
I knew my
talk shop with us about his event today.
He's probably not calling that. It was basically heads up at that point.
Yeah.
I think the odds were like 59 something.
Really?
Yes, it was 69-31.
69-31.
I believe. It was a lot of odds, a lot of outs there for
Because of so many outs he had.
as Logan will put on the headset.
It was a good all-in for his stack size.
Yeah, it's always fun to
Logan, I mean, brutal day from the beginning here, but I understand that King Jackie had the royal draw. There's no way you can not go with it. Just tell me about what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, probably should have went all in on the flop, but I mean, I thought I might as well gamble on the turn. I had quite a few outs, so.
Yep, understandable. Of course, just a brutal, as everybody saw on the stream earlier. The straight versus set. I mean, and Noah almost thought about folding that set. I think he was really
I'm surprised he
thinking
didn't. I mean, bottom set.
Bottom set,
I
don't know. Even then, it's just too strong. The board wasn't that connected. You're only losing to 5-4, which is what you had. But there wasn't and some other sets potentially. But is that a raise to 16? I think it was.
Yeah, you got one fold out of me, Lance.
Oh no, I was talking about.
But yeah, I mean that's interesting. Now Matt here with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
But
yeah, it's just one of those things, just like Parker did. You have things not go the right way, and there's not much you can do about it.
I mean, that's poker, so it is what it is.
Is what it is.
Re-raised to 40.
pick. Yeah, a pick right now. We got 7 left. What horse are you picking? As we have a huge hand on the docket here.
I think I'm gonna rock with Noah. I gave him way too many chips for him to lose.
Yeah, I think Noah with so many chips, I think it makes complete sense.
Noah or Matt? I mean, those are the 2 chip leaders right now. Both playing pretty good.
So heads up, Ace Queen versus Jacks. It comes out King King 4. Are we heads up, right?
Yes.
It's on Matt.
Actually, it's on that.
We've seen a lot of big hands here as well. I mean, just behind here, the interesting, the Aces versus Jacks. That was a cooler, and you know, again, bit of a mistake ended up making by Caden. He actually averted, well, not necessarily averted disaster because he had the better Ace-9. We actually all called it. It's like, what hand does he have here that is not calling? That has it's got to be an ace, you know. Jacob here on the turn, betting 55,000 with his Jacks. Ace Queen is in a pretty ugly spot. You know, against the 3-bet, you're just not loving yourself. You still may have to call and defend every once in a while, but I don't blame him if he folds here.
You want to mark this one in the screen too?
And it is a fold. And Jacob will take down the pot. There's the cumulative winnings, 407,000. Jacob is up. Caden right now still surviving, but has the least amount of chips among the group.
That's likely, because I folded the king.
You asked me who I thought was going to win. Who do you have right now?
I mean, I kind of, you know, we took the extra time. I mean, you know, Jacob has been running pretty well. I think I'll still stick it to Matt. I mean, I think Matt has a really workable chip stack. Lance is certainly not out of it. He still has plenty of chips in front of him. You know, I think I'll stick with Matt or Lance. You know, I think the skill will prevail. And I think those two know how to navigate the situation. Matt has obviously shown himself to be able to play a lot of tournament or two and survive. You know, and of course Lance is just a veteran, and you got to trust the veteran instinct in these spots. He's had a lot of veteran instinct, even from season 1 where he folded sets twice and was right both times. Now, was it necessarily the right play all the time? I don't know. But, I mean, they were right, and it was incredible. And it is Lance under the gun who picks up the fake aces, pocket 4s. Yeah, I think I got to roll with the experience here. He does make the fold under the gun, which I think that's actually fair because 4s are not going to fare well out of position. I wouldn't call those in an opening range. And
20K.
Rome, of course, we don't know what his opening range is. Even seeing his cards, I couldn't tell you what his opening range is. Jacob will call with the Ducks. And it gets to Noah in the big with the Brent Bartels, 10-5 of spades. And let's go. So we're sweating with Jacob with deuces. I mean, it's very hard to know what Rome has at any point in time. 5, 7, 6. He probably just smoked his board, honest to God. And it is on him, and he is coming out with a bet.
Raise to 20.
Gonna fire again for 20, and Jacob snaps him off with the deuces. Not a believer. Queen of clubs on the turn. How far can you call down, though, is the question. And you know Rome is going to keep coming. Much though.
40.
2 big stacks going at it here. Probably, I think this is first and third place.
Jacob's on
and
first
Jacob is just straight up not a believer. 3 of diamonds on the river. I don't know if he was thinking that something was going to come. Lance with the 4s never gets to the river, but he would have had a straight.
100.
And Rome comes out betting 100. Is Jacob just a straight up not believer? He says it.
Let me see a call one time. That'd be so sick.
He wants the highlight moment, folks. He wants to be able to catch a run bluff. I did in season 5. Felt pretty good about it. And there's some stuff that missed here. I mean, there's some ace-8. I mean, Jacob is like the bottom of bluff catchers here, but there are things that missed. You know, 4 is the only thing that really got there. but, you know, there are value that you're also losing to. This would be a dig of a call.
Jacob hasn't gotten in a lot of crazy pots tonight. I don't know if he...
You've been giving a lot of chips to Rome as well.
Yeah.
He does finally let go and release the hand. I think it's smart, even if we don't see what Rome ended up having. I think that's just the move. It's just too bad. There's going to be a better spot. You're going to have a better chance to call off than Rome. Now taking the lead after facing Jacob. It was number 1 and number 2 there. Well done, Rome.
Part of me was like, fuck it, whatever. A part of me was like, just call it.
Oh no, they
So Logan, at least one last question. I know, you know, if you need to go, that's totally fine. But you know, just really quick, just give us your thoughts and feelings about the semester as a whole and your experience here at UNL.
They're not even talking about
I mean,
it.
it's so much fun just playing every Thursday night. Just, I mean, I've kind of figured out I'm terrible at cash. I can't do cash.
So am I. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of was hoping I'd do okay in this tournament here, but you know, it's poker.
It's poker.
That's, you never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Make all the right moves.
I know it's like,
lose, but
yeah.
I did not make all the right moves. Let's make that very clear. But
All right. Well, you know, you did enough to get here, and we appreciate the time, Logan.
yeah, thank you for having
Take
the club and
care.
everything.
Yep,
Appreciate it.
absolutely. Hit on another hand 28, and Jeffrey back in the broadcast spot. 7 players remaining.
Poker. Not gonna be a good card, but you're gonna call something.
And we see Matt with King Jack. Welcome back, Jeff.
Yeah, good to be back. Had some good hands. First 20 hands were pretty action-packed. Slowed down a little bit, but I mean, we had another elim. So I'd say things are going pretty well, Alec.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going very well. As we see a limp here from Matt with the King Jack. I don't love the limp. That's an easy raise.
No, that's a raisy daisy if I ever saw one.
Yep.
As much as I dislike King Jack, to make it suited, you gotta raise it.
Oh yeah, no, it's a very strong hand. As much as people, you know, dog on it, it's especially suited, it's gonna be very strong. 7-7-6. This flop connects with absolutely nobody, and I believe this is going to be who wants to bet first.
Open fold. Better minutes, let's see what you
It's on Noah. Did Noah open fold?
No, Noah checked.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Lance open folded.
Lance open fold.
Ah, Lance open fold. That makes sense. That is
Stick
the one that
around.
makes sense. Lance just open folding said that's no good. 8 of spades also doesn't make a difference. Jacob picking up the backdoor flush draw.
Yep, expect a lead from him. And I think Matt, depending on the price here, I think Matt
50, Jacob.
Yeah. I mean, I think both guys stick around. Noah, an open-ender.
Jacob betting 15.
No calls.
Yeah, and I think, Matt, I think you stick around. You have 2 overs.
Back over to Matt. He has 2 overs, but it is 2 players. He had a bet and a call. You know, you might just want to let it go. King high, you know.
I don't see any choice a bad one here.
Yeah, no, I don't think either choice is bad. Well, and there
Stake
is a
is-
third option. There
yeah,
is
it
a
could
third
be.
option, Jeffrey, and it's to raise as a bluff. He cut out. Did you see that? He cut out the chips to raise like 45.
Hey, we do that. I've done that a few times, you know, poker.
I've seen it. River card is the 9, and
there's
Noah
straight.
spikes the river with the straight. Again, does he get called by anybody? No, but I think Noah would actually be benefited to check.
Yep. Want someone else to take a stab.
Raised to 40 by Jacob.
And he does get 40,000 out of Jacob, who has just jack high.
Yep. And Matt should get out of the way.
Yep, Matt with the king high will get out of the way.
And Noah will
Well
have to
done by
stand.
Noah. That's a great check to induce the bluff. Well done to induce the bluff.
I folded a 5-2.
Part of it could have been he might have been afraid someone else might have had a straight. Maybe that's why he checked as well. But good, it induced a bet. And he takes advantage of Noah building that stack.
Open fold a 5.
It's 4:50 Central Time, 5:50 on the East, 2:50 on the West Coast. We thank you so much for joining us here at the top, near the top of the hour. Ben Lou saying the dealer needs to watch the cards. That's Mikhail. That was just what somebody else said. Oh, there he goes. Look at that. He does a little. All right, he's doing it. Twitch suggested that. I'm not saying I was telling you to do that. Just Twitch said that. Make sure you put some, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, put some in the chat. We will definitely interact with you on stream.
Where are you watching from? Tell
us where you're watching from. Give us a hello. Got at least 24 of us staying in here. We appreciate you sticking around.
I figured maybe you have like a 6, maybe a 7.
Look at that. This is the spin cycle right now. This is what you wanted, Ben. We gave it to you.
When's next break?
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I feel like things are moving well along, Alec. We got 2 eliminations, both on one side of the table as well. Something unique there, but we've had plenty of storylines so far.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, plenty of storylines. You know, just the craziness and the number 1 seed getting eliminated right away in Parker. It was an unfortunate end for him.
Button correct.
And good for Noah to be building a stack here. He had to cash on the last night to be in. He wasn't even projected to be in at the start of the last week of the season, and he finished, I think, 5th or around that mark in the Stage 3 tournament to lock up his spot. He's taking advantage of that now. Again, that's what's so good about our format. It allows, it goes down to the wire. We had the last person sneak in by 1 point this year. Tells you how close it was.
Is that a call or a raise, Mikkel?
Raised 15 by Matt.
So,
now he decides to raise with King Jack.
Now he decides to raise the offsuit King Jack, which I just find to be very interesting.
Must have learned his lesson, I guess.
Call.
Caden and Noah both calling, and now it gets over to Lance.
Lance calls.
Ace 10, he'll make the call as well. And Rome, hell, 10-5, nope, he does let that one go.
Glad to see that fold.
I love how we're just like, oh my god, thank goodness Rome finally folded a hand, you know. He actually
Lance in
found
the
some
dark.
goddamn discipline. Lance checks in the dark on 9-8-5.
Well, good board for Caden.
But as you were saying, yeah, I mean, Noah had to get in right there on the last night, and you know, that sort of thing, that perseverance. I mean, we've created a great format. It's a 12-week format. It's separated into 4 weeks per stage and 3 stages. The first 3 weeks we play a cash game style, where you know you basically you buy it for the same amount of chips and you get a rebuy, and then the 4th week is for double points, and that's a regular tournament style, and we play across 12 weeks and keep track of all the points in a leaderboard, and the top 9 for the semester show up at the final table, streamed like you're seeing right now. And I think Caden is fumbling and stumbling, and I think I'm trying to figure out whether or not he wants to bet here.
I think you gotta bet. Especially if it checks to you, need to get some of those ace X's out, which a lot of these guys have. Lance
Raised
has.
to 35.
Yep.
Peter M says, "Let's raise the blinds." We got life lead. We will. After the break, we're gonna pop it up again. No worries about that.
We're aggressive enough that sometimes it doesn't make a difference.
I think he just came in at a slow time, Peter, because it was popping.
Yep. We've already had 2 elims through a couple of hours.
So we see a bet of 35 from Caden.
You shouldn't.
I know I should.
Just once.
Even though she's treated me nicely, right?
So it's a she, huh?
Yeah.
Lance, you do have a chip underneath it.
You have
You have a purple chip under the cushion.
I'll take it. Good luck.
Yeah,
Good
Lance.
lord.
Down to 367K.
Oh, yeah. 55.
I think I could see a float by Matt. He's got backdoor diamonds, 2 overs. And it's Caden. He has a pretty loose range as well.
It is also Caden, yes. Nope.
I don't blame the fold either.
Shoulder bluff.
Wasn't a bluff, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. I would actually have a TL just one night be watching this stream.
I have some duckies again, but no sets this time.
The last hand before break time. As we head to a quick intermission,
Yeah.
Jeffrey and I will discuss some of the things we found interesting from those first 2 hours at the desk.
It has worked so far.
Maybe we'll get joined by somebody. I don't know. Maybe we'll rope somebody in to
Let's bring
join the
how
conversation.
about we bring the chip leader, Noah?
Yeah, we can bring Noah in. I think think that would be a good idea. We'll bring Noah in. You'll get a chance to talk to Noah a little more. As a replacement to our break, we'll have a quick couple-minute break and send it over to the break desk. This is the part of the Grand Championship, Jeff, where it starts to, you know, maybe the fatigue starts to set in a little bit, and you know, you have to get focused back up. You know, we've been on a little bit of a slow stretch here, but
Yep, this last hour hasn't been exciting as the last one. That was an exciting opening hour.
yeah, hard to top that.
Yep.
Strong then.
Will with the king queen offsuit. Somebody I've wanted to see raise a little bit here. I think he's been not as aggressive, or maybe just hasn't picked up hands really, but I think we're going to see Will get into this with a raise.
Raise to 15.
I just can't tell them Bill takes a moment just to decide should I raise it, should I just call it. 15.
Fold all the way to Matt.
Now the ace deuce offsuit, that's also pretty trash. When he is in the big blind, you might think about taking a try from it, but with the call, you will make the call. Don't love it.
3 ways.
Don't love the ace deuce off multi-way out of position. That is a combination for absolute disaster unless it comes a deuce deuce, and it does not. It comes
pair.
a king. He does have a gutter though. Actually, it's not a terrible flop for ace deuce. Right down the line here, all three of the 4, 5, 6 on your screen right now. Matt to your left, Jacob in the middle, Will to your right. It goes check check over to the initial pre-flop raiser. This is an interesting spot. I could understand, you know, I think you could mix in betting and checking. I mean, you probably want to bet with the 5-4, maybe connecting a little more to the big blinds range.
Yep.
Raise to 20.
Yep. I think it's perfectly normal to bet here. You're gonna have a lot of suit connectors, 6, 7 suited, 7, 8 suited. It's gonna make those calls.
I mean, this is probably the bottom of what Matt should be calling because he has the gutter. It's more of just like, I'll give it a try. The implied odds might tell me I might hit something.
Yep, I think it's a hit an ace or deuce or full here. And yep, I expect another bet and a full.
10 clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything.
Chicken walking.
Oh, okay. What do they have right now?
Will, considering his options, probably just try to pick a sizing. I'd say somewhere in the 40 to 50K mark is not a bad idea. You know, I wouldn't say, maybe not even that. That maybe feels a little too big into 88.
Maybe like 35.
Yeah, something just enticing.
Well, he goes 15,
Goes
so
50.
Raise 50.
a little over half pot.
Thinking that there might be some draws that want to get involved. Here he is cutting out his chips again. Now, last time he did this, he decided to just call instead of raise. Might just be doing that as sort of the twitch that everybody does.
Well, he wants to chase.
He does want to chase. River card. Oh my god, he hit it.
Wow.
He hit it. What a chaser.
And Will got less than pot.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, could we see another elim here?
We might, Jeffrey. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Great check from Will. That is brutal. That is an unfortunate ending for Will, but I mean, Matt, he could have. I think that check from Will saves him the tournament. I think he just knew something was up with that 3 on the river. And he was absolutely right. Great check. Nasty river. Matt picking up the pot.
If you had gone one,
Yeah, what a hand to end. Another hour.
Another hour, and there's the VPIP stats. We're taking a quick break, and we'll see you at the break desk to talk about the first 2 hours and head into more. The UNL Poker Grand Championship. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. Thank you for sticking with us. Just a quick look at some of the stats here before we send it over to the desk. There's the stacks one more time. Noah, 777,000. Rome at 739. Jacob, 651. Matt, 603. Lance at 367. Caden, 261. Will at 172,000. Here's the VPIP. Jacob, the most active now at 63%, and Will, the least active at 20%. The PFR. Aggression frequency. And the went to showdown. This one, it doesn't really matter too much. We haven't played enough hands. 31% of hands. Brady. As we pull up the
Get a good wash while we wait.
mics. And Geoff gets ready as we reflect. Again, what a crazy first 2 hours as things went. Making sure both the receiver on. Don't think I can hear Geoff. I'll go do a little switch around. You might see, you're going to see behind the scenes, folks. A little behind the scenes of what's going on. I'll be right back.
Yep. Not for just time today. Alright, there you go. Should be good. I'll let you know if you're back here. Alright, once you're done, send it back and we'll start. Yep. Alright, get back in, everybody. I'm working on finishing things out there.
Sorry, folks, the little bit of interference there.
Testing 1, 2. I can hear myself.
Yep, go ahead, Jeffrey.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to UNL Grand Championship Season 7. We are at intermission break after the first couple hours. It has been highly entertaining. The first two victims of this Grand Championship, first going to Parker, the #1 seed, and then Logan shortly after. We're down to our final 7 in Season 7 of the UNL Grand Championship. And joining me on stage at the break desk with the bracelet right in the middle, something Noah Hadley is chasing, and Noah, right now you are in the chip lead, of course, with that big hand against Logan, rivering a full house over his made straight. Take me through the hand, because it took you a while to make that all-in move on the turn, and obviously it was, I think, the right move, and you ultimately got the full house on the river. Take me through the hand and your perspective.
Yeah, so when the flop came out, I thought I was good for the most part. I was first to act, or Caden checked it to me and I acted, and I bet 35K. I figured maybe get 1 or 2 callers, maybe someone with top pair or something. And then when he let out with another 100K, I was like, okay, maybe overs is what I was thinking, probably jacks, queens, kings, something like that. So I called. And then I was really worried about maybe another better set. Threes or sixes was kind of like the hands I was thinking were beating me. I didn't even take into account the straight. And so on the turn, I checked it over to him, and he let out for another 150K, which was about half my stack. And at that point, it's either fold or go all in. And so I'm like, it's really tough to fold a set in that spot. So I went through it a couple times. I'm like, probably doesn't have sixes, probably doesn't have threes. Maybe had 2 overs, maybe had over pair, something like that. And so ultimately, I just went down to it. I just was like, I'm probably ahead, and at least I have outs. And so I fired. Then when he flipped over the straight, I was like, oh, I'm pretty in a bad spot. And so I just needed the board to pair, and I just got lucky, and it came. Logan's really good player. He played that probably about as good as he could, and I sucked out on him. Mad respect to Logan. Very good player.
Yeah, and it was really hard to know your spot, too, because that was a hand where Logan did initially raise to 16,000. Then he had about 4 other callers, including yourself. So really, with no 3-bet, you didn't know what kind of spot you were in. I mean, is that why you're kind of trying to think of hands that were better? Because, I mean, you just raise under the gun, 16 carry, standard raise, and everyone else called.
Right. I'm like, okay, he was the initial raiser, so I'm like, I was really hoping he had like ace-6. Ace-6 suited was kind of my ideal hand for him to have. And I would never have put him on 5-4, especially since he opened with, he opened the hand with, a decent sized raise. And so I'm not going to put him on, a weak hand like 5-4. And so I'm just like, again, just went through the thought process. I'm like, maybe overs, maybe top pair. Maybe he's just trying to play really aggressive. And he had a couple hands earlier where he played like that also, just extremely aggressive with an over pair. And so that's kind of what I was thinking.
Well, you win the big hand, and now you are the chip leader as you try to become the Season 7 champion. What's key for you here as you continue your run for the bracelet?
I think now I just need to play tight. I was pushing a few bluffs through earlier, got called on a few of them by Rome, particularly. I let out, and he re-raised me, and I had to fold because I had garbage. And so I think I'm just going to play as tight as I can, only playing smart hands, two good cards is what I need.
Well, Rome is your main adversary right now. He only has about 40,000 chips, less than you know. Well, thank you so much for taking the time here at the break desk. If things go right for you, maybe you'll be here right at the end when we present the bracelet right at the end for the Grand Champions. So good luck the rest of the way, Noah.
All right, thank you.
And we'll send it back to Alec Rome as we will get back rolling for the Season 7 Grand Championship.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Yes, Noah, going to go ahead and sit back down as they figured things out. Also ordering pizza, of course, folks. We're fun. We like to have pizza. And again, we take one more look at the intermission at the stack sizes. Noah, the chip leader, on his way potentially to a gold bracelet here in Season 7. Again, it's anybody's game. Lance is still around. Will needs to get things going as we get to blinds of 4 and 8K now. And yes, the people in the chat, they were like, can we please get this moving? Yes, we will get it moving. We will up the blinds steadily enough. But thank you for your concern. As we do get back underway with another hand. Turn it back. As Rome has put on his clown nose. Honestly, with the way he's been playing and what he's been calling and opening with, I thought he still had it on before. But he just happened to put it on now. It's on a Will. Oh my goodness. And Will lets it go. Sorry, I just love to roast Rome sometimes. It's a great pastime. It's on Caden, and Caden needs to get off his phone. There he goes. And our chip leader, Noah. Oh, thought about raising and lets it go. Gets over to Lance. 10-9 offsuit.
Raise the 20.
And he will open this one from the cutoff. I think it makes plenty of sense.
I could. Okay. He could see it. If you would have called, I would have bet.
And it is a fold around here. Simple hand. Nobody had anything.
Show the walk at least.
That's not a walk. So I won't throw.
4-8.
Alec Rome, Geoff Exstrom joining me back in the booth, and you just saw at the break desk. Tap the link in producing tonight. Woot woot. Thank you for your production help and assistance. And thanks to everybody who's been watching. A lot of people out there. My mom. Hello, Mom. Love ya. And a lot of different people out there. We've seen some UNL alumni in the chat. Jordan, good to see you.
Alex Mom's watching, guys.
Hi, Alex Mom.
Rome waving to the cameras.
This is the
Yeah.
I'm sure it's the better shot to get the whole family.
As we play another hand.
Yeah.
Well, what's the primary camera? Ask him.
Yep, just under my name. So.
Everything's the primary camera.
And it's on Caden out of the gun.
Doing all the flipping.
Sure, we'll be letting go of this hand.
Now we know the queen's gone.
I've got reference to some real good shots with that camera just right into my soul. I'm in the deepest of tanks.
Raise 20 by Rome.
Raise to 20,000
Oh, really?
by Rome.
No, I just feel like it's coming right now.
As Will makes the call, and we got a flop as Connor Harridge, officer and future vice president for UNL Poker Club. Connor, welcome to the show, to the stream.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Definitely been an interesting day so far. A lot of big hands, a lot of big pots. Obviously, the one that comes to mind was the one with Noah. But so far, looking at this flop,
Actually, before Mikhail, what happened on the flop? Was it check, check?
Check, check.
Then what-
Raise 15.
By Will?
Fold. Takes it.
Is that really? Hey, I gave it to you. My pleasure.
No, he's got a showdown. At least one.
Yeah,
No, it's the first one I've
There we go. See in the pre-flop raise, Rope, Jacob, and Noah doing the vast majority, evened up a little bit. You see Matt and Caden taking a back seat. Part of that has to do just not a lot of cards, and others just not as aggressive.
yep. Definitely a lot of different play styles here also. And you get able to see on full display, which definitely makes it very interesting.
Will, the low stack at the moment, 196,000.
Yeah, I've been dropping down.
Leaves himself about 22 bigs.
4.
A little more than that. But under 30 bigs as we get going on hand number 33.
My aggression has gone down. I'm folding way too much.
And we'll be under the gun.
That's gonna change.
Yeah,
That's gonna change. That'll change for this hand.
Check 3 off, folds it away.
2K, yeah, that's a good limp. Strongest of the ranges.
And Rome, of course, wearing the clown nose.
That's all.
But he has a decent hand. He calls with Jack 9 suited.
A lot of limping today also. That is something that I've noticed.
Well, that limp's not going to hold very long. Actually, Matt just flats.
Interesting.
Oh, looks like we had the mic go out. Can we hold up action, Mikhail? If you can hear us, can we hold up action?
Okay. Just a quick pause here. We're trying to get some technical things figured out. It shouldn't take too long. We're trying to make sure that the communications with the dealer are working soundly. Interesting decision on the flat by Matt. I would have liked a 3-bet there, especially ace-10 suited in the cutoff. You're going to have not the dealer's most likely going to fold. Rome could very easily call there, and then you're going to be a little bit more aggressive and have the pre-flop betting lead. I would have opted for a raise there, but a call will do just fine. Parker, welcome back.
Quit making fun of our players here, Connor. Come on. No one likes a bully. Okay, what's going on here?
We are waiting for the go-ahead from Mikhail. There's some mic difficulties here, but so far, Rome flatted, Matt flatted behind, which I thought was a little bit interesting. Ace-10 suited in the cutoff.
I like a 3-bet.
That's what I was just talking about. Jacob here is on the decision. I'm assuming this is a fold.
Are the cards reading wrong? Why is he thinking? No, I was gonna say. It looks like he folded anyway.
Most likely.
I would be shocked if he called.
Yep. Also, good talking point here. Will is sitting at around 22 to 25 bigs. Obviously, he doesn't have a hand here. When do you think it's optimal for him to go?
I like mixing in jams when you're under 20 big blinds, unless pre-flop wise. What's the action?
Matt checked. Turn is a king of hearts. That gives Matt the flush draw.
No, it gives him the flush.
Yep. Hold up, Mikhail.
Hold on, Mikhail.
Raise to 20K.
Raise to 20.
What happened on the flop?
Check the round.
Check.
And then Rome raised to 20?
Rome raised to 20.
Okay, Rome raised to 20.
Interesting decision there. I think this is not the time to make a move here.
You don't have anything behind. And did Matt just
20?
I am kind of inclined for a flat call here.
I don't mind it. Or you can just raise and get value from all of his kings.
Yeah, but Rome has been being very aggressive. He's probably going to bet again here. And then Matt could very viably
Raised to 50 by Rome.
Rome bets to 50.
Yep, so he goes 5th, 6th pot. So I think I like a raise. You can get calls from all of his kings, but obviously Rome will just fold.
Won't have anything here, but then we'll also not have to show his card. I mean, he has the nuts here, unless a boat.
I would be really disappointed if Matt just checks this. That's what I would say. I like a.
I mean, just calls.
Yeah, just calls. I mean, yeah.
Re-raised 115 by
I like
Matt.
it. That's a really good. That's a
really good sizing. We'll get called off by a lot of
his kings.
A lot of kings, exactly.
Yeah, this is just a fold.
I mean, Rome's just gonna fold.
How sick would it be if he 3-bet bluff there? That would be pretty sick. And then what do you do with the flush? If he 3-bet bluffs, oh, that's a tough spot.
I mean, there's not many boats that get there though.
That's true.
King 3, King
That's
4,
true.
King 6.
Pocket 4,
you'd be
pocket
more
6,
scared,
pocket
of
threes.
the pocket 4, pocket 6, pocket 3s.
Yeah, folded,
Definitely
yeah.
did work out for Matt there with just a flat call. Now looking at the chip count, Noah does have the chip lead with 770k. Will is still short stack with 192. And we will welcome back Geoff.
Thanks for Parker for taking over for me as we got the dealer mic situation handled. Rome, realizing he looked like a clown on that hand, takes off the clown nose.
Yeah, puts it down. I think he should keep it off.
He's still got a pretty decent stack as we head into hand 34. Only 34 hands in, and we've had plenty of action.
Yes, we have.
Blinds are now at 4-8. They have been for the past few hands, and will continue to go up as we look to claim our 7th grand champion in UNL poker history, as Lance is going to fold the 9 for offsuit. Rome, ace-7, it's an ace. It's good enough.
Yeah, but he likes it.
Raise
he,
to 20
he
by
raises
Rome?
it up to 20. Interesting decision, obviously under the gun +1. But he likes to play this aggressive, so we're going to see how this works out.
And Matt will call with the mystery hand. Can't call. But Noah may feel like he has the odds to call from the big, and he does.
Off to a flop.
64k in the middle. It's Queen Jack Jack. Top pair for Noah. Over to Matt.
Check around.
Checks through. And there's the top pair for Rome.
The diamonds are there, though. We don't know what Matt has. Noah does have the 2 diamonds, but so far, what we see, Rome is in the lead. Checked around.
Again, Rome signed a check. 9 of diamonds on the river. So Noah actually wins the hand. I'm surprised Rome didn't bet
Raise to 13.
on that turn.
Noah elects to bet for 13,000. Should get Rome to fold.
But you maybe feel like a diamond's on anyone's range. They're checking through.
Call by Rome.
And I don't expect Matt unless he has a diamond here of some sort.
What kind of diamond do you think here calls? I think just middling and over.
Diamonds.
Be able to call. Yep.
Yep, Noah's gonna take it down. Yep.
You really don't like big bets, do you? That was the smallest.
Was that getting a call from much more? I would have capped it at like 30, I guess 30.
We are going to have another quick break here. We are on to hand 35. So far, we've been playing for 3 hours. A lot of action so far. We've had 2 knockouts. We've had Parker and Logan. A lot of different stack sizes here also. Noah has the big stack, and Will is sitting shallow stacked at around 20 bigs. We're about ready to go.
Yeah, interesting hand that one was. Considering I was shocked that Rome didn't bet on the turn after hitting top pair.
Yeah, that one's a little bit interesting. Maybe he's scared of diamonds, but then
Yeah.
why are you going to call?
Why would you call on the river?
Exactly. Basically the exact same hand here for Rome, but now it's under the gun.
The man is a mystery, folks.
Lex
Raise
to
the 16.
open for 16. There's also a lot of very small raises we've seen today too.
Matt makes the call. Caden will fold it as well. We can go the same way. It looks like we will. Unless Lance breaks up something, and he does. Certainly 3-bettable as well.
Yep. If you do 3-bet this will become a bluff. But you definitely can navigate this with 2 to 3 people in the pot. And if you do hit, you have great implied odds to get some stacks.
Well, it calls and we'll go 4-way. Matt, the only mystery hand. Two spades. Noah has the flush draw. Otherwise, no one else has a pair. It checks through to a 9 on the turn. So Noah now, great hand. Got to bet.
Raise 20, Noah.
And he does.
Yep. Noah just turned a great card. He has the 9, but he also still has that flush draw behind. Lance doesn't have that much. He folds. Rome also folds. We don't know what Matt has, but it looks like he makes the call.
Runs out, bricking out for Noah, but he does have showdown value with the 9. I think a 9 is plenty of showdown value, but he decides to bet 25.
Yeah, I would have liked a check there.
Yep, I would
have
too.
Showdown value there. If you do get re-raised here, I think you have to fold.
Because what are you getting called by? Maybe a 6, but you're not getting called. Yeah. Wow. Oh. What was shown, Mikhail? What was Matt's? What was
2 pair.
Yep, see.
Matt has 2
9-10
pair.
clubs.
9-10. Spades. Or clubs.
Kind of surprised that was just a flat call by Matt, thinking about it. It was runner, hearts. Not really too scared of that.
Yeah. And see, exactly. I think, regardless, I think Matt's probably betting there, even if Noah checks, but.
Yep. Taking a look at the chip stacks once again, Matt and Noah in the lead. With Will behind.
Right there, across the street. No, do you have any beef before the river? So, I mean, I need the river.
Will down 192K, still around that mark. Apparently, he's starving so much right now, as he puts in our group chat. We did order pizza, so that is on the way. So Peter, in terms of a deck, every RFID deck costs around $100. With our original order of the RFID technology, we did get 2 decks. But they cost a pretty penny, because in between each card is an RFID strip that sends the signal back to us here at the computer.
Off onto hand 36.
Is that call, Mikhail, by Jacob?
No, that is a fold by Jacob.
Oh, he did fold. Okay.
Raised to 6.
Will, with jacks, decides to raise to 16.
Yeah.
Jacks is, of course, I don't love jacks most of the time. They're just a cursed hand in my book. But
Yep, very, very vulnerable. I would have liked a little bit of a bigger raise to protect against that. But getting a lot of folds.
And Rome could certainly defend with this.
decides to.
Heads up.
See, that's what happens when, I mean, he might have called regardless, but that's what happens when you don't raise enough. It lets those jacks get vulnerable, and if a king hits here, it's a good reason. Well, he does have a 5. Plus backdoor club, so Rome is most likely not going anywhere.
Yep. Rome decides to check to Will.
And Will might be a little scared of that ace, but yet again, Rome's calling range of the big blind is wide open.
Very
so
wide.
I think
Yep.
you can represent that ace, so I think you need to bet again.
I think a standard c-bet here is good. I would like around 3rd.
Raised 18.
Yep, that's a decent spot. I was going to say 20. He goes 18.
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't imagine Roman's going anywhere. He does
I
have
don't think so.
bottom pair, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight. I think there's too much equity to be made here with a good turn card.
Yep. And if it just doesn't come, then he can very easily check fold.
Yep, there's the call. Smack,
Oh,
baby.
no.
This is an action card. Second flush draw for Rome as Will improves to a set on the turn. Now again, this could be anticlimactic if nothing comes on the river, but
But I do think
does Rome
that
decide to raise here on the turn if you check? If it goes check bet.
I would like to see a big sizing out of Will if Rome does decide to check, just in case.
Raised to 50.
So Rome did check, so it's a raise to 50,000 by Will.
I do like that sizing.
I mean, if you're Rome, that only puts, it's only 100K behind it for Will. I think you might be inclined to shove here.
Hey, sometimes it's not a bad idea.
And what do you do if you're Will?
I mean, I don't know if you can,
You very well could be dead.
and it's just a call. So you'll go to the river. Will's championship light could be at stake, and it bricks out for Rome, and Will has the check mark. And I think it's just a standard check, all in, fold, unless... Again, though, I think even if Rome just decides
Rome
to if Rome decides to just donk all in, I mean, Will can't fold.
But if Rome checks, what do you think about Will checking behind here? Do you think that's a little bit too nitty, or do you think that he has to shove? Because if he does shove, though, what is he getting called by?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly in play. As the hand has gone on, he did call a 50, but it breaks out. That's the problem. But straight did get there, so you may want to check behind.
Yeah, I'm inclined to check behind here.
If that's
Rome
not...
check?
Yep. So Rome does check. Will does have a decision. It's almost always going to be check or shove here.
7-9 is certainly in Rome's range.
So is King Queen.
Yep.
Flush did get there on the turn. And Will does not have the blocker in the Jack of Clubs.
Yeah, you may be inclined to check behind. I don't think it's a bad play. Well, there's the all-in. I don't expect a call at all from Rome here.
Yeah. Don't really know, what the decision was there. Rome decides to fold.
Yep. There is the fold, and Will. Big hand.
Yep. Kind of what he needed to get out of that short stack. Obviously, looking at those charts, we have Rome with 42% aggression. Does play very aggressive on these pots.
We take a look at the chip stacks. Will now surpasses Caden up to 280K. Big, almost gained 100K in that hand alone. Noah and Matt still the runaway favorites right now. Nearly even with Jacob. Little behind. But right now it's the top 4 and then kind of a line and then the bottom 3.
Yep.
We start hand 37. Slow down a little bit as we near the mid-hour of 5 o'clock. Here in Central Standard Time. We're here in Lincoln, Nebraska. UNL Poker Club Grand Championship Season 7.
Yep. Already been playing for about 3 hours so far. We we still have a long ways to go.
And we will be bumping up the blind soon as we look to crown a grand champion. Jacob will be under the gun.
Look at it unfold.
And it folds to Caden. This King 10. Certainly raisable on the hijack.
No, it's waiting for the center to them.
He elects to raise for 20.
Is that 20, Mikhail?
Yes, it is 20.
No, it folds.
On to Lance with Ace King.
Big slick.
Domination Nation.
Raised to 55.
Raised to 55.
Back to Matt. He's going to fold. Interesting, Caden. He hasn't played a whole lot of pots lately. You maybe seem frustrated as he gets 3-bet here.
I would not be surprised to see Caden call here. I feel like he's kind of done with being pushed around.
Yep.
And he will want to win a pot, but I don't think this is the time, unfortunately.
Just 6 of a spoon, I guess.
But you can see that Lance is raising for the dealer button. Unfortunately, he's just run into it here. That's not quite fourth his stack, but it's about a fifth. So it's a big call if he decides to do it.
Yep, I think right now he's trying to think about what kind of plays he can make on the flop, turn, and river. Even if he does hit a 10 there, does he feel good? He's not really sure into a 3-bet pot. Of course, if it's a king here, that'd be horrible. But I think right now he's thinking, if he does hit his hand against the 3-bet, does he even like what he sees?
Well, it's a call.
Call, check in the dark.
And Caden will check in the dark as he is dominated. Looking for a 10.
Pot is already at 122, and Caden already has 194.
Well, there's the 10.
Wow.
Top pair for Caden. He takes control.
I don't know, they just saw it. Like somebody folded some hand and like killed it. Or it's just something. Yeah, it's a guess.
With Lance now subject to bet.
I thought it was Alex, and it's like, one of them just got crushed. I was like, alright, well.
But they did.
Raise 50.
Raise to 50. Caden decides to shove. I don't think he's going to flop this good ever again.
Yeah.
40.
I do think Lance should have checked just because there's a lot of 9s in Caden's range. Unfortunately, just kind of ran into it, I think.
166 total.
Lance probably knows he has outs, unless Caden did flop straight, which is very unlikely.
So it's a little over 100K for Lance to call. And he may feel like he's not totally committed here, but only 1.5x more than what he just bet.
If Lance does decide to call here, he'll be left with around 110K, which is not too much, and the blinds will be raising up in a bit.
Chip stacks aren't exact. We'll have to go back and edit those, but they are relatively in that amount. So this is a big pot if Lance decides to call, and if he does, it's not going to be happy. Again, though, it's unfortunate that this is as a connected board as it is for Lance, because you may think that he's just Caden shoving with the 9.
Which is very possible.
Yeah, or let's say he could have 9-8 of hearts.
Yep.
He could have a pair, then plus the open ender. There's a lot of things that Lance has a decent shot against that he may think may be willing to call, but as we can see here, he is dominated. And again, the implications too, he calls this, and we're moving the blinds up soon, and if he only has a little over 100K, it's going to be 5-10, and so that's only 10 bigs.
Yep, definitely going to be a difficult spot if he does decide to make the call here. 10 bigs really is not that much, and he'll have to shove pretty wide.
But with as much as Caden deliberated on the call, and then so quick to jam, like, he has hit something on this board.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really trying to think about the bluffs that Caden will have here. He could have Queen Jack.
Yeah.
But when I'm looking at it, there's not much that Lance really beats here, unfortunately. I mean, maybe the 9 with the run out. But I think it'd be a little bit too difficult to make the call and be left with 110.
Yeah. I don't think it's a great spot. Doesn't have backdoor anything here.
Yep. He does have the backdoor straight draw, though. He does have Jack Queen. Which isn't that likely. He probably does think that his king is good, though, so he probably does think he has 2 overs here.
Well, even if he does think he has backdoor straight, and if he's calling thinking he has that, then he doesn't put Queen Jack in his range.
Yep.
I just don't think it's not enough to continue.
I mean, I do know that Caden's image is very bluff heavy, but there's not many bluffs here that I can see. Especially with him being so short stacked. Do you think that Caden thinks that he's trying to make a move here? I'm not sure for his tournament life.
It's just another factor into it. This is the Grand Championship. Unlike other nights during UNL Poker, there's not going to be a lot of hands where people are just going to shove without any equity at all. And you hear Lance there saying, why didn't we just get it in? Which again points to that fact that it's not a premium hand, and this type of board smashes the non-premium hands that Lance is up against.
Yep. Thinking about it for a while, I think the more that he thinks about it, the more inclined
he calls.
Decides to make the call there.
And he's not going to be happy when it turns it over. Yep.
Only really has the backdoor straight and an ace here.
And Caden is 2 cards away from fully doubling up and changing the course of this Grand Championship. The turn card. 6 of hearts. Chop outs are now available.
9, yeah.
I swear to God, it's my only time I've ever.
Hold the card, Mikhail. Hold it up. Rome, can you lean? No. Deuce of clubs.
Yep. I just get out flop.
There is Caden with the double up.
Me more than most. Okay.
And Caden fully doubles up.
Lance is now left with 110K. With blinds going up to 510 very soon, will be very, very difficult to navigate. Looking at the chip count now, that moves Caden up into the range with everyone else. He's now kind of middle of the road with 510,000.
And that completely changes the course. We will now move up to 510. Mikhail, the blinds are now 5,000 and 10,000.
510?
Yes.
Alrighty. Blinds are now 510, boys.
No, but when again, I saw my stats, 0% showdown, 10% aggression. I have to get something.
Interesting hand. I think that's a fold that Lance needs to make.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of would have liked to check on the flop just because it's a very connected board, and if you do get shoved there, which did happen, you don't really want to make the call there. I think you check behind. If it does connect, you can just fold. If it does come an ace or a king, if it does come a king, that'll be a little bit more difficult. I think at that point you would make the call, but I think it'd be a little bit easier to navigate if you did get a free card.
Lance, the last original criminology major, will graduate next December. Has been with us almost every step of the way, beginning in spring of 2019. And he is on life support at the moment. 13 big, certainly not out of it entirely, but he's going to have to double up a couple of times.
As we've seen, anything can happen here. Noah does have ace-queen, and he decides to flat call in the hijack.
40.
And, well, it works out well for Noah, because he gets Lance to raise, and Noah, with ace-queen, is probably going to shove.
Yep, I'm assuming that if everyone else is out, he'll put Lance all in. Lance will call, and it will not be looking good for Lance.
Was that just a call by Noah?
Yes. Call by Noah.
And top pair for Noah. Thankfully for Lance, not much for him.
I would like a check here by Noah just to see what Lance has. I think regardless, you're calling off. I think leading here
Raise
might
50?
scare Lance away. Lex to raise for 50.
It's almost an all-in for Lance.
I think by leading there, you can let Lance get away, even though that he is very pot committed.
Lance just lost a big pot. He does fold. He finds the fold. And Noah adds another pot to his name, and his chip stack is officially over 800,000. As you see in the cumulative winnings, Lance down 330K from his original 400 that everyone started with at the beginning of the stream. And we are down to 7.
Yep, and only 2 of the remaining 7 have lost chips so far. 5 of the others have been gaining and have been in profit.
Big winner is Noah. Put on a double up versus Logan when he rivered a full house over the mate straight.
Yep, that was a brutal, brutal suck out. Definitely don't think Noah could get away from that though.
Approaching hand 40, hero hand 39. Caden with the full double up lately has changed the course of this Grand Championship as we move into the later half of this 5 o'clock hour with Caden with Big Slick under the gun. And that's just a call. Big Slick. Guys deciding to be a little sneaky.
Under the gun with Ace King. I like playing that very, very aggressive here. He does have a big stack, but I would have definitely elected for a decent size, maybe even 3.5 raise there. That allows hands like Rome's 10-8 to call behind.
Has everyone called up to this point, Mikhail?
Noah and Lance fold.
Yep, okay.
Matt decides to make the call.
Jacob raise 55.
Jacob raises with King Queen of Clubs to 55,000.
And now it's on Caden. He wanted. This is exactly what he wanted to happen. And now I think he needs to repop here.
I agree.
I think it's a mistake if he just flats, and he's just gonna flat.
Yep, I think that's gonna allow too many hands to come to the flop and could very easily get out flopped here.
Yep, King Queen suited.
55.
And that even allows Rome if he decides he wants to rip it with 10-8 offsuit. Certainly not a calling hand on a 3-bet, but I feel like he might be able to hit against ranges that are higher than his.
Thinking about it, maybe he's thinking the odds are there. However, with a 3-bet, deciding to call with 10-8.
Now, Matt, ace-4 suited from the dealer, you could 4-bet here.
You could very easily 4-bet bluff. I would like that line. It probably wouldn't work out too well.
Yeah, with ace-king.
Ace-king.
Most of the time it is going to work out.
Yeah, I do agree with that. It looks like everyone decides to just call.
This is a massive pot.
It's already up to 230K.
Well, what? Yep. Okay. And there's the ace. Big flop.
Ace, 5, queen, rainbow.
It's on Jacob to start the action.
Both Jacob, Matt, and Caden all hit a piece of it.
Raise 80.
Jacob decides to leave, to lead for 80.
That was main adversary. Is Caden going to continue to still play this? He's been doing it all hand. Well, there's the calling and there's the raising chips. He's got 2 stacks of purples there. Looks like a raise to near 200. Over 200.
Raise 220.
Yep. There's
Raise
the
up
raise.
to 220. I do like this move. I feel like you're only really going to get beat by aces, which he's blocking here, queens, and then possibly ace-queen. But I do think in a four-way pot, that being aggressive is the right move here.
And it's interesting, Matt, you got top pair, you got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the backdoor wheel draw also. I'm pretty sure this is a very standard fold just because he has someone behind also. Kind of an unfortunate situation, but I do think.
Pretty similar, not quite as high end for Jacob, but he'll have a decision too, because he's got middle pair, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight.
Yep, I do like the sizing of the re-raise here. I do think it makes it a little bit more difficult for Jacob. I do think he can get away from it, but I do think that is going to put Jacob to the test here. Decision still on Matt with ace-4 of hearts.
Doesn't want to let go of that top pair.
Can be difficult, but I mean, there's a lot of sets, a lot of two pairs, a lot of better aces. Clearly, the ace-king's a better ace here. You'd really have to be drawing at this point for the backdoor wheel or flush draw, or hope that you hit your 4.
Well, just a few hands ago, we saw him float to the river with a gut shot and hit it. So he's not afraid to put in some chips and see if he can hit on later streets.
He does have the deep stack here, but I do think that for 220,000.
Yep, it's a good fold.
Decides to lay it down.
And now you just may see Jacob call now that it's only heads up. But
do we think that Jacob can call 140K here with leaving him with around 350 behind into a pot of 700-ish, just below?
Yep, he makes the disciplined fold.
Good fold there.
And Caden rakes in a big pot.
Turns the tides a little bit. Now Caden moving into the second place with 765,000. Noah's still on top with 828.
We'll have to still get those official chip counts updated, but big result for Caden, who just a few hands ago had to double up, was at risk for his tournament life.
Yep.
And now in a good position to make a deep run. This will be the last hand before an intermission.
Last hand before intermission.
As pizza has arrived here at Anderson Hall.
Hopefully we can see Rome with the clown nose on the next session.
He discovered that maybe it wasn't the best of luck once he was raised on the river when he was absolutely bluffing against the flush of Matt. And now we will get hand number 40. Rolling, last hand before intermission. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here on this Sunday evening on May Day.
Noah under the gun with queen 4 of diamonds.
Getting a little loosey-goosey. He raises to 30.
I'll totally play that right.
That's folds.
Over to Matt. Yep, he is folding. But Jacob S. has some calling chips. We do not know what his cards are, but Will has Jack 10 offsuit. He's going to make the call as well. Caden in the big blind with 7 deuce. As he folds it, we will go 3-way for the last hand before intermission. And that is the deuce of diamonds, by the way. So it's 5 deuce deuce, 2 clubs, or excuse me, 2 diamonds. So Noah having some equity as Will checks over to the chip leader.
Raise 50.
Very good flop for Noah. He did have the pre-flop betting lead, and he does have the diamond draw here.
Sweating with Jacob. Start at the dealer button. Makes the call. Will's going to get out of the way, and it's heads up going to the turn. Noah flush draw, Jacob with the mystery cards. And there's the open ender now for Noah, so combo draw.
Check around.
And it checks both ways, and he bricks. 9 of spades. And Noah checks it over to Jacob.
80.
Makes it 80. I would have liked a bet on the turn. He did have that combo draw.
Yep, I would have really liked a bet on the turn.
Almost no way Noah here can make the call.
And Noah makes the fold. We'll never know what Jacob had.
Mind if I
But
shoot?
as
What?
what
Or on the river.
board cam,
Well,
so we can
Full
see.
house.
Yeah, no,
He had a
but you
boat.
played it well. I'm just saying, like.
I also kind of made it look kind of like bluffy at the end, so it was like.
You did. I mean, you polarized your range.
So it was a full house. He rivered it, had 9s all the way.
I had
So
like king 4 of diamonds. So I had
would have been interesting.
Okay, so
Queen
yeah.
9 diamond draw, and then on the turn.
The draw would have came home for Noah. But regardless, it's now Caden who holds the slim chip lead as we go into intermission of the UNL Grand Championship Season 7. There is 7 left. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, the final 7 will battle for a chance at the bracelet. Thank you so much for watching. We will be right back.
Welcome back, folks. Grand Championship for the Season 7 of UNL Poker. Alec Rome here for the 6 o'clock Central Hour. And we still have 7 people remaining. We're going to up the blinds to try and get some action moving. It'll be 6,000, 12,000. Remember, everybody started at 400K. Say it again, Rome. Chip lead will probably be Caden. It's between Caden and Noah. This is the unofficial stacks right now. Come up on the board shortly here. Hopefully. I'll get them up for you. The unofficial stacks is we're getting those final chip counts verified as we take a little peek inside the room as we'll get to head back to the tables. Caden goes from 0 at about 250,000 to hero and potentially in the lead. It happened for him and was doing pretty decently during one of the, I believe it was Season 6 Grand Championship tournament. And, ended up faltering there. But, sounds good. And Jeffrey's going to take the dealer spot. As we get in the verified chip counts.
I think Caden's the most one.
Okay, Rowan and Matt are the only ones that aren't right.
Nah, Caden has the most, I guess. Yeah, Caden's the most right now. That's what I saw, but like it could be. It's pretty close between you guys.
So all these are good, or no? So Matt at 720,000, making some corrections here as they finish up their counts. Jeffrey's going to replace Mikhail in the dealer spot. We appreciate Mikhail, Season 6 champion, for stepping in and dealing for us this evening.
That was the most more today. Huh?
How's that pot? No, that was the same pot with ace king and.
Working on the stacks, but Caden is definitely up there. And Connor Harridge will join us in the booth. Here's the VPIP. Rome, again, staying at the top of that mountain. It's not a shock. It remains to be that way, and Will at 22% VPIP. Pretty average is where you want to be, but that number is going to have to go up as we get shorter in hands. And smaller hander or shorter handed. Preflop raise, pretty even across the top. Rome, Jacob, Noah, Lance, all around 20%. Matt, 7% preflop raise in this one, but Matt is still hanging around at 720,000, so it's worked out for him. And it went to showdown. I hear Caden only got a showdown 12% of the time, but he is still in the lead. Noah and Lance showdown 50% of the time. And again, another way to look at the cumulative winnings. Caden up the largest, 357,000 in chips.
75.
Again, the blinds are going up to 6,000 and 12,000 as we get settled. Thank you for joining us. Alec Rome, Connor Harris will be joining, who is standing in front of the camera right now in such a convenient position, will be joining me in the booth again, like he did in the last hour. We have Rome, Matt, Jacob, Will, Caden, Noah, and Lance remaining. Lance.
Noah, how much you have?
I don't know if he's on 70K or not. He should be a little more than that, but still, Lance in an unfortunate situation after making that call with ace-king offsuit against Caden's king-10 on a 10-8-7 flop. Yeah, Jeffrey out there double-checking all the stacks, and Connor's bringing them back to me. Feel free, Twitch or YouTube, ask questions in the chat about the broadcast experience. Anything about the stream that you would like to know, go ahead and ask questions in the chat. We'd be happy to answer those questions for you. Because this might be our last one. You might not ever see UNL Poker stream again. You might see us, me or Jeff or somebody else stream again, something like this. But for UNL Poker, this is probably our last send-off. And we would be happy to talk with you a little more. And we do have the official chip counts as we finish things up. So, yep, Rome Matter good. We're just missing Jacob.
Yep, I'll be dealing.
All right, Will.
So I'm going to be able to, I'll give you signals about when to fold. And
Don't do that.
Are you dealing now?
Yep.
Because this is gonna be plus. Yeah, that's 40.
Both hands on the table, Jeff.
Why?
You know why.
That's not fun.
Yeah, watch your fucking short leg.
Both hands on the table. Palms up.
So from there.
649, yep.
649. Yep. Yep. And we're all squared away. So here are the official chip counts before we get started.
Hello.
Once again, there they are. These are correct. Freshly counted. Noah. Back at the top of the leaderboard, Matt not far behind, and you know, Caden and Jacob, it really is a table, Connor, as you joined me back in the contract booth that is pretty much split down the middle. We have some clear winners and some clear people that are in need of help, including Lance, who is now on 8 big blinds while we're at 6 and 12K.
Yep. Blinds moving up to 6 and 12K does put the people in the lower stacks to have to make a move very, very soon.
All right, I'm ready
Lance
whenever.
does have 8 big blinds here.
Absolutely. And Jeffrey, if you can hear me.
Yep.
Shuffle up deal. It's 6 and 12K with the dealer button on Will.
6, Caden 12.
We can turn Jeffrey down because he has a big old broadcaster voice.
I think dealer did not move.
Dealer button's on Will.
Yep.
Graphics don't lie, folks.
That is true.
I guess. Well, they sometimes lie when we get the count wrong, but
now they're updated.
Now they're updated, and it will be Lance with Jack 5 of hearts under the gun. Probably not going to be a jam candidate here, especially in early position. So just gonna have to let this one go and see what the big blind brings
I
in.
think. Yep. We wait for another hand.
Jack 10 for Rome, and you know it's not great, but it's an offsuit hand that's connected.
Rome calls.
Decides to flat call.
Folds to Caden.
Folding all the way around to Caden. Don't know the cards.
Give Caden a reminder. Rub that back corner.
Rub that back corner for me, Caden. Your cards in the
there
back
you go.
corner.
Got it.
We got it. There we go.
Has pocket twos. Likes to play it very, very aggressively.
Absolutely. He does like to play these pocket pair hands aggressively. A deuce is not really one that you want to play aggressively. It's scary.
Raised to 32,000.
Decides to raise for 32.
No folds to Rome. Who calls?
Who doesn't even think about it and calls.
Heads up.
Heads up between Caden and Rome. Quite the battle. Over 1 million chips in between these two. And here's the board. It's ace 10 ace.
Caden, he checks.
It is
checks through.
It's a quick check through. I didn't even have a chance to switch to the new camera. We didn't switch. Caden with ducks in the small blind. You're not loving life here.
Checks
and
through
he's
again.
also behind it. Checks through again, and Rome just hoping to get to the river. It's a 3.
Yep, a little bit anticlimactic here.
But a bet here from Caden is not going to work.
No, he kind of lost all of the credibility he had by checking it twice.
Yeah, it's overplaying.
65,000.
Overplaying this hand 100% to me. I mean, if he gets Rome to fold, he gets Rome to fold. But I mean, I think with the way the hand played out, you have, two
Call.
pair. Yeah,
Go on.
nope, it's never going to work.
And we'll do it.
Not going to work. And Rome takes one back. That was a 110,000 chip pot, knocking the differential between him and Caden a little closer. Yeah, just a classic scenario, I think, of Caden's tendency to overplay some of those hands a little bit. And it's not really a bluff spot because you do have some showdown value, but even then your showdown value, you just have to give it up sometimes.
Yep, I would have been completely fine with just a flat call there with twos. Then you could have played out the same way, checking it all the way down. If Rome decides to take a stab at it, I think you can easily fold there.
Yep. Sometimes you learn the hard way, and sometimes you just have to learn to give up. I know I've had to learn to do that same thing instead of going for it.
Yeah, discipline, very, very difficult to learn, but once you do, very big step.
Yep, Jeffrey in the box. The new dealer said Ben Lou. He said, "Let's go." I like Mikhail did a great job. Did a very good job.
He did.
Gotta give the man his props.
Yep, kept the game flowing. Did have a couple tech difficulties that was able to work around.
Yeah, no, he did a good job. And Rome with a pretty 6-4 diamonds.
Raise to 30,000.
Will make a stander open.
Folds to Will. Folds.
Does not want to play with the 8-6 of clubs.
Folds. Folds the Lance.
Lance again in a jam spot, and that's not really one of them. And Rome with the 6-4 of diamonds just takes it down. And we take a look at the VPIP, and it's, again, same story as it was a little while ago, as I showed you during the break. Rome is the most active player at the table, and anybody that knows him knows that that's not a surprise.
Yep. Big thing to note on that one, Lance he was on the big blind there, and he did decide to fold. That does leave him with 6 or 7 big blinds left behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough spot, but also, you know, in the live scenario, and you know, in this type of sit and go, you know, it feels different. Even though online, you know, 8 big blinds, you're like, oh my God, you know, it's nothing. It does feel a little bigger when the blinds are bigger, and you know, it will make an impact, especially as we continue to get shallow. You know, we're talking about less than 360 big blinds on the table. You know, so that does make a difference. It'll be Matt under the gun. Hand 43.
Matt gonna take a look at those cards and probably
I'm
not
at.
like them.
I would
Throw
say
them
so.
into the muck.
Folds to will. Folds.
Fold.
Caden folds.
Folded.
Noah folds.
All the way around to
Folds
Lance
or blinds.
in the small blind with pocket 7.
Lance goes
It's an
all
easy
in.
jam, and this might end up being a call for Rome, and I don't think it's a bad one. He has Queen 10 offsuit. It's a jam from the small blind.
86,000.
I think a call here is not bad at all. He's
86,000.
going to be shoving very wide here. Queen 10, a decent candidate to call.
Yeah, I think this is an ideal scenario for Lance. Just when it folds around you in the small blind on a short stack, you're jamming almost anything. And for Rome, you know, it seems like this is a crappy hand, but in reality, this is just a standard call, blind on blind for 8 big blinds. You have a really good hand, and Rome should just know that Lance has steals here.
Calls.
He does make the call, and we're flipping
Raise
it. We are
6,000.
racing.
Flip it. Sevens. It's Queen 10. So
Sevens
it is
against
a flip.
Queen 10. Sevens for Lance, the last remaining original, all in and at risk.
We already burned.
Card has already been burned. Here's the flop. Ace deuce 4 is safe enough.
Yeah, good flop for 7s.
There's Rome leaning over, and Rome needs to lean back so we can see the rest of the cards, my
Lean
man.
back, please.
I know, he's stressed. He wants to see Lance eliminated. Here's the turn card. It's a 4. Another safe card. It's a queen or a 10. 14%. Otherwise, Lance will double.
Yep, only can double through a queen and a 10.
And yeah, no ace doesn't matter. No real chop outs here. So,
Nope.
river card for Lance. Looking to stay alive. It's an 8. He will double through and takes a deep breather. Might find some life here in the Grand Championship.
Yep,
Now at
great
172,000.
spot. Great spot to double up there. Now he's up to 14 big blinds, and now he's also on the jailer button, so he can fold away some iffy hands to get to a spot where he decides to shove again.
Yeah, ideal scenario for Lance there, and he held. I'm sure that Lance is breathing the sigh of relief knowing that he was able to hold 7s all the way to the river in the flipping scenario.
No, that's
Like I
not.
said,
Yep, anything can happen here at Poker Club. We've already seen today. We
Blind
had
blind,
the big hand with Noah.
Wouldn't
So
even been mad
would not have been surprised to see a queen or 10 come there. That's the way that Poker Club works.
It's a cruel bastion. Much do we love it. There are some sick runouts that happen at this club. We've already seen a few tonight. Flop set versus straight, and then a river full house. Aces versus jacks. All the fun things that come with poker. And we have more fun poker ahead. Except for
These keep sticking together.
little... Oh, there you go. You got through. I was going to say, I don't know if we were misdealing or not. Don't want no mistakes in the box from Jeffrey. It's on Jacob.
Folds. Folds.
Will also folds.
Raised to 30 by Caden.
Caden got to give him a little rub in the back corner again.
Rub him back corner for me, Caden. Noah
Noah
calls.
does have pocket
That's
fives
the
and
front
elects to
corner.
call.
Front corner.
Oh.
That's why I knew he had. Oh, we got,
my.
Well, this can be interesting. Now Lance folded 4s onto the gun earlier, and so 3s with a raise and a call is really pushing it to jam for 170. I think he made a smart, he obviously looked at some ranges because raising fours under the gun full ring is just not going to work out. He's counting it out, thinking about it. I think he could find a better spot than threes, and of course, looking at the graphics.
Lance calls.
But a call is not terrible because you can set mine. It's an easy. He has position.
Yep. We'll have the implied odds. If he does hit, then he can just bomb. If he doesn't hit, then he can very easily fold here.
It's Jack 4-10, and luckily we're not in a set over set situation.
It's on Caden.
For Noah or Lance. Caden with the
checks,
great smooth check out of
checks the
position.
Lance.
Yep. And Lance should be checking back here.
Checks through.
Yep. What would be brutal is if a 3 or 5 did come.
So it does bring in backdoor clubs, but it doesn't matter because Caden does
Checks
have the jack
the
of clubs.
But he still
Checks
checks. 7 on the river, nothing has changed. Caden with the best hand.
Would expect to see a bet here.
Yep, it would be a mistake. I don't think he played this hand too terribly.
65,000.
You want to see if you can get your opponents to make a move. I think this is going to go an easy fold.
Yep. Unfortunately, not going to get much value out of 5s and 3s on this board. But I do like the checks by Caden to try getting max value out of him.
Yeah, you have to. You absolutely have to. Which we gave Caden a little crap for the King 10 offsuit. I think he played this hand about as well as you could.
I agree. There's been a lot of raises as well as bets with monster hands. But I think this is kind of a change-up. We had the check this time. And although he won't get value out of it this time, I think it was the right play.
I think they're thinking about it for a little bit. Noah took his time. We don't know if Lance is just setting it or really thinking about it. I mean, we didn't know if he was really thinking about it with Ace-King earlier against Caden's King 10.
Yep.
But,
Fold.
Yep. Pretty
Nice
standard.
fold.
Nicely done to everybody involved. I don't think a single person played that hand wrong. Preflop raise, Lance also jumping up in the statistics at 20%. I think that's something I didn't really pay attention to through tonight. Rome at 22%, and again, Matt staying at 6%, just hanging around, but he doesn't need to do anything right now. It's at 708,000. He's doing okay.
I was about to say, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
No, it's all
Preflop raising a lot of hands, but it's working out for him.
2.5 hours.
Yeah, but that's everybody's tired from eating now.
No, I've got gas, finally. I was 10-4. Yeah, dude, I was with you, it's like your head was swimming.
Shuffle up and deal hand 45 here.
Yeah, like I said, it was pizza grease or card grease, and something's going in the mouth.
I just need a deal cooler just to get everyone's energy going again.
Yeah, it's a good thing it was the first time.
Already had our fair share of coolers, I think.
Yep, absolutely. Now there'll be more to come though tonight, without a doubt. Night is still very young, and we still have 26 people kicking it out there with us. Thank you for sticking around. And 45, and it'll be on Will out of the gun with the Queen 4 offsuit. It's gonna let it go.
Fold by Will. Fold Caden, fold Noah.
Get around to Lance with the King 9 off in the cutoff. I don't hate a jam here in just hopes that you steal the blinds. That's what a jam would kind of result in doing here, but he decides to fold. You don't really want to get called with King 9 offsuit there if you do it. And
raise to 30.
Rome with an Ace 3 off. I don't hate this open for the dealer button. I think it's smart.
Defended by Jacob.
I mean, he did have folds all the way around.
Well, look at this. It's going to be like you and me in season 4 or 5, I think. It's who will get the other off the chop. Ace of Hearts does mean 2 more percentage points. But the 8F spade on the turn means we are 100% chopping this unless somebody happens to fold.
Checks the Rome,
Yeah, but
who
it looks
bets
like Rome's going to take aggression here.
to 18,000.
Decides to bet to 18. Jacob does just have
He
ace
folds.
high here, and he does.
Yep, does get him off the chop. Not surprising, first to bet, wins pot.
Yep, looking at the chip stacks again, there's a pretty big disparity between the top 5 and the bottom 2.
Yeah, it is currently a 5-horse race. We will see what happens you never know what could happen with a double or two, but it is in that scenario we're seeing the final 5 begin to form potentially. Luckily, we're keeping the hands moving. I think in another about 10 minutes we'll jump the blinds. 6:24 right now. Again, thanks everybody for sticking around. We will continue to ratchet things up a little bit.
Oh, we sort of start singing.
Beatbox in unison,
Once we hit about 10,000, 20,000, we'll get rid of those black 1,000 chips and pop up, maybe throw in some 100,000 chips depending on where the stacks are. It's hand 46 and it's Caden under the gun.
On Caden.
I got 3 cards. They came over just so I didn't even know until I.
Okay. These are just sticking to each other like nobody's business.
Well, got 3 cards, and we're going to have to shuffle again. Jeffrey with the first misdeal.
Yeah, I would have played 4-10 too.
Think about this, Jeffrey. You could potentially have the last misdeal ever on a Poker Club stream. How does that make you feel?
This is
Good.
true.
Good? I'm glad.
Like other people tried these cards, just keep sticking to each other.
Yeah, they were a little. I feel like they do something. Ben Lou 100. Fatigue has to come in here soon. I would agree. I mean, we're getting to that point. If you haven't played a tournament for this long, or if you haven't played in front of cameras or anything like that, this is something you have to get used to. Is just being able to play patient and just kind of stay in your mind and not go crazy. Fatigue tilt is 100% a real thing. And in order to win poker tournaments, you have to stay. Locked in for a long amount of time, and it's not easy, folks. But we did give them pizza, so I mean that should help the fatigue a little bit.
Yeah, very different environment also with the lights and cameras on you.
Right.
And we've already been playing for around 4
All right,
hours.
on Caden.
So fatigue will definitely sit in.
Fold. Fold. Folds Rome. Raise to 30.
Rome decides to open for 30 with Queen 10 of hearts.
Jacob calls.
Oh boy. Will be seeing a 3-bet here, and again, Will has just been kind of biding his time. He's at 237,000.
Re-raises to 80.
I don't hate 80 here. I think this is smart, especially against players that are going to be calling off too thin, especially when you're out of position. I think this is a fair play. But, Rome not going away with position on Will is also fair.
Jacob folds. Your heads up.
All right, so it's the Queen versus Queen 10 of hearts. Thank you, Ben. No sign of tiredness from the commentary, he said. That's right, we're sticking in. Now, the King is a little bit of a scare card here for Will. You're generally feeling safe when it comes 6-4. It's not really a connected board, so you should still be betting your range here probably as a 3-better. 169,000.
Yep, I would make it fairly small though. I would probably lean towards a quarter pot.
Yeah,
that
45 or
kind of make a
50.
decision. Yep.
65,000.
I think that's fine. It might. I mean, it kind of sets you up for a river bet, and you could get that little bit extra value. Again, I think it might be slightly too small because I think Rome has some floats here. Queen 10 of hearts being a float that if it was cheap enough, that might want to see a turn card. But there are a lot of good turn cards.
Rome calls.
Yep, and he elects to call here with only 8%.
3 clubs, and Will now has the check mark. And again, when you see that card for Will, not much has changed. And I think this is a pretty standard all-in spot.
Yep, not really too scared of a 5 here. Should be.
He may check because there's going to be some King X, some weaker King X, King Jack, King 10, King 9, all of that stuff that Rome would 3-bet call or call 3-bet with. But also, I think if he does have a draw or something weird,
all in.
Yeah,
all in.
Decides to shove. I do like that move.
Yep.
Rome doesn't really have much of a decision here. Has Queen high.
He folds.
Yep, begrudgingly folds.
Does put Will up 175k after that hand. Now looking at the chip stacks.
Put it up there again for you.
And it does become a little bit more gray towards the bottom. Land's still there with 11 big blinds.
Yeah, certainly not out of it. Got probably one or two more hands before the blinds do jump, so he'll be sitting on 10.
Yeah, just looking for Lance to pick up a hand where he can shove again and possibly double up and then put it back in it.
Ultimate power move, you know?
Normally on a Poker Club Premier League night, we would play somewhere around 60 to 80 hands, and here we are at hand number 47. A little slow to start, but we're picking it up. And well, I'm interested to see.
I'm sorry. Logan got? Yeah, during the game before and then here.
No, out of the gun, King 4 of spades.
Fold by Noah.
Lance with the King Jack.
All in.
And it
for
is
Lance.
a jam. And Rome with 5-4 clubs isn't good enough.
Folds.
Matt with Jack 4.
Matt
also
Jacob
not good enough.
folds. 142,000 to call.
Oh,
no.
boy. And King Queen is a very, I think, a reasonable call off. I mean, he's going to think about it for a little bit, but I think this is a spot where you just have to call off, and Lance has just unfortunately run into a one better, but it's not for sure.
Yep, I mean, if Will does call here,
boring you,
he's thinking if he does lose, he's probably sitting around 280,000, which is pretty shallow.
Will reshoves.
It is a reshove, and Caden with
Fold.
the Queen
Flip 'em
10 off,
over.
of course.
Not my favorite hand, but
Yep, and he is dominated. Queen gone, though, as we just saw, and Caden said that. So Lance needs to survive another one, and we'll need to find a jack or the right combination of ace queen 10 or queen 10 9 or something like that. There's, of course, some of those gone, so really just hoping for the jiggity to come up on the board here.
you can jack, but I don't have a choice.
Here's the flop.
He's gonna find out
I had Jack 4.
5-7 deuce is not even close to what we're looking for. For Lance, 13%. It's just 3 jacks and hopefully not a club on the turn for him to avoid some elimination of outs. Turn card is a 6. It is a jack and a jack alone for Lance. 7%, or otherwise he will be the 3rd elimination in the Grand Championship for Season 7.
Yeah, I see that.
The river card.
What's the music style right now?
It's an 8. Fortunately, not too much. Lance eliminated in 7th place, and unfortunately, the originals will not be winning a Grand Championship.
Yep, difficult spot there. I think King Jack is a very good shoving candidate with 11 big blind. Just
Make
kinda
sure
run
to
into it.
tell him to come back to do an interview.
Go back and join. Commentators want an interview with one of the originals.
So Will picks it up, 578,000 now for Will, and is solidly in there, and it makes sense as Lance is getting some greetings, some hugs. He'll come into the booth.
Yep, I did.
Oh my god. Wow. We're just chilling there.
What's up, my man? Sorry about that. Oh, there you go. All right, that was a little awkward for me. There you go. You're all good. Put on the headset, my man. Lancelot.
Oh, it was?
How we doing, buddy? Take me through what happened there. It was pretty standard.
Yeah, King Jack off. Not one of my favorite hands, but, you know, looking at, what, like 8 or 9 blinds?
Yeah. Absolutely. No, but it was a pretty standard spot. It just had to happen.
Yep.
You know, I think people want to know, you know, we'll want to know. Jordan, by the way, says GG's, by the way. Much love, as Rome is picking up ace, king, offsuit.
On Rome.
Big slick under the gun. We'll be raising it.
30,000.
With your ace, king, speaking of which, that's pretty good timing. It was against Caden, and Caden ended up making a call with king 10 offsuit with a 3-bet against you, and it came 10-8-7. It went check
to 65.
check bet and jam. And what was going through your mind there when you decided, or were trying to decide call or fold?
Really just kind of, I was just thinking over, like, okay, what are some hands that, you know, Caden
Will call.
wouldn't get it in pre with, but just decide to call the
Caden
flop
will
and then,
fold.
you
Back
know,
to Rome.
just jam. Kind of the
Rome
main ones
shoves.
that came to mind.
He's
was,
all in.
Like jacks, and I was like, if he has jacks here, you know, I'm okay with running it.
Right.
Did you count?
You know, queen jack, like kind of those hands, queen jack.
200.
Not so much king jack, of course, but
90. 300.
Well, I guess maybe King Jack, and he was trying to like, you know, bluff shove, maybe get me to fold. But
330.
though that just what kind of was going through my mind. Just kind of back and forth, and then like, and then again, it was only since I let out for 50, it was only like 115-ish more. So, and then obviously being kind of a shorter stack at the time, that's also what was going through my mind. Like, man, winning this could be
big. You see the result potential.
Yeah. Yep. But those are just kind of things that was going through my mind, and in the end, I made the call. You know, saw King 10, was like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then just ran out how I did.
Yep. Ran out how it was. Now, I thought Will was about to fold here, and then he counted his chips back up. He picked up his cards like he was about ready to fold, and now he might be thinking about it against Rome, the Queen Jack of Diamonds. This is another interesting spot. I mean, you know, Rome, even though he was kind of sitting around, you can't ever count Rome out of it. You really can't.
Fold.
Let's finally release it. And as we see right there, Rome, the most aggressive currently at the table, 41% aggression frequency. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I feel bad, and you know, I obviously want to see you win for us, for the people that are left, and now it's all people that weren't there the first semester. But you know what? That's okay. That's a beautiful thing. It's a great thing. And
I was just glad to make it this far.
Yeah.
Like, and it was a shock in itself that I made it this far.
Yeah. Yeah. You had some
how
run
the
back.
season turned out for me.
It was rough, but you fought through it. A lot of perseverance and got it done, man, and that's what matters. But all right, so we got 6 left. It's Rome, Matt, Jacob, Will, Caden, and Noah. Who's your pick?
And like I said, and like kind of before the whole thing started, I'm a fan of Matt. Has been, and you know, he kind of proved my point very early on winning that. Or scooping that large pot at the beginning, you know, two pair versus straight, I believe it was.
Yeah.
With, you know, of course the flush on board, but he, you know, made the right decision and just decided to call and ended up scooping that very large pot.
Right, and he's just played patient. You know, he hasn't really been, you know, necessarily going too crazy. He's been smart for the most part. Now, he lives. The only thing that I haven't liked is his calling. The under the gun, limping with these weak aces. I'll say I don't love that.
And there's been a lot of that. Like, I don't know if they've been picking up all the chat at the table, but there was definitely a lot of that going on. A bunch of like under the gun limping.
Yeah.
Caden calls the 30.
And I think it's even worse to call the ace-8 offsuit, and I think it's worse to call and not 3-bet the ace-queen. And now Matt will finally fold after limping. So one of the ace-8 stays in. But yeah, I think Matt has been playing pretty patient for the most part. And I think it's going to service him well. It comes out 10-4-3, and Will has top pair. But yeah, I don't know. I think I don't think you can count anybody out necessarily, of course. But I think Matt is in a good spot, and Will's picked up some chips. He's in there fighting as well, and of course has top pair here now. But hey, I just want to say, I mean, look at us. 3 years from now, almost to the day, we were here for the first time streaming, and it was a great time to have you there, and it's great having you here now. 45, right, Jeff?
Yep, 45. Noah calls.
And Noah will call with the ace-queen of hearts, but I just want to say a big thank you. It's been a great time having you here since we started playing, and that is a turn card. It's the jack of hearts that gives Will 2 pair and Noah the flush draw. But I mean, just starting from poker club, you know, or just playing in the dorm room in Harper to now, it's been quite a journey. And
it has.
I've been very grateful to take the journey with you and everybody here.
Happy to accompany you on this journey. Really, this is, you know, your little baby, for lack of better.
Our baby for the last seven semesters. Now we have to release it to the great Parker in the sky, you know.
The great Parker.
And then Connor over here too.
Noah
he's here.
Yeah.
Now Noah, of course, calling with the nut flush draw against 2 pair. We are going to see a river card here, folks. And
Noah checks in the dark.
Now checking in the dark, I don't necessarily love, but I would love to see the 10 of hearts here.
Oh wow.
The jack isn't going to do it. Jack will not make anything happen. This will be an easy fold. Now it's just like, well, what does Will try to get value from? has the board absolutely throttled with all the cards. So we're talking like, what, a fifth pot, 80K, like probably the same amount. Like, I would think 100K is like fine.
Will bets 150,000.
150. He's not getting called by. I don't think he's getting called by any amount, but I think 150 is not bad. I think if you wanted a crying call out of ace queen, yep, it's a fold. It's got to be smaller than that. But Will with the full house there, and he takes the lead now. See, that's what I'm saying is that we're all so close. I mean, the difference now between top and bottom is 230,000. That's not that big in the context of things. Jeffrey, let's up the blind levels to 7,000, 14,000.
Blinds are now 7,000 and 14,000.
And that gap just got
Stop
smaller.
crying. You guys are all like 500 KD.
Yep, sorry.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Don't care what you think.
As the words from Alec, I don't care what you think.
Yes. Jordan asking you, Lance, what are your summer plans? You got any summer plans, my man?
Mainly just work.
Yep.
Yep. That's about it for me.
Work, relax. Are you done? Are you come back?
I'll probably be back for one more year.
There you go.
Yeah.
You'll be back. I'll come back around and play. You have to. You'll still be at poker club.
Watch on replay for
if you can. I'm not saying you have to come back. You might not. You might call it a day.
We'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see.
I mean, as long as you're not embroiled in no cheating scandal, right? I mean, that would be really unfortunate.
Who, me?
I couldn't imagine that would happen here at this club.
Be on Jacob.
Jacob under the gun. Let's go. Will with the 8-7 offsuit.
Will folds.
You know, they also got a little unaffiliated game going on in the other room, from what I heard. If I don't want to leave you here if on the mic if you want to go join that.
No folds.
But
Fold by Rome. Matt folds.
Walk with kings raised, and everybody folds. Unfortunately, with kings, and Caden just gets the blinds.
Kings. He shows.
So now look, everybody above the starting stack that's remaining in the tournament. Matt, the short stack, but 447. Still very much in the conversation.
I've been calling Chennai like a while now, so it's been crazy.
4 hands ago was a 5-horse race with that Will. You're absolutely right, Peter. And now we have a very solid 6-horse race. Will coming from the back like Mind That Bird in the 2009 Kentucky Derby. From the back of the pack. Can he Calvin Burrell his way all the way to the front and to a victory? I don't know. He's got a good shot at it. I would say so.
I think I heard them. Matt, you have the lowest stack, and you still have like 447. Like 447.
Oh, he's more than that. No, what was that? I think Noah's like that. I think, I don't know if it's based on profit. Let's see what that. Yeah, that's weird.
Now, I am pretty sure over 500.
Yeah, it says that Matt is only 147, but maybe it's just like profit. Loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird, because he's at like 676 according to mine. So, that's weird. I think that graphic's just off, Jeff.
We may just be. Oh, yeah, we may be off because we adjusted. So. On Will.
Hey, it's good to see that the spam chatters are back in the chat. We love to see this.
No folds.
Sorry about that. What was the action again, Jeff?
Rome calls. And everyone else folds.
What happened?
Caden raised to 35. Folded to Rome, who called. Everyone else folded.
Okay, can you tell Caden to give? There you go. We got it.
All right. Go to the flop.
There we go. Now we got 8s versus Jack 10 offsuit. Flop. Ace 3 jiggity. Not great for Caden, but Caden might be inclined to bet.
He checks.
He decides to check anyway with the 8s.
Rome bets 30,000.
And without thinking about it, Rome bets 30.
Caden calls.
Caden calls it back. Leo asked if the unaffiliated game just started. I mean, it's been going for a little while. I have no knowledge of it, but I mean, you can come by.
Caden bets 60,000.
Betting 60,000.
Rome calls.
And Rome calls. Again, I'm not sure what the plan is here for Caden with betting with 8s. I mean, especially with 2 calls. The ace probably isn't going to help Caden's. Yeah, let's go check. Yeah, again, overplaying the pairs. The second time today that he's overplayed a pair, and it's just not worked out well for him, and Rome scoops the pot. Lance, your thoughts? I didn't know if you have any thoughts about it.
No, not about that. Was pretty, or what I thought was pretty self-explanatory. But
yeah, I mean,
it was unorthodox line from. You said Caden had the pocket ace, correct?
Yeah,
that was unique. I will say.
Nice way of putting it. A unique line, but you know, sometimes those unique lines for him end up getting him paid. You can't deny that. He's here for that reason. He's second in the points.
Second in points.
You can't deny that his unique lines don't get him some chips. Okay. Will was in second. Thank you for the correction. Caden in third. That's right. Will did make that late run as well in this season.
On Caden.
It's on Caden again. Folds the ace-7 offsuit. Rome with King-Jack.
Rome raises to 30,000.
Like clockwork.
Matt folds. Jacob calls. Will folds. River heads up.
And I think Rome is really now taking command of the table, even though
Jacob checks in the dark.
even though he doesn't have the biggest stack. I feel like Rome
checks through.
has absolute
You're
connect.
headed to
And
a turn.
we have checked through without seeing a flop. We're not even looking at the flop. Now we're on the 9. 9 of clubs. I didn't want to register. There we go.
Checks through.
All right, we'll just go to the river. 8. It's be a good run out for Jacob to bluff, and he will.
65,000.
He's had a few bluffs and some that have not worked, including one with Jack High. But this one might work out. Although Rome cutting out 60K. Will he choose to get sticky with the King High, which the King Jack is good? He calls, and he does catch another bluff from Jacob. King Jack plays.
King Jack will do it.
Another catch from Rome. I mean, and again, that ain't a bad play. He caught him in the right spot. Rome, by the way, yes, he did do really well at an Iowa tournament. He won second place in a run good turbo a couple months back. Jordan reminding us in the chat. But yeah, I mean, just the way it is. It's hard. Rome might just have the number. He might just have the number this year. You never know. But oh man, are you going to join the unaffiliated game? I don't know about.
Yeah, I might head out here.
All right, that works. I won't leave you on the mic any longer, but I appreciate you, buddy.
Oh yeah,
and I'm sure I'll see you next week or something like that. I'm sure it won't be the last time I see you this year, but appreciate you.
You have that interview thing.
Yeah, interview photo shoot thing.
Okay, yep.
We'll
I might stop by for that.
Run another fun game. So yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
All right, man.
Yep.
Much love to you.
All right.
Lance Hammonds out in 7th. Another valiant run from him, and another grand championship. And off he goes into the sunset. And Rome peels cards, raises.
Rome,
been in the spot multiple
calls.
He called instead. Oh, he peels cards and increases his VPIP. Matt folding the 8-6 of hearts there is interesting.
Will calls and Caden checks.
I was surprised that we didn't see a call or a limp behind from Matt with 8-6 of hearts. I think that was a good one.
Yeah, action's pretty quick here. Does come 9-9.
Oh, this is good. This is
Will.
very good for Will.
Check the Rome. He bets 20,000.
Check to Rome. Great check by Will. Does allow Rome to
Now,
take a stab
will
at it.
people stop making the mistake of raising flops when they don't need to? I understand there's 2 diamonds out there.
But you have the 6 diamonds. You already have a blocker on it. This is a great time to smooth call.
Yeah, you're already fine. He
Will
makes
raises
it
the
50. I
50.
don't understand.
King
Like,
folds.
I mean, it is a little bit of a
he is
small-
gonna. This is probably the bottom of what you're getting value from. Like Ace-8 is like the bottom, you know, or assuming that. But Rome also limped in, so he's going to.
Rome folds.
He lets it go. Exactly. That's the problem. I mean, you just can't.
Shows
Is it a great? Do I think that's a great fold? No, I think you should be calling Ace-8 and defending at least once.
I agree.
But I think that is. I think it's just a poor move from Will, knowing that Rome has been playing aggressive, or if you paid any attention. Will's still in the lead. Can't really argue that point. But multiple times today, I think when people go back and look at this, they're going to think maybe I could smooth call a little bit more. And You know, because it protects your calling range. You know, if you're raising all the good hands, what are you calling with? Well, it's a lot of bad hands, draws, middling hands, and you know, then you become easy to play against and exploit.
What do you mean I don't understand? I've been to 6 Grand Championship final tables. You don't think I understand? Yeah, I lost in heads up to the cheater.
That's pretty much Jeffrey's Premier League championship, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, we had a cheater in the club. Name will not be said. You can go back and watch our content. You'll find him out.
Hold.
I don't know why that's such a controversial point. Some people in the booth think that that's controversial. That's funny. Okay. Did Jacob raise or fold?
It folds to Will, and Will raises
What
to
an
30.
absolutely terrible fold by Jacob with 5-3 of spades. It's just ridiculous.
You said 30, so it counts. Yep.
30 over to Caden.
Caden folded, and Noah calls.
And Noah will defend with Jack 5 of Jack 5 offsuit, really. Deuce 5. See, look what would have happened if you called it 5-3. You know, back door.
I mean, so far,
25,000.
treated people well today.
Yeah, it kept Lance in the tournament, basically. It did. Now, Noah with the middle pair is probably not going anywhere. How about a jack of clubs? Let's make it fun. 6. Well, that makes it a little more interesting, too.
No
It's not going to really shut anything down for Will. Because he has a card that, you know, if he was already semi-bluffing, he would continue to probably semi-bluff on the 6 of hearts turn. However, he is also the dealer button. If slightly better range, or you're supposed to have higher range in theory, or have higher cards than Noah. It's kind of a good card for Noah's
Will
range.
bets 50,000.
Yeah, no, it is better for Noah. Noah's more likely to have the 7 here, but it does allow Will to take a stab at it. Now he has the up and down and the flush draw.
Bets 50,000, Noah thinking. Never know, every pot as the blinds go
Noah
up,
calls.
each one is going to make more of a difference. Noah will call. Again, he's got 52%. It is a race to the river, and the king is not good enough. Now the question will be, will Will fire the 3rd bullet? And I think he set it up so, you know, this is about discipline. I don't think it's terrible to bet here. I really don't think so, because now the king helps you. The king is something you can rep.
Yep, I think the range that Will has here, that king is very good for him. It will make it a difficult spot for Noah if he does decide to fire
Will
again.
bets 200,000.
200,000.
Wow.
He's going polar here with a pot-sized bet.
So now that leaves Noah with a decision.
Does this look too bluffy, though?
Well, the problem with me is there wasn't much that got home there. No flush draws got there. 7-9 or 7-4.
Yeah, I mean, but the king is good. I guess, you know, you can go polar with the king to get a lot of value out of these middling pairs. I don't think it's a terrible bet, but I think with this specific combination, you could also include it. You can also vary a bet size and do something like a little more like 110, where Noah's just like, oh, this looks too much like value. You got to mix up your value, you know, lines, and I think this looks a little bluffy. You can't deny this doesn't look bluffy.
Because
No
even
folds.
if you're repping a king,
It does end up getting the fold.
even if you're repping a king, there's not many 2 pairs that got there.
Yeah, the king is about it.
Yeah,
So
I mean, there's more likely to have 2 pairs in the calling range there. So
got away with it. Yeah, actually got away with that.
But it did work out.
Hand 55 coming in. We play 55 hands here, close to the 7 o'clock hour. We'll play 1 or 2 more and head to another break. Thanks to the 25 people that have been sticking around on Twitch and YouTube. Put up some highlights, I'm sure, of this Grand Championship here on the UNL Poker YouTube and on our social media. Make sure to follow us on social media, especially if you're at the University of Nebraska Link right now and you want to join the club. That's the best way to get in contact with us. On Twitter, at UNL Poker is probably our most used form of social media. We do have an Instagram, use it a little less, at UNL Poker.
Yep. Cry about it. Probably. Maybe even more.
On we go, hand number 55, and Matt picking up big slick.
There's been a lot of ace kings under the gun.
A lot of it, multiple times today.
Yep, and there's been a lot of limping too under the gun.
Now, will Matt finally choose to not limp under the gun? Because he's done that as well today. There's
Yeah.
been a combo of
30,000.
both.
Decides
30?
Yes, 30,000.
to raise to 30. I would
Jacob
like a little
calls.
bit of a bigger sizing. You're allowing a lot of hands behind to call,
Will folds.
which
King
can
folds.
outflop you.
No folds.
As well, yeah, the 14.
And he's
Heads
very
up.
deep stack too.
Between Matt and Jacob.
Yep, and Rome lets it go. I don't love the call with Queen Jack offsuit against the under the gun razor as well. It's just not super lovely. Rome's head is in the way, but it is 8-4-10. Thanks to the lovely RFID technology, we can look through Rome's head and see
On
the
Matt.
flop.
It is true. I think that this is a spot
60,000.
where Matt has to see bet. Decides to make it 60. A little bit on the bigger end, but I think that's fine. He does have the ace of diamonds here. Not very connected. Jacob does have a gut shot and 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a call here is ridiculous for Jacob. I mean, this is not a terrible scenario, but at the
Jacob
same
calls.
time, this board does favor somebody, especially when you're out of position. It's going to favor somebody's calling range. Now, the 10 is a card you should be following up on. This should be another bet, because that now you crush. I mean, besides just having the 10, you know, a lot of times the middling paired boards you may want to check some of these, but I think in this scenario you could get away with betting again.
Yep, I mean, Jacob's equity tanks on the turn because he's drawing. So I do think it's
100,000.
Yep,
And Jacob
exactly
folds.
what happened. Again, sometimes, you know, Jacob will flat there with like sevens or nines, the middling pairs, and you won't get him to fold there. But it just depends again on the player, and with that weak of a call, a bet does get the job done. And Matt in the lead, 780,000 up top. Jacob with that loss is now we're seeing the gap winding a little bit. It's 325,000 at the bottom. That's a difference of about 445. That's an entire starting stack. We started at 400,000 in chips. Everybody got the same amount. We started at 1,000, 2,000 blinds, and we're now at 714. And after this hand, we'll go to another break.
Last
And
hand before break.
we will jump to 816 after the break.
After that, we'll jump to 860.
And then after 816, hell, I might just make it 1020 because I want to.
Yeah.
I don't even have
Might
to do
just
the
make it
9.
1020.
I mean, really,
I don't know.
yeah, it's up to you.
It's up to
You
me.
can
I
really do whatever
I
you
get to
want.
choose. It's my stream, damn it. I'll do whatever I want. Big Brother's watching.
All right, here we go.
So,
All right, last hand. Hand 56 before break.
56. 56. In the context of things, 56 hands online, you do that like that.
Yep.
56 hands live is a long time.
Yep, it's a very, very
Fold.
different atmosphere again when we're in person versus online. Kind of slows down the game.
Caden with a reasonable open here. He may limp this.
Kane raises to 30.
Raises up to 30. Again, sizings are a little bit small here.
Noah calls.
Don't know what Noah has here.
Rome folds. Matt folds. We are heads up.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm gonna play that.
So we're sweating with Caden with an ace-9 offsuit against Noah in the dealer button. See if we can figure this out. Comes 10 deuce 9. That's a great flop for Caden. I imagine he's
On
going to
Caden.
be continuing here.
Yep, standard C bet around the third pot would be pretty ideal here.
45,000 is the bet.
Decides to make it half pot. It's fine. Could get called by overs here.
Noah calls.
Called by
Yep, and some draws, and potentially Noah does have 10s in his range. Well, that's not a great card for Caden now. I don't think it'll stop him from betting.
I don't think so. I would personally slow down because a lot of draws will start getting there. I mean, Queen Jack will.
Queen Jack's there, Jack 7's already there.
Backdoor clubs, which you don't have to either
100,000.
blocking.
Noah's all in.
Yep, and this
Wow.
is exactly the scenario you don't want. He goes all in.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
all in to call for Caden.
I don't like that. I'm assuming
It's all in the
Noah has some
costume,
sort of
Caden.
combo draw here. He probably has.
Let me double check. No, let's
He
double
could very
check
easily
that.
have ace 10 of clubs here, Jack 10 of clubs.
Noah does have Caden covered according to our
No. I think, yeah, actually, Kane may cover Noah.
Okay, then we would have Noah's count off by a wide margin, I would say.
I mean, just with the connectivity of this board, it is kind of favoring Noah's range. There's a lot of Queen Jacks. There's a lot of
321. Noah has
6
321,000.
sevens. He's more likely
Without
to
the call?
flush.
Yes, that's without the call.
So it's all together. It's total.
Yep, all together.
Okay, so that means we had that stack off quite a bit. So you said 321?
So this plus those two. Yep.
Yeah, that's
so.
quite a bit. That's definitely different. So we have it at literally 538.
Caden covers Noah.
I mean, thinking of the hands that Noah would be shoving with here, it's either hands with a lot of equity or monster-made hands. I mean, he could very easily have 9-8 here also. There's a lot of two pairs. 9-8, 9-10. I don't see many bluffs here unless it is a big monster draw. I don't really think that Caden calling here would be best decision. He does.
Put it in the chat, folks. I want to see what you think Noah has here. If you have any guesses, Twitch or YouTube, put it in the chat.
My guess right now is probably Jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah, I think Jack 10 of clubs is completely reasonable. I also think you could just have Queen Jack here, but could just have 10. I'll say 10, at least a 10. I think he has at least a 10. I think the worst that he probably has here is like, I don't know. I just don't know if he has anything worse here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see what he could be shoving with.
A worse 9, Jack 9.
Yeah.
Probably Jack 9 is, I say, the bottom of what he's shoving here. It was a quick shove, which, depending on the person, might mean you have a good hand or a bad hand.
Yep.
But
who's covering who here?
so we've confirmed that Caden covers Noah.
Okay.
With the 100 already in. So we had the stacks off a little bit. Or well, not a little bit, a lot.
Alaric's thinking that he has a fat club draw. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think a club draw is definitely there. You know, something that vector. But I also don't. He didn't think about it very long, which to me means more 10s is weighted towards better hands to me.
Yeah, I mean,
Peter with King 9, and it is a fold.
Let's break.
And we don't know what happened.
We'll never know that hand.
Interesting. Noah won with the full and should be up to about 592, and we'll make sure we verify the stacks as we go to break and come on back for more poker where it will be 8-16 and we will march closer to a grand champion. Thanks, everybody, for your patience as we count the stacks. Welcome back. UNL Poker Grand Championship for Season 7. We're jumping the blinds. That's why we took that long. And again, apparently the bots are just loving our stream right now. They really are. They're just joining the chat. So apologies if you have to avoid the bots. Let's get the stacks updated because we did change out those black 1,000 chips for new stacks. So we'll have Rome at 700,000. Okay. Yep. Switching out a dealer mic as well. Again, thanks so much, Parker. You know, since you're here and we have a little bit of time, give us a little bit of your insight as to what you've been thinking here.
I'm actually not super familiar with the stacks, but I mean, from what I've seen so far, everyone's playing pretty good. I really like how Matt's playing right now. We'll see what he can do if he can, you know, pull off. It looks like he has a slight chip lead. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, no, I definitely think he can pull it off, without a doubt.
Which would be insane, because again, he's only been here for, you know, however long. Oh, you put 850 for him.
Nope. We don't want 8. Both Matt and Will are at 885. Got Jacob
like Will's made
at 325.
Bit of a comeback here.
And Caden at 330. So Caden dropped off again, I think with some just plays in general, mistakes. Here we are. We will show you the stacks again. And boom. Up they come. Matt and Will tied. Same stack. 885,000. As we plug in a new mic for our dealer, Jeffrey. And then we're up at the blinds. It'll be 10,000, 20,000. So yes, we'll be moving in along here. And so people are going to have to make some, you know, better decisions. Parker, what do you think, you know, changes as these blinds go up?
You know, this is like kind of like the weird part of the tournament. The two big stacks are going to be at around 40 big blinds, which can be kind of awkward to play with. And now Jacob and Caden have to consider when they need to start adding shove or fold into their play. I mean, you can't really play with 18 big blind stacks because when you're raising, getting called, your SPR just gets funky.
No, without a doubt, it does get very funky to handle. Will has recovered nicely, and you know he was kind of in a middling stack for quite a bit, and did a good job at sticking around here.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you need. You need to just kind of roll with the punches, wait till you start picking up hands, and then wait for your opportunity, and he's done a good job of that.
I also think that Jacob, as you see, short stack with Caden right now, has done the same thing as Caden, calling off a little too wide, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's pretty typical of the both of them, though.
Yep, it's a learning experience.
Yeah, of course.
And there we go. We got Jeffrey back. And the table back. That's all we needed. This is a fresh set of microphones. Got your earpiece in, Jeffrey? Nice coming. Oh, nicely done. Thanks. Sorry for the crunchiness at home as Jeff fumbled the bag here.
Is that how big for the layers?
Yeah, 5-10 minutes.
Oh, is
or
it?
did you just do one?
No, it's not 5
No,
minutes.
this is the hand mean case.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
24 people.
Once he gets his earpiece back in.
YouTube?
But I've
give
been
him a
saying,
signal
that's
to keep playing. It's 10:20.
I've been studying on YouTube.
Yeah.
I was studying on Twitch. Got 21 watching him.
But they're saying one, I feel like.
No, what are the comments?
No, you always do multiple.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, multiple platforms, multiple people can tune in. People have their preferred platforms, so.
The bots?
If you do it on just one, that's a mistake.
Yep, agreed. Agreed with that point. Jeffrey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
All right, whenever you're ready, shuffle and deal. It's
All right,
Rome on
this
the
was
dealer
shuffled before, so 10-20. Good luck, gentlemen. Oh, my breeze feels good.
I mean, they were pretty close.
Off we go. The air conditioning kicked back on in the studio, and that is appeasing the players, I would say. I would imagine that they would want to have that happen.
Yes.
10-20 right now. Here we go. Game on. No more. The black chips worth 1,000. It's 5Ks and 20Ks.
Fold to Noah. Noah raises to 60.
Now. Sickening.
No, with the ace-7 of spades, a very reasonable open.
Roman Matt fold. It folds rounds.
Wow.
And we just
It's just hard to
fold
like
it all the
call
way.
now. It's like fuck. I'm putting away too much money right now.
60K?
When
you
pick up those
blinds,
this is when it starts to get really
important
to
seal
the
blinds. 30,000. I mean, look right now. You've got Jacob on 15 bigs. 30,000 is huge. It's absolutely huge in the context of this tournament, and you have to be opening
Well,
your
you want to
ranges
make it limit?
and being aggressive.
Yeah, of course, especially when you're a big stack. I mean, it's going to be really important for these big stacks to start putting a lot of pressure, especially when you have Caden and Jacob in the blinds. You really need to put a lot of pressure on them.
Now, earlier I said, even though that Matt and Will are the biggest stacks at the table, I think Rome has had control of the table for the last hour or so. I think he's been playing the most of the hands and staying aggressive, and you know, had one or two people make the wrong play into him.
Yeah,
Hey guys,
you know,
what you
it's
looking for?
pretty easy to play bad against him. He does
yeah.
a really good
I
job
came
of
on in here.
mixing up his ranges and mixing up what he does. So
Yes.
it's almost impossible to ever know what he has
Awesome.
specifically.
I guess thank you
which
for
works
whatever.
to his advantage, obviously. People are going to be making a bunch of misplays. It's,
Yes, we got. Thank you. Yep.
His
Thank you, Jamie.
profit
Good to
margin
see you,
can
Alan.
be very erratic at points.
Yeah.
All right, so it folds to Rome, who've raised the 40,000, and it folds Matt and Jacob folds.
See, I like starting to do this with hands like Jack 10 off. Just like put pressure on the blinds.
And Will calls. We are headed heads up to a
Standard
flop.
call here with ace queen.
Just for
I'm done with it.
This is a deuce of diamonds. Will checks. Checks through.
There we go. Now we're all caught up. 10 on the turn. Open ender for Rome.
Will bets 45.
Going to come out and bet 45,000 now. And Rome is
Rome
definitely not
calls.
going anywhere. River card. Deuce.
Yeah.
And this is actually kind of a good card for Will to probably get paid on.
Yeah.
Again,
He goes for thin value here.
yeah, you got to go thin. I think a couple of the criticism we made, you know, some of his bet size and choices either a little too big, or you know, probably just he's been a little too big in spots. And I think this is a spot where he needs to go a little thinner. I'd say
I
like
50, 60. I like
probably
50,
about
60.
in the 60. I'd say 70 or 80 is the maximum here.
I mean, obviously it's easy to know since we know Rome's whole cards. We know he's going to
Of course.
call off.
Will bets 90,000.
Even then, I think that's.
I think that's a little much, but
I understand it's a river
Rome
bet.
does
It's
here.
half pot, but I think it's a little much when you're looking for what to call. You know, you always have to ask. You know, I think one of the big things. Alex Fitzgerald is one of the people that I pay attention to, and you know, he's got an interesting style. But the one thing that he said in his teaching is just like I try to, you know, let's just break it out into simple brass tacks. What do I have? What do I beat? Like, you know, what are they betting for value? You know, like those sort of things. Like, what can I get value from? Just the simple questions.
Yeah.
What do I have? What do I beat? What am I losing to? And what can I get value from? And, you know, that's a question to be asked. I think it looks like you might get the value out of Jack 10 here, but I think, you know, if you really think through the situation, I think this is getting to the point where it might be too big to allow him to fold this 10.
Rome calls.
He will call,
Okay.
and will win the hand.
Win the pot with a very good thin value bet there.
And with that, the first person to hit 7 digits tonight is Will at 1.1 million.
Will, first person to pass
See if
7
he can,
digits.
Convert this
Over a million.
advantage. He's got a pretty good what's the word? He's got a good hold on the table right now.
Yeah.
With his
See, only one chip.
Again, this is one of the things that I've really paid attention to. Matt's 6% has not moved. Pre-flop raises stayed at 6% the entire night.
6%.
Rome has also stayed at 25% on the PFR
I
pretty much
think
the
what
entire
happens
evening.
a lot with Matt is he likes to limp. And I think as the stacks get shallower and shallower, I like that a
pocket
little bit
tens
more.
as I did.
You know, you can mix in. I mean, Phil Hellmuth is like the goat of the limp strategy with middling stacks. So
Somebody you like to emulate, is what I've heard.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I like to dress up as occasionally.
Every once in a while.
Don't like to copy his wisdom.
Yeah, I don't know if I would copy everything about it.
The legend.
Will
we'll see,
Will
maybe.
Henningsen saying how anyone else notice how classy Will is? It looks like we have some Will solidarity here.
Like we have some
Raised to
Will
60,000 by Rome.
And we have some solidarity
Matt
for
calls.
Rome getting ace king again, and Matt with an ace jack. This is going to be an unfortunate spot.
See, but back to
Caden calls.
Matt's strategy where he's just calling here. Where
And-
some people might 3-bet this.
Right. Now, Caden out of the, again in a 6-max game, or now 6-ring, I think that's not really, now Caden, this is actually a brilliant spot for Caden because a bet here would actually do him very well. But he
Caden
decides
checks.
to check the queen 10.
Rome bet 60,000.
And again, Rome betting on a board that he probably should not
Shouldn't be. Yeah,
Nope.
I like a check here from Rome, but you know, if I am gonna bet here, I'm gonna bet like really big.
Matt folds.
It's hard to do that when you're this shallow stacked, or this mid stacked, I should say. But it looks like he's gonna pick it up.
Yeah, Caden oddly saying, you don't have it, but I don't know what I
I
can
can't
handle.
really do anything else. And technically,
folds.
Rome has the best hand. I mean, when it gets down to it, he did have the best hand there.
Yeah, and
And
I don't know
Caden
why
would
we
make the
I don't know why we would have ran it out. But I mean, look at the situation though. You have to think about if Caden, instead of just giving up on the hand, like actually just sits there and thinks about it, and then raises, it's credible. And then when the 8 rolls off on the turn, Rome can't call. Rome can never call on the 8. So that's the thing. It's just those are the things you got to be thinking about. Is this a flop that I can represent? Especially, you know, it's not great when you hold the queen and the 10. Those are kind of blocking some hands that you want your opponent to have. But even then, like, if you're going to raise, that's the flop to do it.
It's the Grand Championship. No one wants to get out early.
No,
No one likes bluffs. No one likes big bluffs.
It's the pressure, but I mean, you're not going to do anything with 270,000, which is what Caden has right now, and you have to make the aggressive move. Caden will do it. He's found a couple spots tonight where he's done it, and it's worked out for him. He's still here. And it's hand number 60. Hand 60.
Only 60 hands so far.
Only 60.
On Rome.
Rome with 7-5 in his streak of raising.
Matt calls.
Again, Matt would call the queen 9 off. Don't love it.
Yeah, I'm already out, my boy.
I like a fold there. Queen 9, but
Jacob raises to 50,000.
I think this is a good raise. Ace 4
like
clubs.
this. I like this.
Will has got a mystery here.
Will calls, Caden folds, Noah folds. We're back to Matt.
Oh, actually, a call for Noah. And he's had the situation too where he's limp folded as well, which is just like
Matt
not a
calls,
strategy for
three-way.
the position that he's in, and this is a bad multi-way hand. Will has a mystery hand. Jacob has ace 4 clubs.
If Matt isn't balancing his range,
Well, that's not bad for Matt.
On Matt.
I don't think he is though. Is the thing. I mean, this is lucky for him.
if he's not balancing his range with the limps, I think it's going to start to become an issue for him.
Now, you know, this is decently
Checks the Will.
favorable for Will, but
Checks the Will.
it's not favorable enough because it's too connected. If you have some of the sort of like one pair hands, even kings is not loving themselves here.
Thank you. 60,000 by Matt.
And now I think a bet on the turn here for Matt with kind of the open ender and a pair
Big
could
folds.
absolutely have the best hand here.
It's very possible.
Beating ace king, ace queen, and some other potential hands that, you know,
Eights,
Will might
sevens.
Will calls.
open. He will call, and now we're sweating with just Matt to the river. Another 5 is not great.
Pretty much a blank.
Tough spot for Matt though, because he could be value owning himself here if he decides to bet. I feel like this is best played as a check.
Check, yeah.
You could get Will to check back, and you can choose to check call or check fold.
See now, but does Will have some sort of weird spade thing, and is he just going to bluff at this?
Could
So
have.
now it's a tough spot for Matt.
I mean, yeah, there are some misses here, but I mean, there's definite. I feel like there's still value here with the jack, with potentially an ace 10 that should be betting thin.
Matt also doesn't have any spades in his hand.
Will bets 130.
130. Now again, 130 into 300. That's fairly small relative to the size of the pot. So
It's
I
like
don't.
a 10 or a jack, maybe.
I think it is, but I mean, so going back earlier, he was talking to Noah about the hand that Noah almost snap called him off with 4 pair because he polarized and went pot sized. And you know, in that situation, I said, like, Connor, this looks a little bluff. Like, it does look bluffy, like the way the line that took. Yeah, he was bluffing. They got the fold.
I mean, when you bet pot, you're supposed to have 66% of value hands. I mean,
Yeah.
you're mostly supposed to have.
And the way their hand ran out, the highest card, there was one high card, which was a king, and he was the pre-flop aggressor. So it just didn't, it was not hitting his range. He was betting into big blind. It didn't make a lot of sense. I mean, Noah almost sniffed it out. I think it would have absolutely, it would have been a great call had he made it. He had the right idea. Now, in this scenario for Matt, it's just a question of you're actually blocking kind of a bluffy card with, like, you're blocking some ace-queens that would then want to turn it into a bluff. Ace-queen would probably check it back. It just feels too much like value, like thin value.
No spade. I kind of just like letting this one go, but it's close. I think it's probably close to even. I don't think you're losing money. I don't think you're winning money here, particularly.
Thinking about it.
I gotta see it.
He wants to see
He
it.
calls.
You got it.
Queen 9 is the winner.
You got it, he said. Muck the hand. Matt, nice call. So did catch Will in a bluff there.
I just really thought it was your time to just fucking punch me in the face.
Yeah, he thought he was messing around with him. That was a nice hand.
I wanted it to look like a...
Still a mystery as to what Will might have had there.
I just don't know.
He convinced the broadcaster.
Can you hold up breathing for like 1 minute, Jeff?
They didn't think I was gonna call.
They didn't have a read on his cards, so they were sweating with you, Matt.
You have to be the guy, huh?
Yeah, but both the guys on that end is gone, so that camera has no one to point to.
What you said?
Yeah. I was like, might as well.
I'll have to wait till you're back there because of tracker. Yep. All right. It's another big X factor in Grand Championship is fatigue.
Just needed to adjust some camera angles there,
I'm Matt.
folks, as it is on Matt, and he has a raisable hand.
I'm still shaking right now.
Is that ace queen there for under the gun? Okay.
Well,
let's see if you can get those percentages.
Yep.
40.
No, that's not 45.
That's not 40.
Sorry,
It's-
I didn't mean that.
Um,
I was just joking. Yeah, you're good. There you go.
Yep, 45. Yep.
That's right. Jeffrey, you can also tell Matt that he can scan in seat 4 and keep his cards on seat 3 if he wants to.
Okay.
If he just scans in the 4th seat, that's fine with me.
So Matt raised the 45, Jacob called, and it folded to Rome.
I gotta see it. I was like,
I got sure. That's the same thing I did with Jacob. I was like,
And Rome with the 5-3, baby. 5-3, what a poison. It's in our logo.
Okay.
What a poison. We're 3-handed. Tasty poison it is. And it comes up 5-3 king. 5-3 king. King with a king and the flush draw. And Rome would do best to just fucking check here.
25,000.
Sorry, I have to cuss. What was the bet?
25,000 by Rome, call by Matt. Jacob is all in.
All in for Jacob.
Oh, he's gonna get snapped. He's gonna get snapped. He's gonna get snapped by Rome.
We're going to double check the stack size here for
180,
Jacob.
190, 195.
Rome's gonna eliminate. Oh no, Rome's gonna eliminate Jacob.
Just gonna make sure. 195.
Well, backdoor spades, a 9 or a king. That's what he needs.
Yep. This is unfortunate, but you know, Jacob's going to see this, and you can't be upset with getting called by 5-3. Rome is thinking about the call.
So it looks like
I think it's on
195, 140.
I think Rome would snap call.
60, 180. Yeah, 190.
Yeah, it's the decision's on me.
190,000 total.
But Rome's not folding here.
No. Rome's not folding in a million.
Rome calls.
Matt has an easy fold. You would think.
I don't know. You don't want to get into. I mean, this could be disastrous if he chooses to call.
He won't.
Yeah.
I'll let it go.
He just probably just doesn't like his run here. But he's at 1.1 million. He's at 1.1 million. I know he can't hear me.
No, 190, sorry.
I don't
190.
like what he's doing with those chips.
Matt is at 1.1 million. You don't need to call this. You don't have anything.
He's gonna fold.
Matt
There you
folds.
go.
Show it.
Flip it over, and Jacob is just like,
he has like 3-5 or something because he showed.
that's the way it is, folks.
That is the way it is.
5-3
Oh,
is
we
just
showed
in
it.
people's
I
ranges.
see it.
It's in our logo.
I just have
Oh, okay.
and I just have a feeling Jacob's not gonna beat him.
If you look on the table, it's well, it's not on the table, but if you look on one of the screens that is showing our background, 5-3 is in there. Well, King,
two running pairs.
Two running pairs, or going to need some help with some spades here. But Jacob could be the 6th place finisher in the Grand Championship.
Oh, the big line.
Jeffrey,
He was to 45.
go ahead and run the turn.
Spade would make it interesting.
8 of diamonds
8, 9,
is
or a king. Is that those are
8, 9, or a king. 8, 9, king is all Jacob has to survive. Otherwise, Jacob in his first season of UNL poker will be eliminated. He stands up. Is it the anti-sweat? Is that enough to get him
I
some
tried
good?
this. It didn't work.
Parker tried it, didn't work. Will work for Jacob. King 9 or 8 to the river. It's an ace of diamonds. Rome
GG, Jacob.
eliminates Jacob.
Good game, guys.
Wow.
It was fun.
Just flops 2 pair like it's nothing. And now Rome is now.
Can't argue about it. It's 5-3.
If you shove it, I'm.
And Matt, you can, well, actually, you have more room now, but you can show your cards on, you'll have to scan your cards on 4, but if you want, you can keep your cards on 3. You just have, when you get them, just make sure you scan them on 4. Yep, and then you can move them to C3, that slot, if you want.
Oh,
So yeah, with that, Matt, still 1.1 million, but
No,
Rome
'cause you
is
still have to,
25,000
unless
away
you move the
from
cards
7
over,
digits.
you have to put it in
creeping up.
your, that slot. Okay. Yeah, you can, oh yeah, you can just bump that over. Make more room.
As we get a little bit of stretching out to do here, Will and Matt kind of finding more comfortable positions. Might go back over and adjust the camera angles one more time because they wanted to stretch.
Yeah.
Put him on a king, and I was like, it would be flipping.
I will go ahead and do that.
I was like, I can't pull this. I see this 5-3 behind me. I'm like, nah.
All right.
Hey Jeff.
10,
Jeff.
20.
He's gonna adjust the cameras
Ah,
quick.
That's how to represent the club right now.
Hold on. You might.
Everyone,
No problem, man.
Chinese flag, let's go.
Get a nice one of me.
Jeff's in the corner spot.
On my camera looks the best.
That only really sees Noah.
That's a lie.
You're saying it on live TV right now?
Yeah, I'm staying on live TV.
You're bad.
Broadcast cameras are fucked.
He's graduating in like 08. He's done. Where my face? My pretty face.
What age? That's Trayvon Walker, #1 overall pick. How old is he?
I know he's gonna be like 14.
Yeah, he's an 8th grader.
Yeah.
What? No.
Who's an 8th grader?
The guy in the red is an 8th grader. The guy next to him is Trayvon Walker, the #1 overall pick of this year's draft.
How? Why?
I don't know.
He's built like a
Talking about a recruit of some sort. As we're back, off we go to another hand. Hand 62. It'll be on Will.
Final 5 on Will.
Yeah, I mean, lines come to you quicker.
Good.
Wow. I get it. You
Shove.
want to graduate and go home, but
Caden sitting on 260,000. He has ace deuce offsuit.
Caden calls.
I like a fold
Noah
there as well.
calls.
I like a possible raise
Rome
there.
calls.
I like just getting in there.
Option on Matt.
We don't really care if the pot gets huge because all we need is a set if we have fives.
Matt adds 40K to it, 60,000 total.
Yeah, this is a good move. I think I would have preferred a little bigger, but right to 80. Especially with multi-way, this is not enough. You're incentivizing other people to call a little too much.
Like how much you love this hand to go all and then.
Basically what
No one's always calling.
Wasn't enough.
Rome calls.
And
3 ways.
you know Rome's not going anywhere.
With Jack 8.
Jack 8 offsuit. Comes King 4-9.
We don't mind this as Jack 10.
On Rome.
Yeah, we like this generally.
Checks.
Now will Matt actually follow through with his plan here? And again, he's got a great
Matt
combo.
checks.
Nah, this
Checks
is a
through.
bet. It's a bet. You kind of kill other people.
I definitely like raising there. Now he's double gutted.
Double gutted here. Rome also has a gutter ball now.
Rome. That's 50,000.
Yeah.
Matt calls.
And we'll probably.
Noah calls.
This is a stretch. This is a stretch of a call.
It is a stretch. He's definitely just suspicious.
4 is no, and Noah has the best hand.
Wow.
Now, will that stay the way it is? It could check through.
I can definitely see Rome bluffing at this.
Again, this is a pretty dry. Like this runout is not super crazy. Like.
Check.
Rome checks.
I really wish Matt would have bluffed.
Yeah, this
on
is
the
a
flop.
scenario
He
that I
definitely
think
should have c-bet.
it's going to check through, and Noah will
Checks
win
through.
with the 5s.
Pocket
Wow,
fives
I don't
takes
think
it
Noah
Pocket fives
expected
is
to
the
win a
winner.
350,000 chip pot with pocket 5s, but he does.
That's 60%.
He does. He takes it down.
Wow. Nice. Good hand. Good hand. Good
And
hand.
now Noah.
Spreading the wealth more.
Bring us little guys back.
I'm still really confused to why Matt stacked there. Either the flop or the turn.
No, I was like,
Caden down to 240,000, and we will probably move the blinds again here shortly. Hey, after one more hand. Make it 15-30.
I was like,
Hadn't done it in a minute, so. We'll call last hand at 10-20, Jeff.
Last hand at 10-20.
oh, no, why?
I like how Caden's complaining here, but he's still limping with ace-2
I was waiting for a
off.
chance. Yeah, like,
Hold
go
on.
on, give me a
We also got
chance.
a comment, Jeffrey, that Noah might be hiding his big chips. Noah might be hiding his big chips. We got a comment that Noah might be hiding his bigger chips.
Stop checking it.
That's Jordan said that.
I'm not sure. I can't hear, but.
Okay,
Dude, I was
that's
like,
right. You're all
why
good.
you go there?
Alright, 10-20.
I won the hand.
10-20 and 63.
Dude, nah.
It'll be on Caden.
50, call it 60, pocket 5, yeah, starting with the
Okay.
yeah.
Spread the love before you look at it. And then you gotta see it. It's absolute dog shit.
Okay.
He called his hand absolute dog shit. If you
Folds the Rome.
if you heard that,
Raises to 50,000.
50,000.
Okay, 9-8. I like it. Apply some pressure. It's the big stack here.
Matt with the king 7 in the small blind is
Calls.
a little loose, and queen 5 of clubs is an easy defend here.
And Will calls.
We're 3-way. One of these 5 remaining will be the UNL Poker Grand Champion. That was ace queen ace. This is not good.
I think it'll go check, raise.
Checks the Rome.
Oh, Will might call, actually.
Well, Rome's gonna
Rome
bet.
bet 65,000.
He's literally might get this. Oh well, no, he has a queen. Never mind.
I think Will
Will call. 100%. Not loving things.
Will
No,
calls.
not loving life, but
He's
Rome close enough.
he's
to-
still he still should be really good here. Fun card.
Interesting. Okay. I think just another check call for Will. Pretty simple. I think Rome can slow down here. You have showdown.
Checks through.
Yep. Agreed on both points. As Jacob begrudgingly comes back this way, might have to talk to him after the hand.
I still think this is an easy. You could go for the super thin value.
I don't know. You have a bad kicker.
Yeah.
Checks through.
Yeah,
Show it.
he's just gonna win it. Just gonna win it.
Alright, what's the next blind levels?
15-30.
15-30.
Back to 1-2.
Back to 1-2. Yeah, that'd be good fun.
I don't know what I did to you, man. thought we were friends.
Just because he's not in this doesn't mean he has to
All right, so sit down here. He's giving us some information. Jacob, sixth place finisher. Jacob, so you're giving us some information about what happened in the hand. Talk us through it.
Okay, so I'm very small-minded, and I am getting a lot of bad hands. So I just ended up calling, but
15,
once
30.
Rome was planning on
You do
calling,
like the
he
World
tried to
Series
show
of
Jeff
poker,
his
blinds
hand,
change every 2 hours.
and he was like, oh, I'll just do it, whatever, it doesn't
That's
matter.
why it's 7 days and
So initially, when the flop
Yeah,
came out like
main event
5-3 king, I was like,
blinds every 2
okay, he actually might have 5-3 because this is the type of hand that Rome would like try to like say like something like
Right.
that.
like
But I was like, I'm not
5,
gonna get a
6,
better spot. I have top pair.
Yeah.
I have backdoor spades, all that stuff. And I was like, I have to go all in now. Like, I don't think I'll get a better
It's a
spot.
grind.
And
That's why
obviously,
it's
he did
the
have
main event.
5-3.
Yeah, no, I don't think you played the hand wrong at all. I think it just is kind of how the way it went. Besides that, how do you think you played today?
In the beginning, I thought I played pretty well. I was getting pretty good hands though. Some of my bluffs went through, which were pretty
Raise
good.
the, no, it's call the 30. Call the
yeah,
30.
but once things started to dry up, I started getting kind of
Folds
desperate
to
and
will.
making bad plays, and that just ended up,
Yeah. Yep, just didn't run the best, and kind of ran into it. I mean, I think you played decently for the most part. I mean, I'm sure you'll go back and check things out and see some of the hands, but it was fun to watch you without a doubt. When you're looking at the table now, we're down to 5. We're not that far away, and I think anybody it could be anybody's game
Checks
here.
through.
Who's your pick?
Well, my main man is Will, so I gotta go with him. He's been playing really good this second half-ish. He's been getting a lot of good bluffs in, and he's been playing really well.
Yeah.
Obviously his stack size shows it, but really the stack sizes now
Will
with the
bets
big blinds
45.
is so easy to flip around so fast. So it
Exactly.
really is still
Folds
like
it
a coin
around.
flip between him and maybe Matt. Matt's playing really good as well.
And here's another example of Will getting a bluff through, which is Jack high. Gets Noah to fold a
He shows the jack.
10. He does show the Jack. Nobody's going to know what that other
Shows the
card
jack.
was, but yeah, there he is.
He wanted to rub it in.
1,045,000 in chips.
Like I haven't
Sure,
been seeing his
sure.
cards, but I'm
he's trying to
pretty
be
safe to
humble,
assume he's
but-
been bluffing a lot, and I'm pretty sure they've been putting a lot. I think only one time Matt has called him off, and that was pretty impressive. But
Yep, he had 1 or 2 people call him off. It was Matt and Noah almost thought about calling him off there, but it was very interesting. Hand on to hand 65. Just really quick too, before I let you go, or there's other activities going on, but just give us an idea of what you thought of your first semester at UNL Poker.
I thought it was really fun. Well, I played a little bit last semester, only 3 times, and I got out first time every single time. So this semester has been a major improvement.
I would say so compared to that. Yeah.
yeah. Hopefully, I'll be playing just as good next semester. Hopefully better, and maybe I'll make it back to the final table.
Yep, absolutely. I hope so. And you'll have a chance to review on the YouTube channel, as everybody else will, and come on back and do it again and try to fade Parker and all that. But hey, Jacob, appreciate it, man.
Thank you so
Yep,
much.
thanks for coming.
Calls.
Fold.
Can you give me a recap of the action again, Jeff?
Rome folded, Matt called, Will folded, Caden called, option on Noah. And he checks.
All right, we're good. And joined back here by Parker Wall. And Jacob right there. New to the club, or he finally was able to get a good run and makes it to the Grand Championship. And not a bad result for him in 5th or 6th place. You made it to the end, but
No, a
Caden
really good
goes all
result for
in.
him, and he doesn't really mention this, but he's new to poker too. I mean,
yeah.
So it's
He's
impressive that he's made it this far and he's
180,000.
played this well.
Yeah, he made a bluff in our tag team that he thought about check. He basically check raised all in and got the other team to fold. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, that's that is a move. It was a check raised bluff. He got it through. I'm like, smart. That was very smart. I was very impressed with his play this year, and absolutely deserving of making it to the final. Now, situation here, Noah openly jams here in a pot of
I think Caden.
90,000. Sorry, Caden of 90,000, and Noah with top pair
He's got a call here.
and a gutter.
It's tough. This is a tough call. It's not simple.
But what is Caden representing?
That's a good question. 5 deuce.
I know.
5 deuce for this trade. I mean, it's tough. I think Matt has an easy fold, but we'll see what Noah decides here.
I mean, Noah really doesn't like himself here.
Folds.
He folds.
Matt folds.
That can't be horrible.
No, I don't think it's horrible. It's just it's a little unfortunate in the situation. And Caden got the aggressive play through. I mean,
We trust.
Yep.
You know?
I mean, and that's not
I'm
like a
so
horrible play with
confident
9 big
it's
blinds
clean,
left,
yeah,
just
I mean,
sticking it in.
Yep, we'll stop and go.
Yeah, you have
sort
two.
of deal.
You have 2 overs. You might get obviously a better hand to fold like a 6. So it's not a bad. Not a bad.
It was a really. It was.
Now I don't think Caden was expecting to get a 6 to fold, but.
No, I mean, but it's tough because that is the worst 6. The worst 6.
The very worst 6.
Not great. So.
Alec, I know you're so pissed at me.
Well, I'm so sorry.
Look, at some point you just gotta ship it.
I like shipping it pre-flop.
You can. I like shipping it pre-flop more. You can tell him that.
Alex says he likes you shipping it pre-flop.
But it wasn't bad.
I didn't have the guts to pull pre-flop.
Pull that trigger.
Well, then do you have the guts to be here?
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Dude, shots
Hey,
fired.
hey,
Holy cow.
Like, damn, boy.
Man.
The bull, the damn view, the prize.
On Matt.
Damn.
Manhart is so aesthetic, according to Harry.
See,
Hello,
now
Harry.
This is a very
It's a call by Matt.
common call from Matt.
Yeah, it should just be a raise. And, well, he's going to
Matt's
end up
gonna get
getting himself into a spot here against Kings. Black Kings.
See, and here's the issue, because Will is going to re-raise, Matt's going to call, and he's going to be out of position with a really kind of a bad hand.
Now, here's a situation where I actually don't think when Caden is sitting on maybe like 260, you could be trappy here and call this and see if what Caden wants to do down the line. It's a possibility.
I don't mind doing a play like that.
Kane folds. Noah folds. On Rome.
I don't think Caden's playing aggressive enough for
Rome calls.
Will to even consider that, really.
Yeah, it's a thought. It's not saying you have to go through with that. 8-7 of diamonds here for Rome, and he'll make the call. And now
And he's in a bad spot.
Matt is in a bad spot, and it's of his own doing. When he could just open that, he receives a 3-bet, and then decide you could call it. It's a little wide, Queen 9 of diamonds to call if you 3-bet.
It's tough to put myself in these scenarios because I just
3-way.
A limp is so rare.
Ace, Queen,
Not
10,
the flop
it comes
for
all 3 hearts. Thanks, Jordan. I was trying to get Geoff to set.
2 black kings are
Geoff,
not.
Geoff, can you tell Noah to put his stack of 20s at the front?
Noah, can you move your stack of 20s to the front, please? Yep.
There we go. Thank you, Jordan.
In my first time.
I can see this checking through here.
Now, what in the world is
What
Rome thinking now?
is Rome
So,
doing? This makes no sense.
but here's the crazy thing is
100,000.
that this might work.
No, Will call. Rome will slow down, and this isn't going to work out.
It might.
I just
I'm
don't
saying
like
it
this
might.
at all.
100,000.
So Matt folds. It is on Will.
No call.
I mean, it's a monotone board, but it's also all ace. But here's the thing too: is that it does favor. It doesn't actually.
Block king jack.
Fold.
Oh no, I don't think that's terrible. Rome gets. Here's the reason why: is because when it comes out ace queen 10 like that, Rome actually is supposed to have more flushes there. What flushes does Will have besides the royal?
He's supposed to have more
Is
flushes.
king 9, king jack of hearts, but Rome has way more combos: 9-8, 9-7, 8-7, 10-7, or not 10-7, but jack 9.
That's fair, but do it with a hand that you have a heart with, so you're blocking some of that stuff. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to just randomly do that.
No, it's not great. It's not great way to randomly do it because it's still ace queen 10. But in terms of a flushing board, I mean, it does put that type of hand, even an ace, an ace jack or something like that. Ace jack is not loving itself.
No, it's not loving itself, but it's definitely still a call. I still like just a call with kings. If Rome keeps barreling, it's going to be tough to stay in, but...
Right. He's gonna. It might blow up in his face eventually, but it did work there, and I don't think that's crazy. Was Rome thinking about it that way? Maybe not necessarily. Maybe he just chose, hey, I'm going to choose to fire now. I'm going to choose to bluff now, which he does. He just sometimes I feel like he just picks.
Yeah.
Who's dominating right now?
Parker and Alec.
Got a queen 9 here for Caden in the cutoff.
King calls.
Sitting at 8-9 big blinds. And
I just don't think this is a good strategy.
Noah calls.
Right?
Probably could just let it go, and Rome has the same hand.
Rome
How many
calls.
times
Option.
has this happened tonight where we've had 2 people with the
Matt
same
checks his option.
Yeah.
We already burned.
Already burned. Here's the flop. And it's king, jack 8, and this is
Okay, this is interesting because we have 10 gone. If a 10 comes, Matt has 2 pair. We don't even know what Noah has, but then 2 people will have a straight.
Matt bets 50.
Matt betting 50 into 120. I think that's a decent size bet. You might fit.
Fireworks if it comes running.
Kane
10s.
folds.
Caden lets it go, so it is now. Yeah, I think you just got to get rid of the gutter there, but
Noah calls.
Noah's gonna call. Now let's see what Rome does here.
and we don't know what Noah has.
Rome calls.
So a 10 would mean fireworks.
Yes, a 10 would be horrific.
3 diamonds. That ain't it. It's on Rome. Slows down.
I suspect Noah has a jack here.
Well, he didn't really slow down. He didn't bet. Will Matt slow down? Probably not. You're still feeling pretty decent about your king, even though you're multi-way.
Matt bets 100.
Again, I think this is a decent bet.
Fold.
100 into 1
Fold.
or 270. It goes fold.
And of course, Rome has him run it for the gutter.
Goes a 10.
No,
Oh, it was a 10. It would have been a 10.
Yep.
Oh my God, that would have been fireworks.
A 7 or a 10?
Well, no, he showed the 10 of diamonds, so nah, I don't think it was. What was the river card that he ran?
The river was a 7 of hearts.
Yeah, no, never mind. That would have been sick.
That
Though.
would've
I
been
was saying, we saw the 10 out there, like, oh my God, it was a 10. No,
And then what are you gonna do? Fold?
Nope. And you know, for some reason, we continue to allow Rome to run these rivers.
Of course.
I'll allow that one. You know, if any time somebody asks me to run something and it folded preflop, I tell them no.
No,
'Cause,
absolutely.
sorry,
not.
you already won the pot. Nothing happened.
I don't even run it when it's a flop or a turn.
Headed out.
Yep.
Yep. Take care, Derek. And good to see you again. I'm sure we'll see you around at some point. I don't know if I will, but these guys will, I'm sure. Okay. Yes, I will.
On Caden.
Without a doubt. See ya.
K Noah folds.
Derek, one of our alumni, who was, I think, a dealer at one of the
raises to 50,000.
Grand Championships.
Nope, still 1530.
Headed out. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's totally.
Oh,
right,
sorry.
yeah.
60. So Rome raises
Jordan,
to
can
60.
you talk about some of the great behind-the-scenes, amazing stuff you've done with and for the club? Well, I appreciate that. You know, we were just basically here for the last, maybe 10 hours. I was here 6 to 11, and then this morning from 9:30 onward, got up early and made sure we did this. And, you know, we wanted to make this an experience that, you know, everybody enjoyed. And, you know, it was our goal to put a stream like this together.
140.
And, you know, I'm so
Matt
glad we were able
re-raises
to
to
accomplish it.
140.
Matt is going to re-raise to 140 with the ace-queen off, especially short-handed, five-handed. It's a
folds
great
back
play.
Rome.
And Rome is just going to have to fold his dealer button.
We'll see.
Now, yes, in theory, he's
In
supposed
theory,
to fold
this
his
isn't
dealer
even an open, but
he does have
in Rome
position.
theory, this is a call.
But
Rome
theory does not prevail here. But yeah, no, I appreciate the kind words, man, and you know, just the content we've been able to put in, and just the fact that we're even here is amazing. A lot of obstacles throughout all of it, and a lot of hard work and
I've been getting the same
blood,
kind of
sweat,
over
and
and over
tears.
again.
But you know, it feels very good. Just being able to watch this and see other people commentate and just like sit back and as an observer for the first time is a pretty satisfying feeling, and you know, I feel good that these guys will continue on, and you know, hopefully, I know I've done my
If I
part
saw the
in
flop, you wouldn't
trying to
get a
make
chance.
that
I would've
happen.
sent
But no, I mean, this club has done a lot for me too, just personally and professionally. You know, it's crazy to think that this is the reason why I'm even going down to Vegas in the first place, but it's absolutely true. You know, it's absolutely true. It's the reason why I earned a photography gig in Vegas, because you know, I had some experience photographing our own club members, and you know, and that was just thanks to all of that. So yeah, it's bittersweet, but this is a good celebration of all that's happened.
Yeah, I mean,
raised to
you
60,000.
guys have
by Noah.
inspired a lot of guys to come regularly. And I mean, when you think about it, we're not playing for any real money. And
Nope.
When you guys
Re-raised
when you guys
to
have come
120,000.
and spend 6 hours of their day every
Folds to
week,
Caden.
it's impressive because clearly you've inspired that. So I applaud
appreciate
you,
it.
and hopefully I can carry the torch.
Thank you. Now here we go again with Caden with the King 10 offsuit. I wonder if he'll hear me in his ear this time.
I like a fold here.
Caden
Yep.
Good fold,
folds.
good fold,
Back to
Caden,
Noah.
good fold.
Noah calls.
Yeah, he's just
Heads up.
winning.
This is tough with 5s. I mean, you're not going to love a lot of flops here besides the come of 5.
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, that's the idea of it.
But
Except for that one.
You
That
actually,
one's actually
you actually
not
love
so
this
bad.
flop.
Checks through.
It does check through. Rome checks really quick, which just basically feels like I would be betting right now. I would literally be betting.
Rome, that's
This is
80,000.
an obvious bet with the flush draw coming in.
Noah calls.
And
I mean,
Noah's
hell, I was
skeptical.
gonna say Noah leads honestly on that turn because you just know Rome is checked really quickly. And
Ooh,
it
now,
is.
Oh, it's a deuce.
It
Checks
is a
through.
deuce.
Ace high?
Pocket 5s again, he says.
Pocket 5 being pocket
Yeah.
And that will win.
So 4, 9, 4 hearts, 9 of hearts, 3 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, deuce of spades. There we go. And it goes
Dude,
check.
that's just like, I had a pretty decent hand.
Noah again with pocket 5s like earlier is able to hold on and he's sticking around. Look at that. 75% of the chips in play are with 3 people. Rome and Caden do not have them.
Now check it out. Rome is underneath 20 big
Better
blinds.
start shoving here, can you?
He needs to start thinking about his shoving strategies.
And it's because of these wide call-offs and not really thinking about you know what he's calling off with. I mean, jack 9 offs, jack offs, it's all terrible 3-bet calls. I mean, I'll say it plainly, and I say it terrible. I say terrible not because it's just like I know Rome has done well in tournaments, so it's just always surprising to me that it's just like he comes here and then pulls this stuff. But I think he just wants to play. I think almost to the point where he's developed a persona. I mean, that's a great thing about watching, cash games and all that on Hustler Casino, all that, because we get characters that aren't boring, and that is the good part. This isn't boring. It's a little boring at times. It has gone a little slow, but you can't say that Rome and Kate and some of these people are boring. They play a unique style, which makes it interesting.
Okay, and here's what I was talking about, because Will's going to open this, or sorry, not Will, I'm thinking of Matt. So, Will's going to open this.
Will raises 75. King folds.
Let's see if someone wakes up with something in the big blind.
Did Matt call or fold?
Matt folded. Will raised to 75. Everyone else folded.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So much respect for him, not for me, huh?
Jordan Jansen can watch me speech there. Yeah. This is actually the official. They told me this is the official pre-show to Hustler Casino tonight. We are the official pre-show. So we're the lead-in, essentially. Might actually be going right now. I think they're probably pretty close. 6 p.m. on Pacific end. Hopefully we can get done, or get close to done here in another hour. So it's definitely going on. I think with hitting the top of the hour, Jeff, we'll go ahead and play through to 8:30, but let's go ahead and make it 20:40.
2040. Right now.
Right now.
Literally just died.
Really,
right now.
Now
Right
we're
now.
really making this
2040.
Yep.
Big stacks are officially
Nope,
now like
right now.
25 big blinds,
Right
which
now.
is insane.
40.
We're going to play through to 8:30 and then take a break.
We'll play to 8:30 and then we'll take a break.
Yep,
And some of
sorry.
you need to start shoving.
So now,
And some of us, as much as I love it, we don't all want to be here for 7 hours again. So I'm trying to get it out of the way.
so now Caden's sitting on 5 big blinds.
Yep. And
He needs to
it's
start
Matt
shoving.
under the
Good, one
gun.
more. Yep. Raised to 80 by Matt. Will folds. Caden folds. Noah folds. Jerome.
And it's only 40 for Rome to call with the suited 6-3, and he will be.
And he calls.
62-38 here. 10-4 queen. Again, this is a situation that Matt needs to bet even though he has 3s.
But I don't know if he will.
Because, again, are you just getting to showdown here very often? Matt is asking for the stack depth here.
Not when you're playing against your own. You're just not going to get to showdown cheap. Usually. We'll see. Yeah, he's going to see bet. I like it.
Yep, I think it's going to get
Just
an
tiny,
immediate
just
fold.
40.
Matt bets 80, fold.
Okay.
Yep.
Shows a 3.
Shows a 3.
Yep, 1.2 million for Matt, the newcomer. He came in with 5 weeks in the season left to go. Did well in the Stage 2 tournament. Did well in the Stage 3 tournament just to get here. He actually did enough to make the stage, to make the Grand Championship, and he could be an historic winner to come in 5 weeks and win enough. And if he wins tonight, it would be historic. Never happened in 7 seasons where somebody comes in fresh, brand new, and in 5 to 6 weeks wins the Grand Championship, one of the best prizes in college poker, just like that. So,
Just like that, yeah. And yeah, he won the Stage 3 tournament to boost him into the top 9. So Obviously, his start was in the Stage 2 tournament where he came in second, I believe. And I mean, that was just, ever since then, he's been playing really well, so definitely be someone to look out for next year.
So Will with the 8-3 of hearts, probably going to the money. And Caden's got to find a spot.
Caden's all in.
Now King Deuce is.
I don't mind this.
It's close.
Nearly
It is
200,000.
close. Again, it's one of those situations where you're
And
hoping to fold,
Noah
but
has a simple
unfortunately,
call here.
Noah will be calling.
Noah calls. Rome folds. Matt folds.
Okay.
Show it.
Here we go. Caden's going to need some help with King Deuce.
King Deuce. Ace Jack.
He's got 2 live cards.
2 live cards. Gonna need a king or a deuce or some other sort of stuff. Maybe a couple 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. But it is looking bleak. 68-32 in favor of Noah with the ace jack of spades. Caden trying to keep his championship season alive. Here's the flop.
I'm ready to donate. You ready to donate?
Spade. And a spade. That is atrocious flop for Caden.
Not a great flop.
Leaves him non-spade kings and deuces.
8, he's dead. Spade, he's dead.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. Not a lot of cards worth hope. Here's a turn card.
What?
A 10.
Absolutely what?
Ain't gonna help it. 9%, just a couple of kings and a couple of deuces, non-spade. Otherwise, Caden will be eliminated in 5th place.
Oh yeah, even I can't even this is King of Spades. I've got.
Here's the river card.
That's black and it's over.
Two a dice.
It's an 8 of spades. The flush comes home. Caden eliminated in 5th place.
Alright, good game, Caden.
Good game, Caden.
I'll be following you soon. Yeah.
I don't know, dude. So.
Nah, this is time for me to like win some blinds or just send it.
Jeff, do you know the amounts we got here?
If we do get to heads up, no matter what, we will go to a break.
What was that, Alec?
I said just at any point in time when we hit heads up, we'll go to an automatic break. I'm just saying that out loud to the viewers at home. That doesn't mean it's going to happen right now. But when it does happen, we'll go to an immediate break, and we are down to 4. Matt, Will, Noah, at $1 million and above. Rome, 485,000.
Who's going out next, Alec?
I mean, I think it's going to be Rome. I think his luck's going to run out on him. I think that's where things are going. As Caden comes on back for a quick interview, you don't have to sit. You can stand right there if you want to. Caden, man, take us through your day. You know, it was a good finish. You got 5th, but you know, just not enough at the end of the day.
No, not at all. I mean, I saw my stats about halfway through. I think 0 showdowns. I was just getting no action. Eventually pulled it back and then just slipped at the end. There were a few points where I should have just shoved it with like an ace-9. Just didn't have the guts to do it right away. Just gotta be more, know what I gotta do and stick on it.
Hey, you still had a great season. Ended up in 3rd. I mean, you can't be disappointed, and bring a lot of energy to the club, and it's been very fun to watch. And throughout the entire year, I think you've been a great presence to the club. Despite maybe some people not liking your calls every once in a while and wishing that you'd maybe fold some hands, but otherwise, I think you've been very fun to watch, without a doubt, man.
Yeah, some people aren't gonna like all my calls, and I'm definitely not the most GTO player ever.
Unreal.
But it's been a blast, blast playing for these past 3 semesters, and this club you guys set up is amazing. I was glad to be part of it, man. Glad all you did was absolutely amazing this whole way through. Is an absolute blast to play. I'm just glad we get to continue this,
Matt
and
raises to
hopefully
80,000.
people that don't like all my calls can find them a little more enjoyable in the future.
And it folds through.
Another fold through, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure, and the presidents, and that's the great thing is like everybody's going to bring a style to this, and I think that's what makes it so interesting. Not everybody's trying to play the most perfect poker. Sometimes they're just trying to go with their gut or mix it up a little bit. They just choose to mix it up, and that's great. It's good for the game. Is it always the most winning play? No, but it's good for the entertainment. That's what we're trying to do here at the end of the day, and have some fun. And definitely did having you around, my friend. Final question before I let you go. We got Matt, Will, Noah, Rome. Who's your winner?
I mean, right now it's a great play. Will's definitely pulled it way back. Noah's holding strong this whole way through. Rome is a powerhouse, and I know I'm a wild man. I think he's wilder than I am. If he can, find a few key folds when he needs to, I think he'll have a strong way. But honestly, I know Matt's new, but he's strong, and I think he's going to take it far.
No calls.
I wouldn't be surprised if he
Room
takes it here
checks.
tonight. It's impressive.
Let's go to the flop.
Yep. I think Noah has definitely been doing pretty well, and he's gotten lucky in a few spots with those
No
pocket
checks.
fives. And
Rome checks. Checks through.
around. You can't count anybody out here, though,
No,
especially not Rome. Not Rome.
No, not
sometimes
at
the
all.
way he goes.
Sometimes you just, you limp through with 5-3 and you spike 2 on the flop, so.
Oh.
Yep, absolutely. So
No
he bets
checks.
40
Rome
here.
bets 40.
And,
No folds.
40 and a fold.
Hey, some chips.
Easy enough. Yep, he's been around, man, and he'll stick around. But, yeah, again, appreciate you. I know you got to get on back home.
Oh, yeah, big drive ahead of me.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you all so much for all you do.
Yeah, appreciate you, Kate. Thanks so much, buddy. Kate Normeyer, out in 5th place.
485.
Yep, take care, buddy.
Bye, Caden.
Thank you so much. Yeah, pleasure playing with you, buddy. I hope to see you again soon. Sometime.
So when it's me and Connor in the lead, are we gonna have a new set of our own OGs?
On Will.
I mean, you can name your whatever the hell you want. You're not the originals. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay.
But you can name yourselves whatever you want, buddy.
Maybe we'll call it like Era 2 or something.
Yeah, you can name a new era of the club. Is
Will bets 100.
yeah, no, he is
No folds. Rome folds.
he's opened
Matt
it.
folds.
He's opened the 5-4 off, yeah.
I wonder if he
You
thought
know
it was
what?
suited,
It's
but
not-
honestly, it's fine because
It's
he's
egregious. You have it's not egregious. You have a big stack, and you can apply pressure. It's not bad at
and
all.
the other players look like they're not really wanting to move. Let's take a look at the aggression statistics while we're thinking about it, because when you look at it, it's Rome, but there's a dip in aggression statistics, and particularly in the pre-flop raise now. I mean, Will is second, so I don't think this is ridiculous, especially with Matt. I mean, these are going to rise as we're shorter-handed, but it's definitely fair to see that
On Noah.
come up, and it is on Noah here. It's four-handed.
Rome folds.
Four-handed, these guys gotta start getting more open here.
And a small blind. I don't hate sometimes going with just a limp strategy here.
Yeah, no, it's not bad at all.
So raise to 100,000.
He does raise out a small blind. Again, I don't. I think the small blind is one where limp. If it does go to you, any sort of limp strategy is fine. The 10 deuce here for Will. He is choosing to defend it, which I think even though yes, you're supposed to defend a little more, I think this is too wide.
A little wide.
Even in
You're
this
gonna
spot.
be in position though.
But he spikes a 10, but Matt spikes a jack.
I think Will's gonna get in some trouble here. I think Matt's gonna see bet this, and Will's gonna have to call.
Matt bets 100.
If you're Will, you have to call here.
Will calls.
Yep, he's going to call, and this is quickly growing, like you said, because of the blind levels. You're going to 100K pot, or 400K pot here. That's almost as much as Rome has total, and the 4 on the turn is not great.
No, if you're Will, I mean, it's gonna be even tougher to get away from this because now you're chopping with all the other 10s. We'll see. Matt slows down.
Did Matt check, or has that not made an action yet?
Hasn't made an action yet.
Okay.
Matt can still go for value here. Get flush draws to call, and obviously a 10. You're really hating life if Will decides to raise if you lead here, but that's probably not going to happen.
Matt bets 100.
Another 100.
I like it.
And it's pretty decent. I mean, and again, there's things that aren't there yet. King Queen is not there. Diamond draws are not there. Deuce of Diamonds is not really relevant as a combination that you're, hoping your opponent has. So this is probably going to work out for Matt.
Yep. I think Will has to call again, unfortunately.
He does.
And Will calls.
And the only thing he's okay with seeing on the river here is the 10. Diamond, which will probably shut things down.
Probably slow things down. Yeah. Although I don't know, I've
600,000 here in the middle. This is a huge pot in the context of this tournament. Probably the biggest pot of the entire night.
I would love it if he goes for like 100,000 here. That would just be brilliant.
Matt, that's 100.
Gosh, I love this. Just love this. This is such a good race.
Diamond is unfortunate, but I mean, when you're talking about, but the thing is, it's just like you're asking to get a crying call. But if you were bluffing here and you bet 100,000, it's just brilliant. I mean, it'd just be so sick.
What are your bluffs here, though? I mean, you can only be bluffing here like so many times.
Right. That's why you have to be balanced. You know, you
So
do
tough
still
to
have
be
to find
balanced
these spots. But I mean,
who wants to bluff for a 6th pot? No one. No one wants to bluff.
nobody wants to bluff for a 6th pot. But I mean, some people have to bluff for half pot every once in a while too. Like you just can't be blasting the river every time.
I was thinking about this. You have to be good such a small portion of the time. It does look like it looks like it's a crying flush that just wants a call from a jack or a 10.
I think he's getting an idea of where he's at.
How sick would it be if you just...
I think the thing is too is that he's just looking at this pot of like 700,000 is like, you know, I think I have to call because of the odds. You know, are you allowed to fold here for 100,000? You know, getting 7 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you have like you can. I mean, you're getting like 12%.
Yep. I mean, you can see the
smile.
smile.
12% equity.
The smile on his face tells you the entire story here.
Such a good bet. Is he gonna let this go? It's a good fold.
Again, Diamond River's not helpful for Matt.
Folds.
That's a great fold. That's a really good fold. Diamond probably helped him, but that is still a great fold.
Mark this time? Mark
He's
this time?
saving himself.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players won't even consider it. You know, they'll say, "Oh, it's a 6 pot. I just have to call it off."
Good fold
here.
now.
But when you're at this stage of in a tournament, every big blind counts.
You remember when
you definitely get a folding there.
And especially now the diamond rolls off, it's just like, you know, bluffs that are natural or, you know, same bluffs are just there. Yep. Played incredibly well.
And I bet decently big on the turn. With 2 diamonds up. Diamond
Matt, with that pot,
I checked. And you bet,
is
and I was like, fucking
widely in the lead.
I was thinking back to that.
Has 39% of the chips in play. Got Noah 30% of
I
chips
was
in play.
so-
Will now dropping to 3rd place.
It was supposed to.
15 or 20, 40.
I can tell Rome's getting he's getting bottled up here. He wants to get it in. He wants to double up.
But I mean, these hands, just
Rump
like
holds.
8-3s he might have played earlier in the evening, are just not going to be included now. He's a frustrated
Matt
hurt.
folds.
I will with the 10-6. I mean, sometimes this is just a limp and see what happens.
Yeah.
Will limps, option. Noah checks it.
Well, the forbidden hand hits a full house.
Checks through.
Extremely forbidden. 8 on the turn.
Now full fires here. You have to
Checks through.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Deuce of diamonds.
Deuce of diamonds, the red joker.
I think you have to call this
Checks
off
through.
if you're not. Okay.
Checks through.
King high, take it.
We'll obviously take it. Another look at the VPIP.
53%. Absolutely insane.
53%. Bottom of the barrel
Yep.
right now at 505,000
Yeah.
chips. We started off with 400,000. And we're getting down to it. It is risky business around here. Yeah, we're going to keep this blind level because we're showing up. We're going to keep it at 8:30, take a break. When we come back, it's no more time for games. It's 25-50, 30-60.
We'll take a break at 8:30, and when we come back, it will be
We're gonna squeeze
25-50.
them out. We're gonna squeeze them.
Yep, so
Force
we'll
them to get
take a
it
break
in.
in 10 minutes, Jeff.
Yep. On Matt.
Matt with the A6 offsuit. Is this an open? I mean, this is probably an open. It's close, but
When you're the big stack and it's this shallow,
Call.
yeah, you can just start pushing people around.
But instead he calls, and now Will with the dealer button kind of has an option. I like this as a re-raise because you hate playing post flop with this, so you
Super awkward spot. Yeah.
and you've seen Matt limp a lot and limp fold. I think this is probably popping it to 120. I would say.
Completely fine.
100 is the bet from Will.
100, a little small.
No folds. Rome folds. And Matt calls. Emphatically.
Once again,
Matt emphatically called.
emphatic-
Jeff didn't say he called. He emphatically called. And we're heads up
Matt's
against
gonna be out of
2
position.
weak aces, and it's ace-9 jack, and we're possibly on our way to a chop. Probably going to chop.
Probably, it looks like a chop right now. Yeah.
Did I
Unless
fold
we
a
get
spade?
some very low cards here on the turn.
Matt checks.
I mean, Will probably needs to bet for protection here because of all the possible draws.
Will bets 100. Matt calls.
And it is
Snap call.
Snap call.
Snap call,
Snap
easy
call.
call. Do you maybe
Perfect.
like him
10 of
taking his
clubs.
time and then calling instead of just snapping
Potentially.
it off?
Well, I mean, and this is, well, it's actually fine for Will. Matt has the ace-6.
Matt now has the
I think Will
open-ender.
can just let this go to the river. I don't
Yeah,
think he needs
I like
to.
just a check here.
Because now you have the queen is good, a 7 is good for you. I don't think you need a bet here, and I don't think you're getting
A queen is not good.
Are you getting 3 streets of value from something that you're doing better than?
Probably not. Maybe like a really good jack, but
I think this is just a check. I mean, he's counting it out. He's got a pot left behind, but I don't know.
yeah, you're not super happy if you go on any calls.
Check to Will.
Checks through.
Smart.
Will has an open, sorry, Matt has an open under here. So
Now Will does. He's got the ace-8, and it comes home. Now, will he get anything out of this? Because that's not a card for Matt to bet either.
Any king, any 8 makes a straight. It's gonna be tough.
Matt
Oh,
is looking at his
Is he
chips,
gonna lead here?
thinking.
I really like it just a check here.
You have a bad ace.
Just maybe a check call. He's gonna check.
Somebody in chat saying, I don't think Matt knows how to play. I don't think that's true whatsoever. I just think it's certain spots where he could improve. All these players could improve in certain spots, but I would say not knowing how to play is
Matt bets
untrue.
80.
Matt, what the fuck is that? 100, not 80.
I saw your purples and said I'd make it 80 just to be nice. I thought you wanted 2 Yeah, I know, I thought you wanted 2 points.
He's being generous.
No, he has a street.
Well,
Is
this
he
is
scared
fun.
of a king?
Will?
I guess. Maybe.
I mean, he's probably just going to end up calling this off.
Yeah, it's probably just a call. So, is this a value bet? It's a little bit weird. We saw Will make a laydown with marginal hand earlier against Matt. Will he do it to the king?
Not one side.
Don't do it, just don't do it.
Now with a slightly more marginal hand.
I mean, this is not
Yeah,
really
FID,
crazy
yeah.
marginal, though.
No, it's not. It's above average. For
This is an easy call.
I mean, there's 3 spades.
I mean, it's not necessarily easy, the 3 spades, but I feel like it's just a call in case somebody's overvaluing something.
You are
like
extremely short stacked here.
8, but this is a different situation. So, like, I understand the fold of 100 into 700, but this 80 with the straight into 540, no.
I think it's a call, and I think he'll find it. I don't love the bet from Matt. I think it's just a little.
Will calls.
He wants to see it, and he'll be the winner.
Yeah. He's gonna take it.
Chop.
No
No
chop.
chop. It's an 8.
Oh.
It's a straight.
Straight.
Yeah, sorry, straight for Will.
Oh, yeah. Ben, what are you doing, dude?
Will, no.
Will didn't know.
man,
Will
that's
didn't
not-
know.
yeah, straight up,
Everybody
dude.
in the chat, start putting things in the chat that Will can't see what a straight is. Put it in the chat. Put it in
At
the
least.
chat.
Doesn't matter. You show it. It's whatever.
He showed an
I mean,
8.
you still won. Just be happy about that.
Oh my fucking god, I'm so sorry.
Put it in the chat that Will can't see the straight. He still won the pot, and he's at 970,000. But
I actually can't believe I just did that, I'm so sorry.
At least it wasn't like he would have won, except that you had a straight. At least it was just a chop.
Parker's on my ass right now.
Yes.
I'm not on your ass, buddy.
the chat's about to be on his ass.
Yeah, the chat might be on your ass.
Oh, the fact that you took so long, it would be like.
He got called Bud. That's pretty tough.
There was a
Bud,
king out there.
ooh, he got hit with the bud, didn't he?
If you got a king, he would.
Well, Manhart isn't looking that cool right now. I mean, he's looking cool with his chip stack. He's got third place chip stack, but that was not a cool move. That was not
20.
cool at all.
Yeah, almost a slow roll.
Yeah.
I mean, not exactly a slow roll.
The lights do crazy things to people. The bright lights, you know.
Yes.
It's on Will under the gun.
I honestly don't think he saw a forward in the straight. I think that's bottom line what happened. Is that what is that, ace 9?
It's gonna be another open.
Should be.
Will. That's 100. Noah and Rome fold.
I like going 80 now that we're at these depths, but that's a
Matt
tiny,
folds.
that's a nitpicky thing. Yeah, he's gonna get all folds.
425, 425 guys, 425.
Got 9 minutes to break.
Yep, cards play themselves. He flipped him over. It's a straight.
You're pretty even, I guess.
Jesus, I think.
You're pretty even.
That's why you always table both
Yeah,
cards.
we got 3 of them at like within maybe 90K of each other.
Yeah, 3 of you are within 90K of you. You 3 are within 90K of you. Rome needs a double. Badly.
Yeah, I do. Bro, the hands you were doing, last time was with 9 deuce.
On Noah.
Noah is the cutoff.
I'm on
Raise the 80. Rome goes all in.
425.
Yep, 425.
Super simple fold for 9-8, I think, and obviously with from Matt.
I think the ace-4 dealer button is just trying to steal and.
Matt's got the same hand, or Will's got the
Interesting.
same hand.
Nah, he lets
Yeah,
it go and
it's
no.
a fold.
Nope, I think that's a decent steal.
Yeah, that's a good move from Rome. He steals
I'd be happy to have that money.
4 big blinds there, 4.5.
Yep, Rome trying to stick around. In the Grand Championship, which is down to 4, we got a very tough Final Four here. I mean, you know, any one of these players could easily win this thing.
Yeah, lots of talent here at these Final Fours. All of these guys have really proven themselves to be good players this year.
You know, lots of talent at this table, and then there's Rome.
What?
That's, well, you know.
I'm kidding.
I don't like.
Rome is talented. You can't win it with a second place in a tournament without having a little bit of talent. So, I think his talent is just different than playing GTO poker.
That's very funny.
He's obviously not studying Sims. Like
he's playing a style. He's playing a style, and it suits him.
On Will.
I think they put a meme in the chat, and I'm going to have to go find.
Will raises to 80. No folds.
Wow, Will's putting a lot of pressure with his middling hands. I really like it.
So fast. Oh shit, my bad.
I mean, you're not gonna get a lot. You're not gonna see a lot of players raising with queen.
So 525.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah, just saying.
He got screen captured.
Just saying. I don't want to be
Yeah,
commentated.
Will got a screen grab.
Yep.
425.
No, Roman's a good player, man. He's still very good. I like to give him shit is all.
It's easy to give him shit because he gives us shit.
Yeah, exactly. He loves to trash talk. So I mean, I'm definitely not gonna hold up when I talk about Rome.
When he goes down $36 in the cash game.
I'll tell you later, but
It's a good feeling.
It's viable to go. It's viable to hop on.
Matt makes a fold.
Matt folds. Will folds.
This is the most
Come on!
Show it.
when everyone's
I was gonna push it.
Yeah, this is
It's a walk,
unfortunate.
and
I
he
mean,
shows
look, we
keeping.
didn't get anything there, but it is what it is.
Yep, that's you were shoved in that.
Anything fuck yeah! Get it!
Language, Rome.
Kobe, the meme was it was a screen cap of Will, and it said Will when he realizes what hand he has, and just him like holding his face in his hands. It was very funny.
I don't think I would have been a.
I don't know if I could get that up on the screen in time, but
I thought you had a flush, and then.
we have been live for almost 6 hours. This will be the last hand before we take a quick 5-minute break
Last
again.
hands before break.
And we'll be on Will. Will has some fans and maybe some hecklers.
Matt checks his option. Heads up.
Yeah, we're heads up with Matt and Rome.
Oh, we got some action here.
Deuce 9-3 with the diamond. This could get a little interesting.
I did. My phone's about to die.
Yeah.
40. Has to be 40.
Rome's got a 3.
40. I Rome.
I think Matt's just gonna let it go.
This is a floaty card. This is
Call.
a floaty board. 7 on the turn doesn't really help anything, but it might see a check out of room maybe. Oh, what am I saying? What am I saying out of my mouth? What
Call.
Another bet of 60 or 40?
40.
Another tiny bet here.
Olivia Lane is also team Manhart.
Now this is, sadly for Rome, this is just an easy fold for Matt.
Yeah, he's not going to get any more value here.
Unless he wants to try to represent a 3.
Basically, the only way you get
Rome,
value
that's
here
100.
is checking.
Fold.
Yeah, quick fold.
Yep.
And that will be that,
That's
folks. Stick around. 4 players remaining in the Grand Championship for Season 7.
25
One of
50
them
when you get back.
will be awarded the Grand Championship gold bracelet. We'll find out who that is. Will it be Rome, Matt, Will, or Noah? Come on back in a couple minutes.
Nope, on Rome.
It's on me right now. Come on, boy. One double up for me, and you guys are dead. 25-50 now? Ooh.
Yep, it is 25-50.
All right, we are good to go. As welcome back, everybody,
20.
to the Season 7 Grand Championship.
When you look
Geoff
like
Exstrom
that,
back
it's
as
like,
Alec Rome
it's not
takes
much.
over the dealing duties, and Parker Wall is back with me as well. Parker, you and Alec did pretty well back here as I listened to.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully we can keep it going.
As we start, hand number 85 with Noah under the gun.
So Jeff, I gotta ask, who do you think is the favorite to win here?
Fold, fold. And it folds around. It's a walk.
Show the cards.
It's a walk.
Walk to Will, and Will, nines.
He shows nines. Pretty good. Pretty good. I don't have much of anything.
Pretty good.
I don't know. I even though I think Will has
25.
a little bigger stack. I like the way Matt's playing. I would like a Matt Will heads up. Even though I just think Rome in any sort of heads up capacity would be really interesting.
Yeah.
And fascinating to see, especially if he goes up against Matt or Will. Now I get to know her, and Noah would be a good player as well.
Yeah, no. Noah has become, I feel like, really underrated. He's actually a really good player.
There's Queens for Rome.
Queens for Rome here. Let's see if he just does a standard open
Rome, raise to 80.
Okay. He raises.
It's got to be a hundo. 100.
I've seen him mix in the limps here before, but that would have been interesting.
Will call.
And Will is gonna call.
Matt
big
folded,
blind.
and Noah folds.
Matt folds.
Heads up.
Will call.
Yep. Rome to 100, and Will call, and that's it. Okay, come on now. There we go.
Okay,
Okay,
open
now we're
ender.
gonna see
Wow, this
fireworks
yep.
Okay.
Open ender for Will.
A jack would be super interesting here.
Because that would then give the open or give a gutter.
Checks. All in from Rome.
All in from
Check
Rome.
and an all in from Rome.
Rome is all in.
Keep over and
140 right there.
ender.
So these should
As
be
you
in
can see,
hearts.
Will has 41%
65,
equity. This might be a call. Unfortunately.
No, it's definitely not 565. It's probably 6.
We had him at
15.
605.
That's yes, that would be the correct answer. 605 exactly.
This is super close.
Yeah, this is close for Will because again you gotta.
605,000.
Because it would leave him with about 370 left.
I think you have to fold here. It's unfortunate, but I don't think you're quite getting the right odds. It's just a little too close, and I think you should let it go.
Just gotta be thinking though, you get to the final three, you're going for the kill shot. Because again, turn of play comes in there, he does fold.
Nice folds. Not a lot of players are going to make that fold. I'm actually really impressed with Will for letting that one go.
Two clubs, maybe the call. Maybe I don't know if that turns. That's enough for him.
It's interesting. It definitely makes it a little bit closer. I still don't know if you take that up though. That's a good all in though from Rome.
Yep.
Just getting called by a 10 or sometimes even a 9. You have good equity against. So. Now Rome has sort of equalized things, and now they're all kind of around even.
Yep, they are. Rome and Matt tied at 855. Will leads with 975, and Noah has 935. So it's really even.
God, I think you're very even.
On a Will.
Will folds.
King Jack, Noah will
Call option.
just call.
Takes it.
Calls completely fine.
But Rome.
Checks in the dark.
Oh, pocket fives again, bro? Yes.
Well, pocket fives would be pretty good here.
No, Rome top pair.
I checked.
Check, check.
But he checks it.
Oh, he checks it. God,
Sneaky. 10 would be
I don't
sick.
think you're gonna
River.
get Noah here on.
Okay.
Check,
Noah
check
is
again.
just tight enough.
60,000 on the river from Rome. Call.
Have an ace.
Have an ace. It's his.
Hold on, Alec. What's the river
It
card?
checked to the river. Rome bet 60 and Noah called.
What's the river card?
A 9 of clubs.
It was bet 16.
Interesting call there.
I literally thought you had it, dog. I was like, so. I was like, really? I'm gonna suck out to the pocket fives again?
Yep. Let's check. 60.
Even at the river, I was like, this guy's gonna raise me right now.
I guess sometimes Rome is just full of it there, but. now we see everyone is underneath 20 big blinds.
That's what happens when you stream for 6 hours. Jordan, nice to see you, buddy. Glad you're joining in. Post-grad plans, just applying for jobs around the country.
Fold.
Mostly
Fold
with
to run.
audio production, sports radio.
Calls, option. Checks. Heads up.
In the middle of that job search, so hopefully some stuff comes up. And we have all hearts. No one has any.
Checks. Through to the turn.
Doesn't change much.
No.
Matt so far ahead with King High.
King High, yeah.
You might feel like he has a
60
value
and a
here.
fold. Matt wins the pot.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you had a fucking jack at least.
Shows King High.
Had me beat.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yep. See, they're nearly identical in big blinds. Will with a 19, Roman Matt with 18, and Noah with 16.
Well, we probably shouldn't raise it too much then. Should we? Probably should. We could make it like 30-60, and then I guess
Yeah,
we just
let
have
it
to.
be, 'cause this is
We
already
probably just have
fast
to let it be because they're so close that.
Tell Rome to shut his mouth.
This is very fast poker right now.
Yeah.
It's like super easy.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time. We just gotta wait it out. It's like not really the fault of like us not raising the blinds fast enough. It's just like I feel like we've done a decent job and it just happens, you know.
89 hands. That's it. That is all it has taken.
Fold from Noah.
Noah folds.
Fold, fold, walk.
Show the hand.
Show the walk. 8 deuce.
Oh.
And
No,
8 deuce
8-4,
was
dude.
the walk.
We're gonna close one.
You had 8-4?
Yeah.
As we move on to hand
Shut up,
90.
Next time we should
And yes, we do reply to the chat.
What do you got? All right,
Go ahead, go ahead.
Ethan, yes,
Yeah, I
we
like to do
do.
the aces.
Geoff Exstrom alongside Parker Wall.
Come on, bro.
Will
I gotta
continues to
cut
get
off my
support
thumb,
from the
which
chat.
is
This time
making
from
it
Jack.
harder than I would like
Got a
it
big
to be.
cheering
It's like
section
literally
for
in the
Will.
worst spot
Big
right there.
cheering section
Pat
for
on my
Will here.
thumb, I
Hopefully he
fucking
can pull out a win for his
I
fans.
pinched myself just setting up a tripod, and just like pinched myself. in a
Gone
piece
back
of
and
metal.
forth. This final four is
It's not even
been
that
entertaining
bad, but
so
it's just
far.
like it's enough to be bothersome, you know.
Extremely entertaining. And now that they're all extremely close, it's even going to be more entertaining.
Yeah, Rome's
Done Rome.
gonna bump it up here. 9-7 suited.
It's just a little bit too good.
Just a call from Rome.
He's just gonna call. Matt folds already.
Call as well. Matt was the folder. Otherwise, we've called and checked.
And not great hands. 10-3 for Will, 3-2 for Noah, both off suit, and but they hit a 3. But middle pair for Rome as he takes the lead.
Checks through.
Close.
60 from Will.
Go to the board cam, please.
Noah folds and Rome calls.
What was the bet on the turn, Alec?
Turn was the king of hearts, river, jack of clubs.
What happened on the turn?
It went Will 60, Noah fold, Rome call.
And Will with the straight.
Hits the straight, yeah. Full room call off with the fourth pair.
125 from Will.
It's a bluff catcher.
Fold.
Alright, just lets it go. Yeah.
Good fold.
Yep,
Rome
good fold.
usually gets sticky in that
He does
situation.
usually get sticky in that spot, but
But Will officially moves to 1.2 million.
You had a straight for chin? Nah, he had a 10. 125 was on the small side.
Parker, I'll shoot this over to you.
If you had
Chat
checked,
wants to
I
know,
would
what do you
check
think
back,
of Will's
like,
play
bluff you off,
style
but
tonight
doing a 10, but
in his savvy strategy, as put by Kobe Bryant?
well, Kobe.
I guess either one. Check
Will's a really solid player, and I think
check.
he's
I had
played really
fair,
well
but
tonight.
I was just
He's
like, does he have,
done
like,
really
an
good in a lot of thin
activate?
spots, and he's called off a couple of bluffs, so he's played really well. He definitely deserves to be in the top 4.
Matt folds.
I'd say disciplined play would be a good term as well for Will. Making a lot of disciplined folds
Yes.
that others would not make.
100,000 from Will. Raise.
Almost
No
holding
fold.
a straight.
Sorry. I'm feeling heat from the light above there.
Which will now be a meme for, I'm presuming, the next 2 years.
Fold.
Only mistake that Will has really made
Yep,
tonight.
good job. You can't ever play that hand.
His hand.
It's gross.
I know. That's why I folded.
Yep, good job.
See, discipline.
Will now with 34%
No, but
of the
you
chips in
possess-
play, up to 1.2 million. Matt with 80, Rome 755, and Noah just 5K below that,
I was like,
750.
Everyone loves Will.
As we actually in the chat. Well, Berkey, who are you mentioning? Our dealer or our player Will? Will now wakes up with 9s.
Yeah, I mean, if they're mentioning me, I'd like to know. They're probably not, but I would like to know.
Eden, to answer your question,
100 from Will.
0. This is not for any money. This is simply for pride and joy.
Call from Noah.
Noah calls 100K bet. Now 8s for Rome.
Is Rome going to 3-bet here?
He might, and he's going to run into something bigger, and will.
Fold. Fold.
That one hurt, dude. That one actually hurt.
Good to go.
Wow, he folded 8s.
Jeez.
Folded from Rome and Matt. It's heads up between Will and Noah.
Big fold from Rome.
See, 8-3.
And Will flops a boat.
That's what I'm saying.
Boat. Yeah, boat. Will is going to take this one down.
Yep.
Unless we see some...
Check. Checks through.
What would it be? Jack, Jack? Yeah.
Ace does not matter. I think a bet here is just going to take it down.
Yeah.
It's too bad for Will.
Unfortunate, yeah. I think 8s would have gotten a little bit more sticky here, but...
Check. Check
that's not a
through.
bad play.
River.
I mean, just slowing down. I mean,
Wants
you don't
a
care if
jack or
they catch
10.
up. Yeah.
Well, jeez. And if Rome would have stuck in there, would have been boat over boat, but he makes the discipline fold at the end. I don't even know if I'd call that discipline fold.
Almost a mistake.
Yeah.
Close to it.
It would have been a fatal mistake as well.
100,000.
As Will bets 100K, and unless Noah decides to pull ill-timed bluff, he does make the fold. And Will continues to build a stack now, 1.4 million.
You're going to like watching that one.
Nah, I'm not gonna enjoy it.
Okay.
I'm surprised. I was
I hear
expecting
everything.
fireworks there.
What do you think of my
I
photo?
guarantee whatever you had, yeah.
Until before the river.
I guarantee you that's it.
I'm not saying I'm going to comment on what's happening. I just said you're going to like that one.
Chick-fil-A.
I'm not going to say anything
Yeah,
about anybody's
Chick-fil-A.
individual play.
Even though I've gotten around on Canes a little bit
I
more.
have too. I really
If I'm a
have.
commentator, I
don't
get to
actually
say
mind
things about
Canes at
people's
all.
individual
I
play, but not as the dealer.
GG plus one just puts like stranded 100K. I'm like,
Yes.
And yes, whoever asked if women can't play in the Cup, we are 100% supportive of that and open to that, as everyone is welcome to UNL Poker Club.
Absolutely.
No matter which way of life you come from.
Fold from Noah.
Unfortunately, we did get spam. Not those women, unfortunately. Not cam
Call
girls.
from Rome. Call from Matt option. It's taken.
So everyone called?
Yep, except for Noah. Noah did not call.
Yeah, we see here. Open ender for Matt. Plus backdoor diamonds.
Yeah.
Gut shot for Rome. Plus backdoor clubs as well.
Checks.
6.
Checks
6
through.
would be absolute
Burn.
fireworks here.
Oh, almost got it, but
Almost
instead
got
it's an 8 pairs the board and gives Matt the additional flush draw as well as the open ender.
Matt is going nowhere here.
Checks. To the river.
And checks through again. River card. It's a 6. Oh. Straight over straight.
Oh, it's
This could get in.
This is getting in. Rome is gonna go out.
Matt with the 10 high straight. Rome with the 9 high.
There's no flush.
No flush either.
There's no flush.
Nut straight for Matt.
100 from
Oh,
Matt.
this is getting re-raised.
Yep. Rome is
No.
for sure re-raising.
Oh no.
Will's just
Will fold.
folds.
Does he
and
jam here? What's going on?
All in.
There's snap.
Oh, and he's done.
Yep,
Call.
no, and that is it. Rome is out.
Rome is out.
In third. Cooler. Four-handed.
He said full house. He meant straight, but Matt has the winner.
He was asking if you had
Yeah.
full house.
Matt
Dude, I was like,
wins a 1.5 million
just double check
chip
this?
pot.
Yeah,
I
so
think he has
I'm
it.
pretty sure.
Oh
Just,
my gosh.
I'm just double checking. So we got
In Rome.
Yeah.
After
we
a
got,
quick
you have
count.
more in yellows, and then
Will most likely be eliminated
yeah,
after
320,
confirmation.
1, 2. Yeah.
Rome is
Yeah,
on
more
his
than
way
that.
out.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
GG Rome.
Yep,
This
Rome
not how I
is
thought-
out.
This is not how I thought Rome would go.
An absolute cooler on
much you can do.
hand 93.
You wanted heat, I got you heat right there.
Good
That's a
game
river
by
card.
Rome,
Yeah.
who
Well
finishes
done.
in fourth.
Can we do I'll wait till break.
Okay.
Absolute cooler.
Yeah, we can we'll definitely adjust
As we
on the next
move.
break.
It's a three-handed.
If we do get to heads up within time, we will bring out the hundreds without a doubt.
Ooh, some big
Big
boys
hand.
next to me.
And now Noah is the short stack, and we'll need to look for a double as we
Yeah.
bring in Rome
Could you
for
call somebody to just come start
Post
exchanging? Could you get Connor to
elimination
exchange some
interview.
chips here? I should still be around. I just need somebody to exchange chips. Oh, Parker
Rome, welcome
can.
to the stream. Tough hand. There's not much you can do. Straight over
He
straight.
said full house, but I think he was.
I mean, your thoughts on today? Made it run to the fourth though.
He just thought he was. He thought he was. Yeah,
I just thought I
Yeah.
had it. Like I was running pretty good, decent enough. Like I had to come back. Started from like 400k. I was up like 880 something, almost 900. But yeah, that hand, I'm just gonna regret the decision of just like.
All right,
going
final
all
three,
in.
gentlemen.
I
Here we
guess
go.
should've
Still
just gone,
25-50 as far as I know.
On the
25?
flop and the turn, I
Did
didn't
he?
think he had an 8-9 or anything. So
And
there was
cut
not
cards
a
on
lot
top.
of
Good luck.
indication for me to like try to get there. And I thought that it was good for me, but turns out it was good for him as well. And he just made a better hand.
I mean,
Fold from Matt.
make that comeback. Just run into a cooler. But I mean, overall, I think it was a good day. Got some bluffs through, won some big pots. I mean, just your thoughts on your
Raise
entire day.
400.
I think I played decent. I had some discipline.
All
folds
in from
hand
Noah.
Before me, the last hand. Man, if I thought it was a discipline fold, but I don't know. It is what it is. Like, we'll come back next semester, I guess. That's it.
Alec, what did Will
Fold
raise to?
from Matt. Raise to 100 from Will. All in from Noah, and I'll get you an accurate count.
Noah with ace-3, Will with ace-10 suited. Absolute domination. Will should call this off.
Noah has 650. All in.
Yep, and that's what we have back here as well. I think Will's just making some routine checks to see where that would put him.
650.
But there's no way he can fold this
Calls.
three-way. Yep,
Flip
and
'em over.
there's a call.
Yeah. So
Domination Nation.
Not looking good, unfortunately. I don't hate the jam. Got to go with it.
And we are
If we get the
suddenly
heads up, we're
5
taking an
cards
immediate
away
5-minute
from
break.
being heads up.
Set up for heads up. All right, that 100's there. Good luck, gentlemen. All in play right now.
Noah, all in. Once the chip leader.
Big three.
Now at risk for his tournament life. The flop. Nine in the window and nothing going for the ace-3.
Nothing there.
Absolute brick. As Noah waits for the last two cards of the turn. A 4. Close. But no cigar. And Noah,
What
who was
dick-
once
what a
the
dickhead.
chip leader,
What a terrible person.
Last
is down
that's in the
to
chat
his
for Matt,
last
literally.
card. One last hope.
Like 5% or whatever.
Noah wants his one time as he stands up. His tournament fate on the line. The river card.
Big three. Big three.
Noah calling for the big 3. It is not. It was close. It's a 5. And Will
No, that's all right.
takes
right there.
all of Noah's chips, moves
Immediate
into
break.
the chip
GG,
lead
Noah. Nice job, man.
with 2 million. And it is officially heads up between Will and Matt for the Season 7 Grand Championship. Big hand there. That gives us some little time. Will give us a little time here to chat with a couple of eliminations as they get set up for heads up.
But Rome, before we let you go and talk to Noah, I mean, just take us through being part of UNL Poker Club this year and what it's meant to you.
I mean, it's been a good journey. I started playing poker when I was like I was 15 maybe, introduced to by my friend, started playing Zynga poker. And actually the first time I saw like the poker club was my freshman year, I guess. You guys were having like a club fair at the Union. I just saw like UNL poker. I was like, okay, fuck it, let's go in, let's see what this is about. Played a couple good hands, beat Geoff, Alec, PJ during that time. So I was like, okay, I might as well just go in every single week. And I've been here, and now I'm a junior, so it's been pretty fun. I've been coming consistently for the last 2 years, I guess.
Yep.
So it's been a good journey. I mean, I made it to 2 final tables, and yeah, kind of sucks to be out of like 4th, but it is what it is. And the guys who are playing at the final table definitely do deserve it. Like they've been playing better poker, just better decision making than me, I guess. And that's what it is about. Yeah, just play the hands.
Well, Rome, you got 2 more semesters to chase that grand championship, and I know that you'll do your best, and we're glad that you were able to come and bring a different dynamic to Poker Club.
Yeah, I guess. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Thanks so much, man. That was Rome. He finishes 4th, as we will give it off to Noah, who just got eliminated a couple hands later to finish in 3rd. Noah, welcome aboard. Just ran into it there, unlucky. Usually, bigger ace over small ace, that usually doesn't happen 3-way, just ran into it. So I don't think much of anything can be done there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunate when he'd been raising into me for the min raise in the last, couple rotations, and he had like, not super strong hands like, king 9 or whatever. And so I figured, I mean, ace 3 is probably the best hand I got in a couple rotations, so I jammed with it, hoping I wasn't dominated, and just kind of worst case scenario came about, which sucks. But I mean, Will's a really good player, so I'm not too upset about it.
Well, a lot of highlights for you today. River a boat to double up and take the chip lead and hold that position for a little bit. Obviously, with the blinds going up, that's going to affect the chip stacks. But I mean, still, I think it's a performance that you should be happy with. What would you say about that?
Oh, I'm very happy with it. I mean, I joined club last semester. I mean, this is my first time making one of the final tables, and I was really glad I could, perform how I think my ability correlates with how I think I do, at least. So I was able to get 3rd, which I thought was, good for me, having it only been my 2nd semester in club. So I'm really happy with, placing that high.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good couple of weeks for you because you came into the stage championship last week needing to cash because you were on the outside looking in, heading into that week, play well enough. I believe you finished 5th to get a spot and then come up and finish 3rd. I mean, what have you felt has been going right in your play the last few weeks?
I mean, I've just been staying way more disciplined than I usually do. I think I blow a lot of my stack when I push through huge bluffs that just run into it, so I've been trying to play way more, bluff in spots I think are right, but not just, get garbage under the gun and just try to push it through because I'm, not hitting stuff and I'm bored or want to do that. So I think just playing really disciplined, actually just playing what you're supposed to, I think has really helped me out.
Well, I think you impressed a lot of people today, Noah, and just kind of give your just overall thoughts on being part of Poker Club this semester. Of course, you joined us back in the fall, and you've used that to now get 3rd place here at the Grand Championship. So what does it mean just to be joining? You have joined UNL Poker and just have come this far throughout this year.
Oh, it's great. I mean, great sense of community. Everyone's just super nice. Friend brought me, and I was like really nervous the first time. I'd never done on-campus club, but just everyone was super friendly when I walked in. Nobody was like judging me because I wasn't super good when I started joining, which is really nice. I mean, honestly, it's like the highlight of my week going to Thursday, just play poker with, the guys. It's great.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that, Noah, and I'm very happy that you decided to join us and get 3rd, too, which cherry on top of a great season, so congrats again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Noah. Thanks, my man. Well, we are getting set for heads up, so we will take a quick break. Our chip counts will at 2.01 million chips compared to Matt's 1.6. Who will come out on top? The newcomer Matt, who joined 5 weeks ago, now has the position to become the 7th grand champion in UNL poker history. And his opponent, Will, who's came into this season on fire. He joined in the fall and now has a chance at a title. Matt and Will, heads up. We'll take a break and come back with a Heads Up Championship, the last ever stream of UNL Poker. One last time. Don't go away.
Deep red over there.
Welcome back. UNL Poker Club Grand Championship Season 7.
I want to be.
Geoff Exstrom alongside Parker Wall on the call. Tabitha Lincoln right next to us producing. Parker heads up. Matt T, who joined the club 5 weeks ago, now has a chance to be a grand champion. Will, also fairly new, joined us, I believe, this semester. Or was it the fall as well? Okay, so it was the fall. Regardless, both newbies, both impressive, and now they're heads up for a title.
I mean, what to say? I mean, can we just like take a second to appreciate Matt's run here? He started with the season 2
Pepsi
tourney,
down the wrong pipe there.
came in second, played well all of stage 3, won stage 3 tournament, and now heads up for the bracelet in the quarry. Insane.
Yeah, on the small one, yeah.
And Will too. I mean, Will's also played amazing, and he's the chip lead, and he has objectively the best chance of winning.
And Alec, I have Matt as big blind and Will as small blind.
So Matt is going to be the small blind because he would be on the dealer button. So you move the dealer button to the, or whichever way. I can move Matt to the, move Will to the dealer button, but the dealer button and the small blind should be together.
Okay, small blind is on Matt, the big blind on Will.
Okay, and Matt has the dealer button.
And then he gets card high act first, right?
Because I think it shows up white if they have the dealer button on the screen.
Yep. And here we go. Hand at 95 is where we start our heads up battle. Nearly 100 hands tonight in, gosh, about 6 hours, 40 minutes.
All right, 6 hours, 40 minutes, gentlemen. You made it this far. Heads up. 3.6 million on the table right now. The blinds will be at 30-60. Again, this is a reminder. Dealer button is small blind. They act first pre-flop and act last post-flop. And otherwise, it's all to play for. One of you is going to be a grand champion season 7. Good luck.
The biggest prize in college poker at stake as you see the season 7 bracelet sitting on that pile of chips.
So, but that's all right.
As Matt wakes up with a pretty good hand heads up. Jack 9 suited.
It's on Matt.
It's a very good hand. You should definitely be opening this every time.
180.
180.
180,000 and
call.
Will is going to call with King Deuce offsuit, and we go to a flop with the pot already at 360K.
It'll be on Will.
Saw deuce underneath, and it is going to take the lead. Is Will.
Check.
Checks. At 2 overs, backdoor spades.
That's 200,000.
Backdoor straight, and he's going to bet 200,000. Don't know if Will can fold just yet.
No.
That's bottom pair.
Call here. Will.
Call. Makes the call.
Yep, and there's the call. Pot already building. As we go to a turn. And it's a deuce. Trips for Will.
Yeah.
Checks.
I think Matt will just check.
Yeah, I think he needs to check through. Yep.
Check.
To a river. It's a queen. Flush gets home. No one has that though.
Can I have you take your ear pot out? You also have a 20K chip hiding underneath the rail there. Right there. Yep.
Done well with trip 2s in the check mark. Fortunately, unless Matt really wants to win this pot and represent the flush. And even,
Check.
That's a good check by Will. Yep. He's going to have to if he wants to win it. He's building up a big bet. Needs to be big.
Needs to be really big.
240.
Not enough. That's not enough.
Gonna get either raised or called.
It needed to be in that 500-600 range.
It needed to be bigger than that to get him to fold a 2. I mean, Will, I don't think he's ever folding a 2 here.
No.
That doesn't make any sense.
And if he makes the call, he's going to have a massive chip lead after one hand.
See if he raises. I'm interested to see. Could Matt be thin value betting with a queen that would call another
Slade. Yes, he did actually cheat. We have Brute, we have Video,
700.
and Will.
Is gonna re-raise.
Yep, and
And
should
now
be a
it's
fold.
a very easy fold for her.
Yep.
Folds.
And there's the fold. And Will has 2.6 million chips. Matt down to 990K. And if Alec, you do me a favor and move the camera that's on Matt down as it is cutting off.
Yep.
Part of Matt, and we want to see
Right.
all of him as we continue this heads-up battle.
Yep. Yeah, it must have tipped me.
As you see, Will has 73% of the chips in play, and that looks pretty good, Alec. Oh, it's going back on you, Alec. It's just it's rising.
Oh, yeah, it's because the thing is falling down. This stupid leg on this tripod's giving out.
There we go.
All right, hopefully that'll stay.
Yep.
If not, I can adjust another camera because the tripod is being a little goofy. Okay, sorry about that.
Flop raise percentage.
30 there.
Only 21% for Matt, 14% for Matt, Will with 21%.
Yeah, I'm looking to see those both go up.
Yep.
Heads up.
Aggressive frequency, Will above Matt, 43% compared to 34. And went to
Okay,
showdown,
here we go.
both hovering at that below 30% mark.
Somewhere. Yep.
As we begin another hand with Will again. Is a 3 suited.
Yeah, decent hand to call with here.
Yep, certainly playable.
Call option.
Yep, there's the option for Matt with 10-5, and I would
Takes it.
imagine he takes it, and he does. 10-5 off against a 3 suited, going to a flop. That has an 8. Middle pair for Will.
Checks. $60. Takes it.
And bet of 60 and a quick fold from Matt as Will continues to add to his stack. Matt under $1 million, while Will is closing in on $3 million. You see the aggression frequency again.
On Matt.
On Matt, who wakes up ace-10 off. Gonna bump it up.
Call.
Oh, he's gonna play a trap. Ooh, Will, King-Jack.
150.
There's the raise.
150.
No, I'm not gonna re-raise.
Could see him doing that.
400.
Raise. 400.
Wow,
There
I
it
like
is.
this.
Re-raised by Matt, and could this get in? Only 530 behind.
Yeah.
Is in Matt's stack, and with King-Jack,
I mean, when Will calls here, it's
at least a
gonna
call.
be very awkward. Matt's gonna, his stack is gonna be in an awkward spot.
Makes
There's
the
the
call.
call. So Matt will only have a little above half pot.
All right, it'll be on Will.
Ace-10 off for Matt, King-Jack off for Will as we go to a flop.
I like a limp jam a little bit more.
That has a king and a 10. Both get a piece. Will ahead with top pair. And it is his option.
Check.
He checks.
All in.
All in.
And there's the all in, and Will most certainly will call.
How much is it? Call.
Fucking
And
call.
there's
he
the
said.
call. And Will
Flip it over.
is on the cusp of becoming the Season 7 Grand Champion.
Wow, Geoff, 3 hands. It took
Oh, yeah,
3
king, you're gonna
hands.
pull it.
Sorry about the hesitation. I just thought ace king.
Nah.
Gonna leave it for a second, Jeff?
I thought you like could have a king.
As Will well in control.
Ace or a 10, or it is over.
Yep, no backdoors available.
No chops, no backdoors.
There's a wide shot for you.
No nothing.
As we are possibly down to the last 2 cards of Season 7 of UNL Poker in the last stream.
All right, if you feel good, I'm ready to go.
The turn card. It's a queen.
That's a fun card.
So additional outs now.
A jack is being blocked, an ace, a 10, or a jack now.
Ace.
9
Oh,
straight.
sorry, no ace.
Ace, you win.
No ace.
No, ace is a winner. Ace,
needs a jack, okay.
ace is a winner for Will.
Yep, ace
Yep.
is a winner, so no ace.
Need a what?
Matt
Need a
is
10?
putting his
10
best on.
jack. 10 or a jack, I
Squeezing
think.
the equity.
A lot of them left.
Down
Really
to
asking for the one time here.
down to the final card. One more. It's either Will be champion or Matt survives. The river card. It's an ace, but it doesn't matter. It's a jack. It's a straight for Will, and he is the
Congratulations.
Season 7 UNL Poker Club Grand Champion.
There you go, my friend. Take it in. What a run.
Will, who came in last fall, and only after 2 seasons, he is part of the most coveted club in college poker. He is a UNL Poker Club Grand Champion. As he soaks in the moment. Heads up, didn't even last that long.
All right, you come back out here now. You got a bracelet
And
to grab,
Season
my
7
friend.
officially has a Grand Champion,
Yeah, we'll do an interview with you in a second, but
and it's Will Manhart. The golden bracelet belongs to Will,
yep, everybody can come in if they choose.
and now is part of an even more exclusive fraternity of Grand Champions.
Yep, everybody can tell
Max
everybody to come in
finishes
here real quick.
heads up as second, and what a performance from him. He joined the club 5 weeks ago
I would wait a
and
moment.
made a magical run, and is the runner-up of Season 7. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the championship bracelet presentation as we put a bow on Season 7 of UNL Poker and say goodbye to our seniors as we close the final stream of UNL Poker. We'll be right back, folks. Don't go away. Championship presentation up ahead.
And welcome back, everybody, to our bracelet presentation. Alec Rome, Geoff Exstrom, and some of the players and other people that are hanging out with us here today. Will Manhart, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Season 7 grand champion. Just go through, let's talk about this final hand real quick and just what you're thinking about right now.
Right now, I'm so happy. This is like it's like a mini dream come true. I mean, I've been watching poker for like 2 years now, and this is just something that, like grabbing the bracelet on the chips in the middle, all of it, it was just set up so perfectly. This was awesome. So this was really fun. It's really fun for me.
No, I'm glad, man. And honestly, I mean, you had you played really well today. You hung in there. I think you played super patient. And in the last hand, I mean, it was just going to go on the flop, I feel like.
Yeah, I hesitated for a sec because pre-flop I was thinking ace king, but then I just you heard me say it. I said F it, and we went in, and so yeah, here we are.
Yeah, here we are, just like that. And I mean, it was a great season. You played well, and you had a couple good tournaments in there. Did you win? I think you did well in one of the stage tournaments, right? I can't remember which one it was. First one did well, and then just kind of stayed consistent. And consistency and showing up is the name of the game, pretty much. But remind us a little bit, and the people at home, how much experience or when you started in poker.
So I started right when COVID hit. So I found some YouTube videos, saw like Daniel Negreanu and all them talking at the table, and I thought it was really fun. So I introduced all my friends. A lot of them are watching right now. And we just started playing. And then we started playing in college, and some of them would come up from Omaha, and it was like our weekly ritual. So yeah, this is really fun to have them watch me play, and it's awesome.
And another weekly ritual, and of course, right from there, you're going from watching on YouTube to being watched on YouTube, and watching yourself win a college championship. Geoff, any other questions for him, and anything you want to say to Will?
Well, we won't hold the straight, not seeing the straight against you.
Okay.
Yeah. Luckily, this is going to make up for that. Hopefully, to all the people at home, and apparently, I also heard you're going to get it. That's what I heard too in the chat. The chat was very interesting tonight.
A lot of support from Will.
A lot of support. Support is, I guess, one way to put it. But anyway, well, enough of all that. Of course, I'm pleased on behalf of everybody here to present the Season 7 Grand Championship Gold Bracelet to Will Manhart. There you go, my friend. Hold it up for the world to see. Congratulations. Give him a big round of applause, everybody. Season 7 with the engraving on the back. I hope you take care of that puppy right there. And what a fun time. Well, that's that. That was it. We've been here for 7 hours. T-Dog, come on in here, our producer on the stream, who is
who's about to collapse from
being extremely tired, but
I've been up for more than 12 hours.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we appreciate it. Well, hey, this is our last one, and buddy, look at what we've done. Yeah. I mean, this was such a good time. I think we did our best one for last, and I can walk off on that. I could say. Final words on our last stream here for everybody here, and anything that you can kind of encapsulate this moment with.
I mean, it's been an honor serving as vice president, and Alec obviously serving as president. It's been a journey. We started this in spring of 2019, and we've seen it come to fruition through different relationships we formed with people to now putting on a stream that people have been watching, and we get to see our passion project truly come to life. And it's been a true honor to be part of this poker club. I would not have met any of you if not for Poker Club, and I am fully graced and blessed to be a part of this and just put this all together for everyone and have a good time and create a different community. And my final words as vice president, 5-3 always hits flops.
You bet your ass it does. All the same things, just the amount of blessings that come in my life just from this poker club, and just the ability to create a community on Thursday nights, as silly as it was, and as many times we got laughed at, and I got laughed at for being the president of this thing. It always ended up coming through, and it got me job opportunities. It got me just so many great memories and things I'll remember. And it got us to this, too. I mean, this was a goal of ours ever since the first one. 3 years and 1 day since the first time we streamed with no cards up, and it was an okay, not great stream. And from that moment on, we were like, hey, we want to do this for real. And to see this table come to fruition with all the hard work, chips that are labeled, multi-camera broadcasts, announcers, all those sorts of things. It's an accomplishment, and one that I know I'll carry with me for a long time, and that everybody here played a part in as well, and whether it was raising money through, we had people dealing blackjack, which ended up, getting us this table as well. Like, they chipped in. Like, a lot of people's work
did get us here, and it took a lot of the right things happening. But I'm a believer that when things are supposed to happen, they're supposed to happen. And this was supposed to happen. I've had such an absolute blast. And I hope this continues. I know Parker, Connor, everybody here is going to continue playing. And I'm just absolutely blessed for it. And I thank everybody for being here. Absolutely. One more round of applause for the stream. All right, it's been 7 hours. I want to play some poker off the camera. So for everybody here, for Geoff Exstrom, Tabitha Lincoln, Parker, Connor, everybody that was on the stream, everybody that played, anybody that's ever shown up to this damn club, I want to say thank you very much for watching, and thank you all for watching at home. And until next time, I say, see ya. Bye-bye.
Let's play Deuce 7 triple draw.
All right, Deuce 7 triple draw mixed games, 40-80 cent.
40-80?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that's the limit. That's not no limit. That's not no limit.
I built you with 38.
Bye-bye, everybody.
You didn't even mention 38 in your speech.
I said it was a weekly ritual in college. Bro, you didn't even mention it was 38.